Hello everyone and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championship weekend. We already saw Latin America, Brazil, and North America to see who is best in those regions, and we're going to smash them all together here to see who really is the best on this side of the world. My name is Cameron Davis and I will be the desk host for this entire weekend, but it's not just me. I have some friends to go along for the ride. It's going to be Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter helping me through this entire weekend. Welcome, Glitter. You're looking gorgeous as always. You too, Seven. How are you guys doing?
Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. You look pretty fly there as well, Cam, but I am excited, okay? We came off a hot NA season, to say the least here, Seven, and now that we get to add Latin America and Brazil back into things, it's going to get even better.
Listen, I can't wait, all right? I have to do it right now. Do Brazil. That's what I'm excited for right now. I couldn't wait.
Yeah, listen, I know we're all super pumped for this. It's been a while since we saw so many teams from all these regions all smashed in together, but we have a lot to get through. So we understand exactly what's going on this week, and we have the tournament format that we want to educate you, our dear viewers, on. 16 teams, it's the amount of teams that you know and love, but we have 4 days of games, 6 games each day. That's 24 games overall to really see who is the best of the best. 5 teams from Brazil, 5 from Latin America, 5 from North America, plus, of course, the Knights who won Season 1 championship, getting them the auto invite over here to see them continue to perform very, very well. But how do they get the points to then get the prize money? Seven, walk us through.
Definitely. I mean, if they get first place, it's going to be 15 points, second place, 12 points. I'm going to skip all of that. I'm going to get to the juicy part. If you get 8 and 12, you only get 1 point, 13 and 16. Boy, you're going to end up with a big old donut of 0 points, but you can make up for it if you're able to at least get 1 kill, because 1 kill equals 1 point, and just keep an eye out for that, because we have had tournaments come down to just 1 point, and if they are able to get the points, Glitter, they're going to be able to get that money.
Absolutely, Seven, and as you're saying, a lot of money on the line here for our teams. $150,000 in total for all of our squads, but of course, you know, you're going to see exactly how that breaks down. First place is going to be taking home $40,000 of that $150,000 prize pool. Moving on down the list, $28,000 for second place, $18,000 for third place. All of our teams will go home with some money all the way down there to 16th, but of course, there's also that $2,000 MVP prize, and after what we saw in NA with the battle back and forth between Coops and Polo, you know Brazil and Latin America are going to have some things to say about that MVP spot.
Yes, exactly. It's also not just for the money. It's going to be, of course, qualification for PMGC, as you just said. So definitely keep an eye on that. We'll be going over that a little bit later. We have some amazing games coming up, but before we get to that point, we have a very, very special guest to bring on board with us. XSET's own member, Jay, is giving us his well-respected time and, of course, speech here to help us really introduce the show. Hello, Jay. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm doing good.
Fantastic. So, the first thing to note, during league play, you and your team XSET got 5th place, but you came out on top and got first in the finals from North America, besting the Pittsburgh Knights as well as Nova. Do we think that trend is going to continue here?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, we're gonna keep up. Probably even perform better than we did in NA.
Even better. Okay, well, Glitter, Seven. I guess Seven, I'll pass it off to you for more questions for our friend here, Jay.
Oh man, I'm so happy you said that. Bring on that heat, baby. Now, along those terms, I'm wondering which teams out of Brazil and Latin America you guys are pretty much going to be looking for. Which ones are the top ones?
Brazil, A7, Rise, INTZ. Them are the only 3 teams I'm concerned about.
Ooh.
No LATAM
teams?
Okay.
No LATAM teams?
No LATAM teams.
Wow. Okay. First of all, I'm loving this confidence, Jay, okay? You always give us a fantastic interview. But I got to ask you, obviously, you guys had a stellar, season, and kind of coming straight out of that, had a couple weeks here to prepare for Americas. So what did that look like? Obviously, you know what you guys are getting into when it comes to NA side of things, but did you have to change anything up when you take the Brazilian teams or the Latin American teams into consideration?
Not really. We're just gonna play the same way we usually play, and got to keep in mind how A7 does that air strap, but that's about it.
Short and sweet.
This.
Great. I know, it's right. It's fantastic. Listen,
Not rattled at all.
I know a lot of people might be a little worried about how North America's performance, but listen, if they had anywhere close to the level of confidence as you seem to have, Jay, we should be in safe hands here in our little sub-region of our own. Anyway, thank you very much. I'm going to send you off away. I know you have a lot to prepare for the upcoming 6 games. Thank you very much for spending time with us.
No problem. Y'all take care.
Thank you very much. So we already, Jay already brought up a couple of different team names that they're going to be facing, that XSET are going to be facing off against. So we got A7, we got Nova, we got the Knights. Let's pull up the whole list. Let's see all 16 teams that have been able to make their way to this position to fight for the points, to fight for the prize money, to fight for the qualification. We have a couple of familiar names here, a couple of new ones as well. And then, of course, you have the whole idea of North American viewers, plus Brazilian teams, plus Latin American teams. Who here, I have to ask you, both of you, Seven and Glitter, let's start with you, Glitter. Who here is really jumping out at you as the big threats, the big teams to watch out for?
I mean, I think, you know, obviously the top teams out of every region, A7, XSET, ATON, definitely teams to look out for. But Seven, I actually am very interested with the fact that Jay also called out INTZ and Rise.
Yes, that was actually a huge surprise. What was even a bigger surprise is he didn't call out any of the Latin American teams. Like, for example, I'm looking at Team Queso. Yeah, that was a team that was, it's a veteran team. It's a team that you always hear when it comes to Americas. But it was a team that was barely able to kind of qualify here to this Americas tournament. So I'm going to be excited to see how Team Queso does. I'm really excited now to see how Latin American teams do in comparison to XSET. I can't wait to see what's going to be happening there and if they're going to make Jay eat his words. Oh, man, this is a great start of a show.
I mean, yeah, but listen, we all know this. It's very difficult to really make a super confident designation of who we think is going to win when we have so many regions that play internally in their own little circuits, their own little scenes, finally come together. I don't even think we're going to have any real big answers until maybe even halfway through today if Brazil really is going to be the ones on top. However, we have a couple of teams that all of us talent over here have our eyes on. We have a little bit of a prediction going on, teams to watch, as we like to call it. We have a graphic coming up soon, but first, Glitter, I want to ask you, who is a team that you think is going to take home a lot of points, a lot of money, and really make you proud?
Oh, come on. Oh, come on, Kim. You already know the answer to this one, okay? Obviously, I mean, we have a lot of good teams coming in from the other regions, but I obviously stuck with Nova, and I have solid reasoning behind this, okay? After not only the insane consistency we saw out of this squad, but the addition of YDD and Yi, the numbers we were seeing coming out of Ren and Yi and YDD, I mean, this entire squad right now feels like they're a little bit unstoppable. So I'm jumping on board with Nova, okay? I had to do it.
Okay, I mean, you mentioned consistency, and I, of course, have to bring it up because I'm included in this sense. Consistently, we're seeing a lot of A7 here. Seven Worlds Gaming. Wow, I even stumped myself. I didn't expect that one coming, but no, Seven, walk us through why A7 is Seven's pick to win this whole thing.
The reason why A7 is because this team's already qualified to PMGC. They decided to show up in their PMPL of the regions, and they decided to just dominate that region, which I'm super hyped up for. And not only that, this was a team that actually has a chip on their shoulder. They didn't win that the first Americas earlier in the year, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna be looking at Coops. They're gonna be looking at some players from Knights that they were the winners of Season 1, and they're looking to, you know, just shut some mouths as well in NA, and I'm all here for it. And I mean, you can't go wrong when you have Carrillo on that team, right, Glitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. I really don't.
It's fine. It's all right. It's passable. No, listen, I picked A7 as well. Just looking at all these teams coming into this region, it wasn't even the fact that they looked amazing in their games themselves, which they did. It's the fact that they seemed to win everything. And when we look at North America, yeah, sure, we have a lot of strong teams here, but it's what we were talking about with Jay. XSET got 5th place, but then 1st place over the Knights, and then we see Ghost also doing well, but then they didn't qualify here. This was a good teams, but maybe a little bit of a mixing up. A7 here seemed to be winning everything. In fact, in our own internal chat, Zute just posted screenshots on screenshots of like the past 5 events that they were all in. It was just 1st place A7, 1st place A7, 1st place A7. Maybe that streak will end here, but you don't. They keep winning. You keep winning. I'm putting myself behind them. However, another team that is going to be challenging them is going to be the Knights. So before we get into game number 1, we have a quick video to give us a little more insight on how their games are going.
What's up, everybody? Mustache Dave once again with Xenox from the Knights. Let's get into it. Let's dive deep. So I'm going to start things off here, Xenox, if you don't mind. Describe your team and yourself. What makes you, you?
I would say our team is pretty aggressive, and for me, I'd say pretty good close range.
All right, solid answer. So where do you rank yourself among your competitors?
I would rank myself top 10 against my competitors.
How would you describe your current level of competition?
The current level of competition isn't too competitive, but it's not bad.
Where do you see yourself this time by next year?
I would see us getting first in finals if we compete with the same team.
What is your ultimate goal/ambition?
Hopefully making PMGC finals.
And finally, what are you looking forward to the most here?
Americas and then PMGC if we make it.
Solid. Thank you for that quick spitfire question round, Xenox, and best of luck to you and the squad, man.
Thank you.
A great interview there with Xenox from the Knights, which suddenly made I believe all three of us realize Knights are a big team in North America. Not a single person picked them out of us on the teams to watch. Glitter, do you have any sort of insight onto why that might be the case?
Well, I mean, I'm not part of the A7 pick crew, so at least I was in the NA region. But I mean, we had Dave with XSET, we had Invirum with a Queso pick. I love seeing some variety up there, but it is kind of weird that all of us know how dominant they were last season. They won last Americas, and somehow nobody picked them.
I mean, it's not even like they failed at the finals.
No.
Exactly. Like, they got second place. There was except for maybe like 5 points ahead of them coming in at the very final few games here. So them losing to XSET on finals, they're still performing very, very well. Seven, is there anything particular like in their game style that might be drawing people away from them, or is it just because all these other lights like A7 are just shining that much brighter?
That's a main one, but I think another one too is when you compare the consistency between Alpha 7 and Knights. Alpha 7 has always been that much more consistent team. And I mean, we were doing this picks like if we were about to win some UC in the game. So I have to go with the best team in the tournament, and that's why I pick Alpha 7. But yeah, I mean, it just comes down to consistency. But on that side note, if Coops and if Xenox, that we just kind of saw the interview there, are able to come out hot, we were able to see flashes of greatness in North America when those two players got really, really hot.
Listen, we here, even though we're in front of a camera on your screens, we are just mere mortals. These heroes that are about to take the stage are the ones really to be able to decide how things are going to fall out. Let's see the schedule for how that stage is going to look. The first 6 games, the first day here. We're going to be starting on Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. As usual, very, very heavy on the Erangel side. Only 2 Sanhoks, 1 Miramar. That could sort of, I don't know, have a little bit of adjusted depending on how teams are favored. Glitter, is there anyone who might be sort of groaning at the schedule today? Maybe a Miramar favorite team?
I mean, to be fair, when, you know, we were speaking with Jay a little bit earlier before the interview, he did mention how much he hates Sanhok, and there's going to be 2 of those today. So is that, but they also did get some pretty solid zone situations as a team, XSET, last season for those Sanhok matches. Will they still have that type of luck coming here? It is one of our most chaotic maps. I mean, it's definitely something to look out for.
Yeah, very, very chaotic. And then when we're reminding ourselves consistently of the fact that we're throwing in multiple extra teams from different regions, I mean, scrim all you want, it's still not the same thing as official play. And so I'm actually really excited for round 2 and round 5, the Sanhok rounds, to really be exciting shows of absolute chaos. But 7 here for the Erangel maps. There's a lot of Erangel going on today, which is something that we're quite used to, but still, half the day is Erangel. Is there a team that is very, very Erangel favored that you expect to have a really hot start?
I mean, I don't want to mention them again, Alpha 7, but to kind of go off some of the other teams, I have to go with Knights. Knights is usually pretty solid when it comes to Erangel. XSET as well. I'm just going North American teams. But when it went to Sanhok, I want to see what Team Queso is going to do when we get to Sanhok.
Oh.
Right. Well, a lot of information that I'm going to have to digest, and I'm sure our viewers are as well, coming from both of you two. I am unfortunately going to have to say goodbye because we are going to get ready for our very first game. You two can scuttle on off and get yourselves nice and comfortable while you watch round number 1. Before we go into game, though, I, of course, have to remind you to check out the new 1+9 and 1+9 Pro. Great games, flagship performance, 120 Hz display, and of course their new HyperTouch technology. You would be a fool to not check it out, just as much as you'd be a fool to not check out our first game, because it is going to be brought to you by Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Jukes, Dave, how are you guys doing?
Yes, sir, dude. Doing good. Feeling good, baby. It's America's. What more could you ask for, man? I'm pumped up. How about you guys?
I'm doing good. Dave, you were one of the few people that didn't pick A7. You feeling very confident in that pick? Jay, I think, gave you a really good reason to be so.
XSET, rep that set all day long. They're going to be coming in game number 1 strong. We heard Jay ready to slay out here, Cameron.
All right, well, I'm going to give you guys 2. I know we are going to have an action-packed round number 1 ahead of us, so I'm going to leave you to it. GG's have
Well, let's do it. Let's get it going. Everybody, yo, Dave, it all led up to this. About to start to see, the best of the best in the Americas go at it. Not just North America, the Americas, Dave. The Americas.
Two brothers. We are back.
Let's go.
Brothers back, man. We are back with America's last America's. Knights got first place. They're looking for the same here. Coops told me he's looking for MVP once again. There's a lot on the line. We got a lot of A7 picks. Last America's Hot Jukes, A7 got 5th place. So in my eyes, they have a lot to prove if they want to make these predictions for day number 1 come true.
Hey, well, I'll tell you what. Coops, he wants that MVP, but he's going to fight a lot of major squads in order to get it. You got Alpha 7, Carrillo. You still got XSET, Polo, fragging out their minds. And, of course, we also got these beautiful new graphics, dude. Oh, look at that map. Twisted and turning. We have this overview as we're finally about to get the first match of the day started. Heading on over to Erangel, dude. Dave.
Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping, man? Hot Jukes, where are we dropping on this map, dude?
Oh, Zarky, baby. Zarky. That's the spot.
I'm dropping at the tippy top. You see that tippy top right there, the mountain? Catch me outside right there, man, with my lawn chair, just chilling, relaxing, watching all the mayhem unfold. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I hear the plane. I hear the players. They're boarding that plane. They're strapping on their seatbelts. They're getting their parachute locked and loaded. Let's go. Map number 1, Erangel, Americas.
America, baby. Let's get it. First match, and look at this plane path. Straight from the south, headed to the north, Dave, because we're going to the top here today. As you can see, that beautiful 1+9 Pro setting at the center of your stream, the center of greatness. And I'll tell you what, we're about to find out which squads are going to be the greatest today. Look at all these teams. I mean, this is what it all comes down to, Dave. And the big thing that I really want to stress on before we even get started here, this isn't a long league. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to be here for weeks, and you have times to screw up. Nope. You got to come in off the rip, game number 1, hot. Hot, Dave. Hot, Dave.
Nothing else. Nothing else, Hot Jukes. Nothing like Hot Jukes. That's exactly what they need to do. They need to take that first half of your name, make that their play style here today. Hot off the rip. I agree with you 1000% because we only got 4 days, 6 matches every single day. That's a total of 24 games to play here. And after that, well, we'll have some teams. We'll be shipping them off to PMGC here to play on the global level. So we want the best of the best out here, Hot Jukes. And, well, these next 4 days, that will be the deciding factor.
Yes, sir, indeed, man. I got the chance to talk to some of these teams, talk to Nova, dude, and I got a guarantee from them that they are going to finish top 3 in this entire tournament. But man, the competition is so insane, Dave. One thing I always look at in the first match is these teams are veteran enough, to know, and they've done the research of where each teams are going to land. And I'm sure that they have decided, okay, we're going to go here, y'all guys are going to go there. But it's always that first match that puts that question mark in the head if you just happen to see two teams mistakenly land just a little too close together. That's what I'm really keeping an eye on here.
Yeah, a lot of these teams, we keep talking about it in the pre-show here and there. They had the opportunity to run some scrims, run some matches, and kind of get a feel for each other, get a feel for the lobby. But we all know when we look at scrims, teams aren't giving it their 100%. They're not giving it their all. They're not trying to give away their strats for free. So I agree with you 100% that usually on the first day on the lobby, we tend to see teams play it nice and slow, kind of feel it out, and see exactly what their opponents, what they have in store here. So I'm looking forward to it, man. Circle number 1, though, not too bad for a couple teams. One in particular, I'm looking at Honored Souls here because speaking to Dadinho, representing Brazil out there, interesting story, Hot Jukes. I'm talking about a player who quit. They quit PUBG Mobile, but then they came back, and they came back with a mission. And Dadinho told me that mission is to be number 1. So the squad, they've been playing together for about 2 months. They qualified here, and they got a lot to prove. So I'm looking forward to that. And one other thing, Hot Chicks, before I let you, get your take on this one. Dadinho asked me, hey, Dave, who do you think is going to be MVP? I said, all day, baby, Coops. You already know. Coops all day. And
to his face. You said that to his face?
Dadinho said, nah. Nino is going to be the MVP.
Really?
Nino.
The son.
The son.
The son, dude. Well, who is he going to adopt in this lobby? That's the question. Oh, look at Red with the emote to start this off.
Okay, talk about confidence.
All right.
Okay.
You got that DP? He's like, I'm good, bro. I'm looted. I got DP M4 off the rip here at Crates.
What you think about MVP, though? What you think about that, man?
Oh, man, dude. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That is some trash talk. There. But you got to... There's talk, right? And then there's walk, Dave. And in Americas, you don't even have the chance to walk. You got to be running towards the finish line because all these squads are not messing around here. This is the culmination of everything. Like, everything they've worked so hard for, this is where you're going to be able to show that off. And the thing is like I've been saying it, this isn't a long tournament. You don't have weeks to prove yourself here. There's no chance for mistakes. Literally, a team that can pop off here in day number 1 has a chance of winning this whole thing. Literally, that's how important it is. I mean, yeah, we do have a few days where we're going to see some changes back and forth, but a strong enough day 1 is really going to set the pace. And, I mean, you're going to have teams going full sweat, full try hard, doing every little piece of strategy information that they have to use to just put themselves just a little bit further than the rest of the lobby. And look at Memory.
Whoa.
Look at the memory. Look at the research he's done. He's doing the backstroke, baby.
Taking a dip already here. Trying to possibly rotate across to military base island here. Looking at the zone, still a good chance, right? I'll call it 50-50. 50-50 chance it can go either north or south. So I definitely get it. You want to be kind of in the center and prepared, ready to go, regardless where that circle goes. So we'll keep our eye on Nova. I know we got a couple fans on the desk of Nova here, so they're looking to come in here and prove themselves like a lot of teams are. And, you talk about a lot of players. You chat with a lot of players. Same here. Coops told me, Dave, I said, what's the game plan? He said, Dave, day 1, we need to be number 1. So I think a lot of teams have that same goal. Like you pointed out, it's to finish strong here today, get that nice lead, get that nice cushion so that pressure is not going to be looming over them in the next 3 days.
And it's just so crazy to see like the training and the preparation that has all come down to this. I got the chance to actually play with Xenox the other day. And
nice.
and the guy was just nonstop hot drop Sanhok, Dave. That was it. Nonstop. And let's put it this way. I mean, I was just watching this guy play. And I just had to just sit back and just watch. Dude, the CQC that this guy could put out. We got to see a little interview with him a little earlier. I know that you did that with him. And bro, I'm telling you, It is insane. And he got to the point to where, like, he's hot dropping Sanhok. He'll go and get those, he'll clear out boot camp and instantly back out. Right back to it. Non-stop CQC practice all day long. And I guarantee you, a lot of these squads, a lot of these players have been doing the same thing. And all it takes, though, is just one little mistake to put you behind or put you ahead. And I'm just ready to see it, Dave. I'm honestly getting pumped up. I mean, I know that we're going to see a little bit of quietness here at the start because of just everybody just not wanting to get caught out. You don't want to be the first team out in the tournament. But, man, I'll tell you what, the next few minutes, we're going to start things really crank up.
I think I was watching you guys play together. You were streaming, and I was watching, and I noticed that you were letting Xenox do a lot of the heavy lifting, and you were in the back.
I let him.
Stealing. You were stealing the knocks.
Yeah.
Man.
I let him.
And then so you could end the game, you're like, hey, I got 5 kills. It's like, no. I was watching Jukes.
That's a good clickbait right there, Dave. Experienced content creator right here. What can I say?
There you go.
What can I say?
Respect, dude.
But, I mean, it is what it is. These players here, though, they've been the execution of everything that they've done so far. We've seen certain habits from these squads. And one thing I love to see is, like, when it comes to the circle shift, is look how all these teams have kind of had the same idea. Always going to the same spots where they feel that it's going to be the strongest set. And that's where Team Queso is right here. They're just kind of driving around, doing some scouting. That's Ayala. And it always just kind of just tickles me a little bit when you get to see these squads just make the same decisions at the same time.
Yeah, and I like to see them on the ball here early on, already prepared. This is Enviram's squad to take it all here, the big cheese out here. So hopefully they could do just that, Team Queso. They got Enviram backing them. And a lot of squads, like you said, all prepared in vehicles, just kind of driving around, scouting it out, trying to avoid any type of sight lines while planning out their next maneuver, kind of just waiting to see where this next zone takes us. Personally, I really like Honored Souls down there in Nova. I really appreciate their position. They're the only team down there. If they get a nice shift to favor them, they're set up big time here in my books.
Oh, that'll be huge. That'll be huge. But you can already tell, like, all the squads have a good feeling that this is going to go north. Nova ended up being really favored here with the circle shift going right towards that farm area where they land. So they haven't had to move at all. But guess what? Unfortunately, Honored Souls, they're going to have to get moving right now. Now, they're going to take that bridge that on the XSET side of Milta, or they're going to wrap all the way around to Team Queso. And just look how quick these squads move, Dave. This is high-level PUBG Mobile competitive here. Instantly. Shift happens. Boom, start your engines. They're on the move.
This is impressive. I'm not going to lie. Usually we tend to see a couple teams kind of, hesitate to immediately make that reposition here, but that is not the case right here. Everybody, like you mentioned, already in their vehicles, just trying to send it into a center position, trying to capitalize early on here. Very interesting. I mean, it looks like everybody's in vehicles right now. Rise up. Rise in the esports here, dead center. I'm surprised we really haven't been losing too many players, as I say that, one in the kill feed, but besides that, everybody's still alive right now.
Everybody is still alive. Not a single player. To be honest with you, I haven't even heard a shot go off so far. I mean, everybody is just playing this very tactically, very carefully. You're not going to see blind rotations here at this high level. Everybody is just moving slowly, little by little. And that's going to make those end circles just that much more chaotic. That DP, you can see so many Peace Pro players starting to favor it. Or not starting. They've been favoring it here at this high level. And they're looking to get some shots popped off. INTZ are going to be holding this little ridge right below these houses. The Syndicate are set up looking pretty, trying to protect that vehicle. Looks like one had already lost a tire, possibly. But right now, so far, so good. Just hoping that the circle goes to them. That's really the big thing.
Kind of turtle up and just try to avoid any type of sight lines, over peeking and losing a helmet right now. And we did see some shots received on the side of Syndicate. They were kind of low in the health department by INTZ, but looks like they were able to hit the deck and heal up just a little bit as INTZ, they're doing some scouting of their own. They did kind of maybe touch up with A7 up there, then quickly realize, okay, this spot's going to be taken, make that quick U-turn, and just prepare for that next circle. I'm impressed, Hot Jukes. You kind of talked about it, like, the level of discipline coming on out right now from a lot of these teams.
Because they understand the situation, right? Like, they're like, yo, if we make one mistake, one little bot blind rotation, we're gone. Because every single player is going to hit their shots just a little bit harder. I mean, I know that kind of sounds crazy. Like, why don't they do that all the time? When you know it's like finals time and you have to really pop off, you're doing everything you can. It's like literally, if a pin were to drop in their room, even with their headphones, they're turning around. Like, that is how on point these squads are playing here. Big money, Dave. Big money up for grabs.
Big money, big opportunity, trying to get their name out there on the global stage, you know, compete on the global stage. There's 24K out there from Mezexis, kind of split from the squad mates right now, trying to avoid those sightlines, maybe even take some shots of their own on BC, looking like they're trying to rotate around them. Everybody waiting to see where this next circle goes. Honored Souls, a little 2-2 split down here in the south. They're most likely going to have to either swim or take that bridge that XSET J7 is currently holding down. It's only a matter of time. Next zone goes up. Looks like school. Looks like Pachinki.
Potato Hill, dead center here, and we're seeing Rise pretty nearby, 19E on that Pachinki side as well. You're going to see XSET, A7, start creeping up onto the side of the circle, and so far the entire north is completely clear, so all these teams are just assuming that that's all taken, and it's kind of crazy, like I mentioned earlier. You see all the squads going through the same side. This is where it's starting to heat up here, Dave. It's starting to get hot. Hot dog Dave.
Yeah, it's getting hot, and Team Queso out there on that west side near Pachinki, they have a nice buffer between them and everybody else, but here we go, the first shots of the tournament here. Then Atexa with the M4 lean peeking onto one of the squad mates from INTZ downrange.
Oh man, I'm getting pumped. I'm getting excited. Oh man, you see some of these do Brasil squads going at it. It's felt like forever, Dave, but it also felt like it hasn't been long enough. And you can just see that these players, they ain't skipping a beat. There's Carrillo getting some nice shots. Here, the Dinks gets one knocked onto INTZ. Rest of the squad is so split up. Oh man, Alpha 7 have a really good angle here, but Carrillo has to be careful. He is holding that off angle. He can't get caught slipping.
Yeah, it looks like Revo trying to wrap all the way around INTZ as well.
Got him.
Off guard from behind. So right now the job of Senatexa remain alive, continue to soak up these bullets and allow your squad mate to get that wraparound, get that collapse. I like this play here. Alpha 7, of course, Alpha 7, the first team coming out on top here, getting involved, getting into some early game action.
That was a beautiful play there. So, you see Alpha 7 rocking that 3-1 split. You got Carrillo there on that off angle. I love the fact that he had the IQ to just go and say, hey, I need somebody else with me here. If I get knocked, I'm in big trouble. Their 2 split, Senatexa wraps around, and they just get it done. So, INTZ, they're done. Like they are stuck with only 2 players left for the rest of the tournament. And you know that Alpha 7, they're hungry. This is outside of circle. They're going to come finish this quick.
They got all angles too, right? They got all angles there surrounding this compound. Blue zone going to be closing on in, applying some additional pressure, but it's not going to hurt too much here. The one thing that Alpha 7 do need to be cautious of, though, is if one of their players get knocked, make sure you have some cover, crawl behind, and not get thirsted, and allow your teammate pretty much the time to drive up and get that pickup.
All there, Carrillo with the cleanup crew. So it looks like they are going to decide to prioritize zone here rather than just these 2 kills. But they're still keeping an eye on them because Senatexa's down. They're going to try to get this reset. Yeah, INTZ is just stuck out wide in the open. Because, Alpha 7, they have to be careful not to get a little bit too thirsty here and not spend too much time, because that could definitely go the other way around for them.
EP spray out there in the distance. INTZ trying to make a play happen, maybe get a kill point underneath their belt because they are pressured out there. Next zone goes up, and of course it doesn't favor either of these teams. They have a long journey ahead of them. I think A7 recognizing the danger of the next circle, and it looks like they're looking to wrap around the blue and focus on positioning over those 2 kill points.
Oh yeah, with a hard shift like that, Alpha 7, they're going to hug the circle the entire way up north and go to that hard shift side. That's usually the rule on those shifts, usually wide open. But first, we got another beautiful fight here between Team Queso getting into it with Soul here. You got to be really careful. You can see Dadinho, Honored Souls with a beautiful nade, getting that one to start off things. And they're going to slowly just edge right into this circle here, Dave.
Yeah, looks like two of the squad mates were already in the zone, but over here, Nova possibly making the pull-up onto 19E. Acer on their knees, bleeding on out. Carnage and Sam within the compound right here. It looks like Memory is going to be in the front line. Chiffon on that off angle in the opposite compound. This is the time for Carnage to come in clutch, and that's exactly what he did.
Let's go. The beautiful low toss nade, allowing 19E to completely shut down this push from Nova. The circle blessed 19E right here. And Nova, they wanted this position. And just like that, though, they are gone. Nova Esports eliminated extremely early. 19E holding it down while Mezexis chooses to be their neighbors for a little bit longer.
Dude, these North American teams, why are they clashing with each other this early on? Mezexis pulling up, and then on the opposite end, XSET in the trenches behind the barricades over there, trying to avoid those sight lines from 19E. This is dead center here, Hot Jukes, dead center.
Dead center, but oh my gosh, is it popping off here on the edge? You got Alpha 7, Senatexa laying down in the smoke. 3 kills so far for Alpha 7, and he's pushing up solito, getting it done, and look at him go. Here comes the rest of his team coming to help him out, and they're really trying to get this flush, this last finish. Is he going to be able to find that angle? Fraternity Esports trying to hit the flicks, but going to go down.
Got him. Hey, I'm happy just to hear that Uzi spray because, you know, NA, the UMP was coming in clutch a lot of times, but that Uzi coming back into play, you love to see it. And Fraternity, well, they're trying to pick up the pieces, but Senatexa not done, trying to take out Rise, who are going to be pushing up the hill right behind them.
Third party central, that's what's going to happen. And you can see if Senatexa is going to be able to get that nade. It doesn't look like it's so. So they're going to have to really be careful because you got INTZ coming up on the other angle as well. But Senatexa getting one knock, but returned, shot right back and forth. I mean, this is just a straight bloodbath here.
INTZ looking for that revenge on Alpha 7 from earlier on. Now Alpha 7 down to just 1. They got a couple. Done, son. They got a couple kills, so that will offset their placement points here this game because we know 12th place gets you 1 point, but with those kills, that will offset it a little bit here. Now I'm looking at INTZ. Are they going to continue to push up this hill and try to backstab Rise?
Rise just full lay down, just trying to buy a little bit more time. The next circle's about to pop, so they're just keeping an eye on that. This is going to decide what they have to do. They don't have to do anything. Circle is going to go up onto the north, but all these teams on the south side are going to have to get moving. So ATON and Rise can just kind of buy their time, and you're going to see them starting to focus more on their backside because they know squads are coming.
INTZ with the last laugh right there against A7. That's a fact. And down in the south, just to keep you updated, Hot Jukes, it looks like 19E, their compound no longer in play. They're going to be clashing with Mezexis and XSET here very shortly. We'll have to keep our eye on the kill feed because we've got multiple fights happening all around the new circle shift.
Starting to see some teams that are playing it a little bit more careful and the teams that are starting to pop off with the aggression. Alpha 7 got into it really early, but because of that, they also got out a little earlier than what they had wanted. But you still got Rise here with 3 up. Keep an eye up on Syndicate. ATON right on the edge of this circle on Potato Hill. And the problem with their position is they have to start going down that hill, and there's just no cover there.
And there's other squads down south as well that will probably be eyeballing this same location to rotate up on. But ATON utilizing these barricades, using this cover to look down, spray down, and they might be able to accumulate a couple more kill points here.
Gonna pick up some because, you know, every time you're outside of these zones, it's a little bit harder to get inside. So to pick up some kill points, kind of help offset that early exit just in case. You can see Team Queso, 6 kills, okay.
Wow.
Ibiram with the big call out here. And look at that, make it almost 7. Oh, that DP spray almost on point there. They're gonna have to start creeping up into the circle here on the hard shift side. And you can see XSET already making it in, 19E in, Black Dragons gone. 10 squads remaining here in game number 1.
Squad up, XSET looking to pull up on a Rise here. Polo with that UMP getting that hit fire spot down through the smokes, and another one, the spray with the M4 connecting with the head boink.
Oh, you know that Polo, he heard what Coops was saying, and he said, I want that MVP spot. Rise, Nunez, putting in some good work. They're doing a great job at holding this position for a little bit longer. This nade, that looks really good. Is it gonna hit? Oh, it does, but just not close enough. Polo, but that is going to be an eviction notice for him, and that just leaves him wide open for INTZ to pick up the kills. 9 squads left.
Man, Nunez right now, fingers crossed that nobody looks in that little shed, right? Just continue to survive prone, try to get these placement points for your team here. 9 teams to go. Couple points on the board, but INTZ playing the edge, only 2 kills, but they're still alive after the very early conflict with A7. Popping on over here, Poppy Carnage still alive in the shack, in the smoke, and Solitude is gonna be pushing past them.
Oh, I'll tell you what, he may be Poppy, but he's also a single dad right now. The rest of the team is completely eliminated. He's just trying to buy some time, some extra points, but Mezexis are gonna push this 2-1. Can Carnage be able to hold this down? He gets the initial shots there. Beautiful place for the smoke, though. Nothing he could do. Mezexis taking out 19 Esports. They're going to be the kings of this side of the circle.
Okay, Mezexis showing up here. Game 1. Talk about confidence, but popping back over here in the south. You got Team Queso playing King of the Hill. ATON on the top still, defending it with everything they got. 6 kills so far. They do have a nice circle shift to deal with now. They're just trying to flex out and defend it and make sure nobody can sneak up here.
Yeah, you can see Team Queso have been really putting work here at the start, and they're in a really good position, but they are already down to just 1. That's the problem. It's just Rima holding it down. That level 2 vest is completely beat up, so they're going to see how much placement he's going to be able to get. ATON are in a really beautiful position here. This could be a really good chance for them to start off with a chicken dinner.
They need to make sure not to spread too thin, though, and not
That's true.
concentrate on all types of areas, because they got Nunez, the solo player who could play spoiler up there to the north, and then even INTZ if they do decide to rotate through this area. So I really like how ATON, they're trying to group up right now. They're trying to play as a squad instead of spreading out thin.
Well, they just got 1 squad out right there. Team Queso eliminated. We're at the top 5, everybody. Game number 1. And boy, is it a hot one. You got Mezexis there on the south side, shooting some shots up into the top of the tippy top of those mountains. Syndicate just getting beat up from all sides. The vehicle explosion is going to take one of them out. Buluc starting off strong here.
Buluc! I like how ATON got a couple vehicles to work with, too. They can kind of build their own cover. Yeah, they have the high ground, but everybody's going to be looking up there. So honestly, I don't know if it's that big of an advantage, but Buluc looking to come into the zone. Oh, the angles, though, get caught while they were cooking that grenade.
Right in the side, and you can tell that he knew it was coming. Turned around, but it was just too late. You can see here, is it going to be too late for Mezexis? ATON getting some shots. You still got Buluc Chabtan getting some shots from the blue zone as well. And this ATON squad, it's literally up to just 1. Can he get this nade? And he has to get it done right now.
Oh, grenade.
Full short.
24K really low, about half HP. They need to hit this shot. They need to get this grenade. They need to get the squad wipe, because all 3 squad mates of theirs is down right now, Hot Jukes.
And it's down the hill, making it just that much more difficult for them to be able to get that perfect angle. Mezexis understands their situation. Oh, underhanded. Oh, that was a grenade, I believe. Oh, just a little bit too close. So it looks like ATON's going to be able to get the reset. Can 24K get this one in return? Gets taken out in the process. Choco doing a great job at just applying so much pressure to Mezexis and holding it down. 9 kills so far for this team.
Bolly, that should be good. Oh, that's right over the head. I think, like you mentioned, this downhill battle, kind of overshooting a couple of these grenades. Starlight really low, hitting the deck, popping up, going for that lean peak spray down.
Close.
Up to 24K once again, and now look at this to make matters worse. The solo from INTZ across the way, trying to take some pot shots.
He understands his position. He's in the only one left in the circle, so he's going to keep shooting like crazy. He wants to apply more pressure, because I kid you not, INTZ as a solo can win this if he plays it perfectly. Gotta hit those shots, though. Here comes the blue.
In the blue.
Here they come. Yeah, here comes the blue zone. He knows it. 24K is going to have to get moving as well. Choco's actually going to go down to the blue zone.
Oh.
Mistakes are made. I'm telling you, INTZ still in the circle. There they go, top 2 position. Can he catch one of these members from ATON on the way in? If he does, it'll be a 1v1. Oh, Milo's.
Exactly
He's got his
where they
number.
are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they know exactly where they are.
Helmet.
2v1. Let's see. Let's see if Sharkboy can do it.
Got the backpack. He's got the shark backpack, but does he have the bite? Does he have the bite, Dave, to be able to win this match? Oh, are they going to blow up the buggy? Yep, the shots are starting to go onto it. Yep, that's a smart
He's
play.
looking at it. He's like, oh
He's
no.
looking at it. Oh no.
It's gonna blow up.
Oh no. Beautiful plays from ATON. And look at the shots. I mean, beautifully executed from both sides like a pair of scissors. And the vehicle explosion finishes the game. Game number 1, the IQ, Dave. The IQ from ATON. Getting the chicken dinner. First one, 11 kills. Let's go.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner, the first chicken of the Americas out here, and doing it in style, getting that vehicle explosion, Hot Jukes. You love to see it. But respect to INTZ, because they lost 2 squad mates real early on, and for them to even get this far, second place, couple kills, second place is 12 points, by the way. So INTZ, they are not walking away upset at all with their game 1 performance.
Not at all. I mean, there's nothing he could really do. He played it the best he possibly could. ATON was just better. That 2v1, the way that they did it, split, perfect position, blowing up that buggy. I mean, that is what we're talking about here. You're not going to see very many mistakes made at this tournament. And we can just see that round report right there at the bottom. Look at that. Nunez getting 2 nade kills. Longest kill from Rafina. I mean, it's just... I'm telling you, Dave, we're at another level here. We're at another level.
Hot Jukes. Listen, I'm just happy we're here, man. This lobby has got me pumped. I know you were talking about it a couple times that game. I'm shaking, dude. My blood is pumping. Like, this lobby is stacked. I'm excited to be here. Let's check out these highlights. I just love watching this high-level competitive play, man. It gets me going.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you what, dude. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, and we saw the start, right? Alpha 7 coming up with these beautiful plays. And it's so crazy because that was against INTZ so early. They were stuck to just 2 and made it to second place. That's so crazy.
Carnage with that underhand grenade to save the day against that.
Oh, kill switch!
Kill points. Kill switch.
We missed that.
Body block. The bullets out there in the open. A bunch of highlights, man. Some snakes in the grass here. This one hill, it was heavily contested throughout the mid game.
Yeah, Potato Hill ended up getting just centered up on, and we could just see the crazy battle that ensued. Crazy to see that, XSET, that early battle with the Pittsburgh Knights, they get it taken off, and that unfortunately maybe just get a little too overconfident here as they get pinched hard between INTZ and Rise. Mezexis did a great job there on the south side to hold it down and be able to take out 19E.
Yeah, Mezexis showing up here. They got a lot to prove. They're trying to back that name, get that respect here. And coming into game number 1, it's all about just gaining the confidence, that self-worth, that you have the skills necessary to compete in this lobby. I think all these squads that we see here at the end, they're going to be pretty happy, man. They're going to be pretty happy, and hopefully in our next couple matches be able to build upon their momentum that they acquired here in game 1.
Yeah, I think that momentum is just going to be just massive, especially for those underdog teams, because we know that the top squads in the lobby that we all expect to win, they have so much experience here at this high level. They're not feeling the pressure as much as these newer squads. So starting off strong, a good day number 1, that is going to be what you need for the rest of this tournament here, Dave. And we're starting to see it. We're starting to see it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, talk about starting to see it. Well, we got a lot more PUBG Mobile coming up right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back. We're here back again at the studio to break it down, that exciting game number 1, where a team that maybe no one exactly expected to come into play here. But first, of course, before we break all that down, once again, we want to remind you to check out this OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro. Great phone, definitely give it a shot. But 7, Glitter, an exciting game in front of us, or sorry, behind us, that we had just witnessed, right, Glitter?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we had to kick things off with a bang, right, 7? We've got new regions in here, and I think all of us are pleasantly surprised with how not what we thought this was going to be it ended up being.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, NA teams. Boy.
Okay.
First round.
Whoa, time out. I think we're going to be getting to that later on, but first we want to look at the overall round ranking here in front of us. Yeah, there's a couple of names that we didn't exactly expect to be at the top or close to at 7. Why don't you break down some more details about this?
Definitely, we have, a Latin American team here. ATON Esports with 26 points, 11 kills. Love to see it. And INTZ actually surprised me big time here because they lost 2 players early on to Alpha 7, yet they were still able to manage 17 points. We have Mezexis Esports NA with 16 points, Buluc Chabtan with 13 points, Syndicate as well. I mean, this is actually a pleasant surprise for me to see Syndicate here with the 8 points, Rice Esports, and then Team Queso putting up the kills points. I know Paul is going to be happy about that with the 8 points. Exit as well with 7 points, 6 out of those points coming out with kills as we're going to be going here towards the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, honestly, and I think what's a little bit crazy is the fact that XSET, obviously first place out of NA for finals, right there in 8th place, and then right in 9th place, right behind them, top out of Brazil, Alpha 7. Y'all picked them. I mean, to be fair, they did get a lot of kills, both XSET and Alpha 7 here, to at least get some points on the board. Alpha 7 with 5 for a total of 5. But then moving on down the list, I think some of the biggest surprises for me, like you were saying, 7, NA, Knights, and Nova, all the way down there at the bottom in 15th and 16th place with only 1 point or a big old goose egg. That, I mean, to be fair, is game number 1, but still not the best start to the day.
Yeah, we were wondering why nobody picked Knights. I mean, you know.
Oh, God.
Hey, whoa, we did have someone that picked Nova, so I don't know if that's exactly the route that we want to go
I'm not
down.
worried.
Listen, yeah, no
I'm
one's
not
worried.
worried.
Glitter, you just said it. It's only game number 1. We still have 23 games ahead of us. So, while maybe this first game can give us a little bit of a teaser of what's to come, it is by no means anywhere close to being concrete. But what is concrete is damage being dealt. I know we're going to have a little bit of a show on what exactly these players were able to pump out damage-wise. All right, well, I guess that's coming at some point later on. Got a little confused there. But yeah, Glitter, what really happened in this game? Can you break us down a little more details about how this action all really happened to see the leaderboard where we saw it?
Okay, hold on. We have some numbers here, and I'm looking down this whole list. First of all, the first thing that jumps out at me is going to be right in the middle of the pack, Syndicate. You called them out for having some decent placement. 7. They had over 1,100 damage and were only able to convert 2 kills out of that much damage. Definitely, at least like seeing the aggression out of them, but definitely want to see them pick up the kills in that department. But this is very evenly spread across the board for how many teams have over 1,000 damage. This is, I don't know that we've actually seen as many teams that high before, 7.
Yeah, we usually don't get this kind of stats, especially from what is that the top 8 teams, actually top 9 teams, almost being able to put up 1k damage. I'm sorry, what? I'm loving it. Hey, if this is what it's going to be like, I'm all for it. We do have 19 esports right there, being able to get at least 800 damage. They were able to get 3 kills. And going back to what you were saying there, Glitter, with Syndicate, honestly, I think they were just mostly trying to go for the placement points. They were just trying to cause some damage, make people back off. But if they are able to get those kind of, continue to get that kind of damage, right, and convert it into kills, that's going to be huge for that team.
Well, listen, if we remember where that game took place, it swung. We had a little bit of a split in the beginning of the game with the water being in the middle there, but then it swung back up around Pachinki, yeah, with the big giant field there. A lot of open space. Could that be why there was so much damage being shared amongst a lot of different teams? Just wide open shooting range?
Yeah.
But anyway, no.
It's got to be part of it.
Gotta be part of it, but here are the top players here, 70. You can't break this one down. The top 3 players from this match. Unsurprised to see a member from ATON who took the win, but a couple other players showing their face as well.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to see C-Rock6. I don't know how to say your name, brother. Hopefully that's absolutely right. If not, feel free to DM me on Instagram at the7WG. Anyways, average survival time, 25 minutes there in 2 seconds. And I want to go back to Nunes. Nunes was able to put up 3 kills, 615 damage as well, considering Rice ended up in, I believe, was 4th place, or actually 6th place. So great damage there coming out of Nunes.
Huh. You know what else here? I mean, I don't want to point any fingers or anything, but Jay wasn't wrong. He did say that they were also looking at INTZ and Rise as some of those teams out of the other regions that XSET was worried about, and we've got players from both those squads up there in our top 3 players.
Yeah,
he was wrong though.
Okay, he was wrong on this round. ATON did make an appearance, and that's not one that Jay necessarily really pointed out. But no, I think it does show that while a lot of the attention from the Brazilian region is going to be put on A7, they are not the only team that can really frag out, not the only team that can step up to the plate and really perform. But we also wanted to continue to share a little bit of love to ATON Esports. We're going to bring up their player stats, and I think, Glitter, you had a couple of important things you wanted to say about this.
Yeah, you know, I think we just needed to give some love to ATON Esports for how well they did here in this first game, obviously being the top team out of Latin America for their season coming into this round. And I think, you know, maybe a little bit underestimated. We can see just how much damage that they managed to do here. 11 kills, obviously the top in the lobby. But not only do they do well, they get a player in the top 3. The rest of the team is supporting, you know, with some really, really solid numbers across the board. But I think that when we see these unexpected starts to the season, it just means that the rest of, or not even the season, I guess this is just the weekend. Just for the weekend, it's going to be a battle back and forth.
Sorry, I'm just looking back on my notes to see where exactly. So, ATON Esports, I know a lot of love has been given towards the Brazilian region, as we've been saying on and off, but they did get first place in the Latin American champions, even though they got 10th in league play, but then first place in the Latin American finals. Not the only team that made a jump up to first place in their own regional finals, and one of those players we actually had a little smack talk come from it. Seven, I know you really, really, really wanted to make this comparison, so we wanted to bring up the stats. Or
yeah,
you bring up ATON and X-Men, your whole point.
I was going to say, as we pulled him up, in case you guys missed it at the beginning, what happened is we had Jay from Mexico come here. We were able to ask him, Jay, which are the teams you're going to be looking out for? He gave us top 3 teams out of Brazil. And then I asked him, no Latin American teams? Are you sure? And he said, yeah, we ain't worried about them. Well, guess what, man? ATON Esports just decided to shut his mouth in a way by being able to get first place. You can see at the damage right there. Definitely destroy them in regards to the damage. When it comes to kills, to be fair, XSET was able to put up 6 kills, which is huge for them too. The knocks there for ATON obviously higher. And then we just wanted to showcase this here to kind of start a little bit of something, you know, coming out of the top teams from each region, from Latin America and then from North America. It's not bad. Not a bad first showing here actually for Latin America. And I think this might be the first time, if I'm not mistaken, where an actual Latin American team wins the first one.
All right, poking the bear, really stoking the flames of regional rivalries is, of course, Seven. We have game 2 coming up very short, so I'm going to have to send you two off. Go on, Scoodle. Bye. We're done. We'll see you. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. We'll see you after game number 2. But in a brief moment before game number 2 starts, we want to make a very, very great announcement about an upcoming PUBG Mobile reunion party. We are throwing a special reunion party. Join the game to participate in this exciting global festival. It's available only for this limited time. Daily rewards and login event to get permanent free items, and there will be so many collaboration events to earn or purchase only for this time. We got a Kinexig collaboration, custom-made Jesco car skin is on sale, and most importantly, of course, we have an Arcane collaboration event. Unlock daily clue in-game and get rewards. Don't miss out. Go to the game and play and win. Win everything. Win all the rewards and have yourself a blast. A lot of exciting things happening now in the PUBG mobile space. But game number 2 is starting shortly, so I'm going to bring back into the floor Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave.
What's up? Oh, man, dude. That game number 1, Dave, was just mwah. Game number 2, Dave, I feel it's even going to be more mwah. You know what I'm saying? You know where we're going, Dave.
Mom's spaghetti, dude. Like, I get the spaghetti, I throw it against the wall. If it sticks, it's good to go. And I think that's exactly what ATON did in game number 1. They got their spaghetti. They said, let's see what it's all about. Is it ready? Is it good to go? They threw it against the wall. They said, Mustache Dave, hot jukes, it's ready. We're ready. Game 2, momentum. Are they ready? That's the question right now, hot jukes.
That is the question. That is the question, Dave. That sounds like a little waste of spaghetti to me, Dave. But, we ain't wasting any time because you can see it right here. It's Sanhok, Dave. And there's a reason. There's a reason why they showed that piece of the map dead center. That's boot camp. That's where the best of the best go, Dave. And Papa Blue is going everywhere. The king of the kings when it comes to Sanhok. Oh, man. This is the one that I have been waiting for. First Sanhok of Americas. Let's get it.
Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 2, Americas. It is coming down to it. It is coming down to it. Shout out to OnePlus9 Pro right there on the screen. We love you too. Will Bootcamp, will any of these spots be contested right here? Sanhok, not a big map, not a lot of room for these drop spots here, Hot Juke. So I'm looking forward to it, man. I know talking to Carnage from 19E, they did pull off of one of their tried and true drop spots here from Sanhok, and they actually took up UYU's drop spot from NA, who did not qualify here. I think that's a smart move because hot dropping Hot Jukes, in my opinion, with the short form tournament that we got going on, it's just not the play, man. Not in my books. You can't afford to get that goose egg.
Not at all. And not to mention hot dropping Alpha 7. That make things a little bit more difficult. You know what I'm saying? Just happens to be one of the top competitive squads. So 19E Carnage, I think making the great decision, and it may even be an even better one, considering where this first circle is, Dave. Because if it goes to that island, 19E gonna be sitting pretty.
Yeah, they're going to be looking really good, but Sam needs to be cautious, needs to be aware right now not to run into Cardi up there. Looks like both those players are going to be awfully close to one another, and Cardi, as of right now, the second best player in the lobby when we're looking at damage and kills. I know I only got the stats from one game, but regardless, if you're number 2 already, I wouldn't want to get close to that.
Oh, well, Sam's going to have to keep an eye out, One thing that kind of sticks out to me, too, is Nova. Look what they're doing differently. Before we saw the whole squad drop ruins. Now, knowing that Camp Alpha is empty, they're running a 2-2 split here. That's interesting to think about, especially for the rest of the tournament. I think that's a really, really good decision for them because so far, it's wide open.
Talk about being wide open. Well, man down from Syndicate right there. Oh, man. He had a pretty good game 1, too, all things considered. We saw him in that late game. So hopefully, just chalk it up to mistakes were made here and tighten up a little bit here, because I know we were kind of alluding to it in last game that we talk about this a lot, Hot Jukes, in other tournaments. The excuse card, the punch card. Like, how many games can you realistically get 0 points? How many games can you say, okay, we got 0 points, but we're not going to worry? For me, I think that's only 2. I think if you get 2 games, maybe 3 games with 0 points, you'll be okay with qualifying. But do you have a take on that?
I mean, I think that's the number that came into my head. I think that if you get 2 0-point games, you'll still be in a position to get top 5. Will you be in a position to get first place? I don't think so. That's how well I think these teams are playing. So you're going to have to put some points up on the board pretty much regardless of the situation. And the only reason why I'm saying those 2 0-point games is because Sanhok is just one of those maps where just anything can happen. You just get one little bad rotation, you get caught, and your squad is out early. So, I'll give them 2 games. But honestly, even that's a stretch, in my opinion.
I think it's a stretch. It depends on what their goals are, right? Are their goals to get all this cash money at the top, be the best of the Americas, be number one? I think that's everybody's goal, obviously. But then you got the overarching story of the PMGC spots. And if I'm not mistaken, that's top 7. So that's a lot. I think that's a lot more realistic for a couple of these teams who are these mid-pack squads that everybody, you know, kind of picks them to be good, but they're not good, if you know what I'm saying. Everybody's good. But are they good? You know what I'm saying? Are they number one good? And I think that's going to be the challenge here. You know what I'm saying, man. Come on.
I do know what you're saying. It's so crazy though, because the first thing that I kind of like came to my mind, like after game number 1, is all these squads are good compared to what we saw the last stage. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like every single squad here is sweaty. Like, there isn't a team that you could just be like, oh, all right, let's just go and bully them and get some of those points a little bit easier. Any one of these squads is going to put up one heck of a fight. At the same time, though, you're right. There are those teams that are already at this high level, but just, they got that little extra. They got that little extra there that sets them apart. What? Are you serious?
Are we taking shots at the boat tail all the way out there from one of the BC members? We can't even see that. So, okay, Hot Jukes, I pull it back. All these teams are good, but who's going to be good?
Oh, he blew it up?
Times 3 good. You blew it up, but nobody was in it.
That was nothing.
They're already out.
Yeah, they said eject.
But someone else got him.
Wow.
I think one of the members from ATON.
The boat tape coming up big there and not working out in the slightest. Oh boy, this first circle, wherever it decides to go, if it goes to that island, oh man, I'm telling you, this is just going to be an insane game number 1. We're looking at the Knights and XSET. We saw them earlier. We saw them last game. XSET got the last laugh on them, but XSET went out early in the process there. So Polo on this off angle, he really has to get that first spot onto the Knights. And I think he did see something.
XSET went out early, but they also got 7 points compared to Knights with 0 points last game. So they got the goose egg. Chico creeping and crawling up. Oh no. The trap is set though. Chico. Holy.
Shimmies? Oh, we heard the shimmies. He knows he's there. Is he going to get that spot? Oh, goes in quick. Does a little bit of bait. That beautiful jump in. They timed it perfectly. Chico actually caught J7, gets the third kill switch, running on in. Here comes that CQC action. Chico with the shimmies, back and forth, baiting each other out. And the Knights, the back-to-back. Goose eggs. What do you got to say, Dave? Say something.
Man.
Say something.
Man, what?
Man.
Dude, what? To back. Did they even get it? Okay, they at least got J7, so they got 1 point. But, man, that was a little rough, man. I did see Coops was still alive towards that engagement, but they got picked apart trying to, I guess, make the breach and provide that support within the compound. And I don't know. I felt like because they were creeping and crawling, they were aware. I could have. If I had to guess, I felt like they were aware of XSET's position there. But
had to be.
Chico just kind of face checking that. I'm not sure.
That's a big question mark for me, because this is a question that I didn't get to ask you, Dave. When we were talking about those 2 0-point games, my question is this, right? Would you rather have those 2 0-point games early in the tournament or at the end of the tournament?
For sure early. Because what we see a lot of times here is, I'm going to bring up an example, Navi from EU. They're number 1. They had 60 kills today. They got 60 kills. I think they're at like 120 points. They have a huge lead. But what that does is that attracts a lot of eyeballs on you. That attracts a lot of your opponents, in my opinion, to kind of watch back the VOD and see exactly what you did, because you obviously did something right that day. And with all those eyes on you, you might get a team. Especially with this lobby, Hot Jukes, one thing to note, A7 and Furious Gaming, they already got their PMGC spot, right? So if you are one of these teams really popping up at the top, well, those teams with those slots, they might decide to, you know, pull a fast one, might try to gatekeep you. Maybe hot drop, might not happen, but that possibility is always there. So to answer your question, I think if you are going to get the goose egg, first day, sure, because then at least you have that number. You know exactly what you need to do compared to leading the pack in first place, kind of just being that first one and kind of going with it. I don't know if you agree with that, but that's my hot take.
Well, there's one thing I can agree with, Dave, and that is those 2 games are done for the Pittsburgh Knights. Like, the excuse card is punched completely. Literally. Like, we have to see the Knights pop off every single game after this, and this is the kind of the problem that a lot of these squads run into when they have, like, these 2 first bad games. I love to see that the Knights still take the initiative to take fights. Like, you're not seeing them play scared. But with 2 really rough games off the start, I think we're going to start seeing the question mark starts coming in your head. Like, oh, maybe we start kind of playing a little bit slower, and they start altering their play style. And that could just cause problems on its own.
I really thought Chico and the squad were aware of XSET's possibility of being in there, just with how slow and cautious they were pulling up to that compound, right? And with that in mind, if they were aware, usually we tend to see a molly, a grenade tossed into the compound to kind of open it up, try to get that initial knock. But I think right there, XSET were just setting that trap, man, that bait, and it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out, but I mean, man, didn't work out for the Knights. So I know we're still harping on it, but it's still just insane.
There's a big fight.
Yo, there sure is. It sure is, and you can see the kill feed has been popping off for quite a while now. Team Queso are on the rotation. Just, you know, slowly moving on by. It's so crazy because you don't see a lot of buggy rotations on Sanhok, but it's kind of, you know, different for me to see a 4-car strat in this match.
We never see it.
Yeah, that's what I was like. It's just people are usually on foot here. It's so risky to drive on Sanhok.
Well, hey, we'll see. We'll see what Team Queso from Latin America has to say about that coming in here in this lobby with their strats. They are going to be down here in the south. Looks like Mezexis also in some vehicles following up right behind them, as we are going to be checking in with the duo from Fraternity here, just trying to remain undetected, I would assume.
Fraternity Esports just laying down, not trying to give any attention to themselves at all. Team Queso keeping an eye on Mezexis on the way. There's still these, actually all 3 of these teams are still outside of the circle with Nova. Nova's decided to give up that northern island and shift down to Ruins. That's a little interesting strategy here. They're still running a little bit of a split on each other side of the bridge, which I think is definitely a good play for them. But it's so crazy to see how these rotations are just working out from these squads. Team Queso have a good start so far, and with 2 kills, I mean, they definitely have a little bit of the upper hand. I think they're just hoping right now that the circle goes south for them so hard. They really don't want to have to go across that bridge.
And I'm not surprised if they're kind of trying to scout out a boat maybe, just in case they do need to take that boat across the way. So back to the zone here. 19E, they actually pulled up to those cliffs. Oh, actually, we'll get back to that because 2 of the members from Rise on their knees here. Mufasa out there in the distance, but Buluc, they are separated here. Are they going to be able to capitalize and get these thirst?
Yeah, this is a team. This is a fight inside the blue zone on the northeast side of this circle. And you can see Rise, Mufasa busting out those smokes, trying to get this reset going on right now. Mythic trying to find that off angle. That's going to be the really big key here. You can see Reyes. Oh, and he's really high up on that beautiful moped there. You know, getting some air. I mean, he's really trying to get those sight lines, Dave. Them sight lines. Look at that.
All about those sight lines.
TPP.
New strat here. He's ready to vault off that thing and just go for that dip in that water. And just in time, too, because the next zone does go up and kind of pull them back. 19E on those cliffs. Still going to be in play here. So they're going to have a ton of sight lines. And they have a lot of terrain right now to work with and to cover and to gather intel, because this zone heavily favors those cliffs for the time being.
Yeah, it sure does. But INTZ, they're on a cliff themselves, barely on in this circle. They are outside of this blue. You're going to have to be a little bit careful for some of the squads that are going to be gatekeeping that coming up. Furious Gaming Got eyes on him. A trade lasting quite a little while here. There goes Trigger. He's going to go down right here on the edge of boot camp. Papi. Potro. Going to have to do a good job of being able to support his squad mate. Here comes the smokes. And I think he's just trying to be able to buy some time for Trigger to be able to crawl all the way to him. The rest of the team, though, needs to watch these angles. Yep.
They're Furious Gaming, super separated. Meanwhile, INTZ, they're looking to pull up as a unit, but Scream with that off angle, able to put a halt to that push as they were trying to get that thirst.
So right now, the big issue for Furious Gaming is they have to decide. Oh, they actually did get that thirst. So that's actually pretty big. And a nice little shot there onto Ren. But Furious Gaming are going to have to decide when they're going to want to cross this circle and give up on this fight, or are they going to really concentrate on this gatekeep with INTZ? That's the question. Oh, is he going to catch him out the bike? Got him.
1 HP. Got him. Big
Are you rotating?
And thirsted. Oof. And thirsted. INTZ.
I guarantee you. I guarantee you, if this was the previous tournament, no one's getting that knock. But this is Americas. They hit those.
Well, the tables are quickly turning, too. Furious Gaming, they had the numbers advantage just a moment ago. Now INTZ on the hunt to finish what they started. Going to be cooking a grenade. Has a good feeling that there might be an enemy right behind this boulder, and their feeling is correct. Can they connect it, though? It doesn't even matter because the Vector able to seal the deal. INTZ just steamrolling here on the side of the East. So now it's up to Scream to survive for Furious Gaming. They went to the water. They jumped off the cliff. Now they're on a nice, relaxing island, just hoping that INTZ don't look in their direction.
Yeah, they ain't going to relax for too long, though. This circle's starting to close. If that thing shifts on over to the west side, he's going to be in big trouble. INTZ did a great job there of being able to turn that fight around and doing it and hitting that shot off the bike. A lot of teammates, a lot of players just feel that they can full send it on the bike because it's so fast, but it ain't fast enough here at this high level. I mean, these guys tracking is just too on point. And look at the zone, Dave. Okay, Nova Esports, is this the comeback game? It has to be. This is their circle.
Who picked them on the desk? I forget. Who picked them? Of course. So what I want to see from Nova, though, they are kind of separated. I would like to see them group up now because you have to assume a lot of these teams are going to be looking at this map and they're going to be pinpointing what compound they want to take up right here. And I do believe that's what YDD might be doing. And Leon still in the zone on the cliffs, but their squad mates in the back on the north side trying to do their best to just gatekeep Honored Souls from making their way on in.
Furious Gaming actually do go out early, so there's going to be 13 teams remaining here in this one. XSET also eliminated here. Crazy to see all these top squads just struggling here at the start of Sanhok, but then again, not too crazy because that's the tail of the beast here when it comes to Sanhok. Look at Team Queso doing a great job at throwing those smokes, trying to be able to pull some shenanigans off. Buluc Chabtan go down as well, and Alpha 7 putting down some great shots downfield as they try to get this reset. Carrillo just getting shot from all angles up here on top and gets actually knocked. Black Dragons getting hit for the third party as well. Oh, this circle's starting to really just cause chaos here in this match.
Black Dragons spitting ice fire out here, trying to pick apart all these teams making their way onto the shorelines, and that's going to be A7 currently trying to avoid the grenades, avoid the mollies, and avoid the UMP shots in the tail end right there. A7 having a go of things. Then to make matters worse, again, third party from Syndicate.
Alpha 7 have been just playing this still so aggressive at the start of these matches, and I don't know if that's going to work out here, Dave, because, I mean, these teams are just on it. The third parties from all over the place, Black Dragons holding it down. Alpha 7 go out early yet again.
Big surprise. Alpha 7, Knights, two really big teams in the lobby that I'm sure a lot of fans watching had them pegged to finish day number one really strong. Yeah, we got a lot more games to go, so don't worry about it, but getting taken out early, that's going to set them back a couple. Black Dragons, though, still trying to put in a lot of damage here on the edge. They're trying to gatekeep Syndicate now, who are swimming across that channel, but they're also trying to avoid the silence from INTZ uprange, who are currently just raining down the fire.
Dude, this INTZ squad are just making a name for themselves here at this Sanhok match, just doing such a great job at applying the pressure for the Blue Zone. There's only 2 remaining members, and you can see he's hunting for those med kits. He's looking for that med strat to be able to get some placement points, because they already got 7 kills. They're solid on that front. Now it's time to get some of those placement points in the bag. Speaking of placement points, Memory and Nova, they're in a great position here in this circle. They're going to have to move as the circle has shifted even further away from them over to Camp Alpha. But their eyes are down the hill, Dave. So many kills, so many points. Ready to pick some up.
So much zone control, too, that they're currently showcasing. And it looks like all their members of their squad, they have a boulder to work with. They have some type of hard cover, so if they are receiving shots, they can quickly pop behind that. So Nova, I expect them to get a lot of kill points right here as all these squads are struggling to make their way up this hill.
Rad with the first grenade kill of the Sanhok match and is able to do it on a knock from INTZ. So INTZ doing some great job from the Blue Zone, but Syndicate picking up that point in the process. And now Memory looking to pick up some points for themselves on the Syndicate team, forced to run in because Papa Blue, it's coming, and he's coming in hot, baby. Syndicate on the run, full steam ahead. They don't have the chance to hold off, and INTZ go down to blue, and it looks like Syndicate has the same order in place, Dave. They're in big trouble. Yeah, Brain, take the med kits. You ain't going nowhere.
Heal up. Hopefully there's enough med kits because we know the heal strat works charms here on Sanhok, and if Brain plays their cards right, they could easily get a top 3 finish here if they have the meds, of course. Now 19E, they have been big chilling this whole time. Next circle doesn't favor them. They're taking some blue damage. They're taking some fall damage here as they try to make their way into that next zone. But look at this. Nova going to be leapfrogging ahead of them, possibly cutting them off.
Well, 19E is going to be able to have to do these shots from the zone. They're going to have to get these resets going. And it looks like they did get them all off. So the entire squad of 19E minus Leon are going to be up here. Are they going to be able to catch Nova slipping? Nova's always so good at playing this wide split strategy, covering all these angles. And you can see Memory. He has got his eyes right down here. But did he get the spot on 19E?
Meanwhile, across the zone, ATON 4 up, hard cover, check. Still big chilling, but look at this. Acer going to be spawning out YDD. This could be the fight to decide who gets this high ground here up in the north.
Rin with the nade from downtown. Is it going to be on point? The bounce! Oh, that chip shot was just almost right on the money. Does Rin have another one to be able to give? Doesn't look like he does. Memory from the top side, trying to find that off angle on the 19E. This is what Nova does best. Playing together as a squad. Carnage, 1 HP. Going down the mountain, and he's got them ankles, son.
The mountain goes, but it doesn't even matter because Carnage got connected on as they did fall down, and now it's up to Sam in the blue zone, no helmet, and here comes the push, the collapse.
Bye-bye.
From Nova, taking them out. The mountain goats of this game, 6 kills on a Nova.
This is Nova's game. I mean, the zone goes to them yet again. So they have been zone blessed almost this entire match, but this is why they love that Ruins drop location, because when this circle comes to the side, that's their home, and they are just showing it up on the rest of these guests here. Team Queso still in the match, and they had a great game 1, Dave. So is ATON. ATON, the last chicken dinner winners.
Yep.
Still up in here, but for how long, though?
Man. Talk about consistency, though. At the end of the day, 3rd place, 2nd place, that's 10 or 12 points. So that's a huge come up. Nova, honestly, they don't really need to peak, but they probably will. They want to get these kill points. They see these smokes getting tossed across the way. They need to get these kill points, actually, because unless they have a lot of meds and this comes down to heal off, they still have a chance of not winning this.
Yeah, Nova needs to put out these shots like crazy. They want to use the blue zone to their advantage. And you can see ATON as they come in. T. Gessel is right there on the off angle of them. Oh, he's going to go for the vehicle explosion, the buggy. Oh, but he gets shut down. Too thirsty indeed. Just held that angle for just a little too long. And Nova shuts him down. I want to see the 180 from Rin. Got him. Oh, toss nade. ATON.
Top shot.
Top 2 finish again.
Jumping down. Are we dropping down? 6 kills on Rin.
Too far. They are just trying to they have to time these nades so perfect, it's insane. ATON is hugging that mountain. They ain't going anywhere.
So what both teams want to do right now, they want to start to think, okay, is this going to come down to heal off? If it is, we want to pass our meds off to at least one player to try to secure it, right, Hot Jukes? You never know. You always want to be prepared with that backup plan.
I got my calculator here ready, dude. And I'm pulling out that calculator on that 1+9 Pro, baby. You can see right here, Sheepfan, 3 first aids. And I'm looking to see how much the rest got. Because I think that's exactly what's going to come down to. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of these players just kind of like YOLO 180 down the mountain after passing off his meds to try to make a play.
Yeah, I think Nova could definitely afford to do that because they have 4 up. Here goes
oh, the ankle!
Oh, splat!
Who put that soap there on that rock? Said YDD. 3v3.
Oh, look, they're trying to loot the crate for meds too.
Yeah, they do. They sure are. Did YDD pass off those meds first? I don't think so.
I sure hope so.
Rin 1 first aid only. So that's, I think, 4 we see on the side of Nova. Memory, I don't know how many he has left. But ATON, yeah, look at them. Just hunting all that down. Trying to get some pre-fire shots up the mountain. This is going to be an interesting one. It's honestly anybody's game.
I just hope they're prepared for the heal off. And I hope, like you mentioned, that member from Nova dropping down, I really hope they passed off their meds and didn't pass it off to ATON.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. That's the whole part about these rocks is like one little misstep and you're going down that hill. You're going down that mountain. I'll tell you what, Dave. I don't care what shoes you got on. You make that one waiting for what she fed straight to the ground.
Oh, way.
Oh, and it looks like Rin actually didn't die to one of the players from ATON. I'm not sure. You can see there's 6 kills versus 9. Oh, the nade.
Another one.
Up top.
Okay.
Oh, Shifan, did he find the rock?
Found the rock. Found the rock. Here comes the
come down.
Shifan
Here we
jumping
go.
down, going for the shots, but taking a lot of damage on the way down.
ATON's gonna Memory has them all, baby. 20 first aids, but how long is he's gonna try to get into the blue zone even longer? Oh, it's all Memory to win this. Memory's got this. 100%.
Heal.
Kill strat coming in from ATON now. You can see them walking backwards, trying to get those first. Oh, he's not gonna do it in time! No way! Nova Esports, baby, chicken dinner.
And respect. They had the med tot jukes. They did exactly what we expected them to do, and they passed off all their meds, and then one by one, whoo, splat right down at the bottom, but it did not even matter. They were stacked for days, healthier than ever up there on the high ground. Wow. In the books, man. Second chicken dinner of the Americas. Nova. Congrats.
Wow, that was just beautifully done there. And I love how Papa Blue still stole some kills there at the end. We saw those Nova players go down, and they went to get thirsted, right? ATON shot them down to 1 HP, and the blue zone took them out, though. Like, literally got that last damage to make it to where they don't get a point. That's just absolutely crazy there. And I think at the end, we saw ATON go for the heal strat as well, but I think that player just got just a little too greedy. Tried to get into that blue zone, circle as far in the center as possible, and I think he got chipped just a little down to a lot more than he expected, and unfortunately wasn't able to get that heal off. But I mean, it would have been a tough one because Memory was dead center in that circle with 20 first aids. Nova had that one in the bag pretty much either, regardless.
Yeah, and healing, we talk about this a lot. Like, it's a skill. It's not something that, hey, I got the meds, I'm gonna win type of deal. No, you need to know how to hit those timings.
Oh yeah.
Papa Blue is chunking away, but getting into highlights, this was that early fight that you and we were kind of both shocked at. Chico, though, putting in a lot of work. I like how Chico was tapping the M4 to try to save as many bullets as possible, but then at the end, just one more left, had to turn around, reload, and they got caught in the process. So hopefully in match number 3,
drop shot,
make that comeback.
Oh, you saw that beautiful drop shot there from Buluc Chabtan of the other Knights. This is going to be that real shining moment here because that excuse card, those 2 bad games, they already got those down. So Carrillo doing a great job of getting some shots. Alpha 7, they're kind of in trouble too. They went out early yet again as they just getting pieced up, trying to fight early and getting third party like crazy.
Yeah, and we talked about it, Alpha 7, they already got that spot for PMGC secured, but of course, they want to get all this money. There's a ton of money on the line here today, so a lot of people are expecting them to pop off. Maybe we could just chalk it up to a very difficult Sanhok zone. They did have to cross that water as well, but getting back into the highlights here. This is when 19E, they had to drop down. They tried to avoid the fight with Nova. Nova pretty much saying, this is Sparta, pushing them off the cliffs and securing that spot for themselves.
Yeah, did a great job there. And of course, I mean, it's crazy to see that ATON had a chicken dinner in the last match and they came in with the second place finish here yet again. So for me, that's going to be the biggest by far standout squad at the start here of day number 1. I mean, they're coming in strong. Can they use that momentum to continue for the rest of the day? That is my question, Dave. And we'll find out here, guys. Don't go anywhere. Find out after this break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
With flagship performance, an immersive 120 hertz display, and hyper touch technology. I messed it up. Made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. I was really trying to go for a smooth radio announcer voice there, but that's fine. Hi, welcome back to the studio. We are here once again to break down match number 2 on Sanhok. The Heroes of North America, Nova, Glitter, they came out with the win. Once again, I know that you are excited, but we're going to first, of course, show the map ranking breakdown. I think 7 is going to be the one to lead us through all of that.
I will be leading that, and as you just mentioned, I mean, Nova first place, Glitter was dancing, she almost put on the jersey, but we're saving that for the end of the tournament. We'll see what happens there. We do have second place, ATON Esports. This team, when you talk about surprises, I mean, even though they were first place out of Latin America, this team is definitely surprising me here with back-to-back great performances, 19 points out of them. And Team Queso, once again, Paul is going to be happy. They were able to put up 14 points. They finally stopped doing that heal off strat that they always used to do in Sanhok and actually started going for more placement points and extra kills as well. Fraternity Esports there with 9 points. 19 Esports here with 8 points. INTZ as well with 8 points. 7 out of them coming from kills. We do have Mezexis Esports there with 5 points. Alpha 7. This was a team that it's getting a lot of kills in a way, but it's not currently being able to get any of the placement points, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, we expected that aggression, right? And I don't think that's anything that's going to go away anytime soon for them. So then I just kind of have to nail those placement points down. But then moving on to the second page, we see Syndicate and Black Dragons here with 4 points, lots of 3 points. But I don't listen. Okay, at least it wasn't a goose egg, but Knights, the winners from Last Americas, dominating in this past season. Now, having a rough start here to the weekend, 16th place again, but at least they snuck a kill in this time, you know? It's only day 1.
Yeah, it's a little something. Give me 1 second, though, because I need to talk to production. I need to let them know that there was a little bit of a typo. I believe I recall saying AT7 as my team to watch, not A7, because really looking at that consistency, it's absolutely amazing. But Nova did still come out with the win, and we're going to be looking at the top damage from, I guess, the entire team overall. This is it's Sanhok, right? It's very chaotic. Do we expect a similar amount of damage like we saw from the previous match, Glitter?
I mean, I think we're going to see a few standouts here, especially when you take into consideration INTZ. I mean, I know you called them out when we were looking at that ranking. They're 7, but they are a team that even if they're not getting those placement points, they're still getting lots of kills. Same thing with A7, and of course we see all those squads up here. But there is not the same level of consistency, but it is Sanhok. 1,500 damage essentially for Nova, and then INTZ and Queso kind of holding the top 3 with that 1K plus damage club, and it goes down from there. But ATON, this is insane because we talked about Syndicate's lack of kill to damage efficiency. Look at what ATON has here. Like, I don't think we've ever seen graphs that dead even for the damage graph.
Yeah, we never have. I mean, that is just, they love that 7 number. We're trying to figure out why they have a 7 on their name. I think they're trying to figure out why. They just love that number. 7? Hey, I cannot.
Yeah, wait, did you?
My
slip
private
in a briefcase?
Never mind.
Don't check his other bank accounts. There's some shady stuff going on over there. But we also wanted to give a shout out once again to the top 3 players of the match. 7, why don't you walk us through this?
Definitely. I mean, I'll be surprised if we don't see somebody there from Nova. That's gonna be for sure. It'll be a huge shock. There you go. Ooh, and that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see which one out of Nova was going to be, and for sure it's going to be Rin. This was a player, if you didn't get a chance to watch the North America PMPL, this was a player that definitely came to shine, came to his own on that tournament, and he's currently being able to showcase it here on at least on that last match. 825 damage, 6 kills, 24 average survival time as well. To be fair though, Rafina, he had a great performance even though he was on the blue the whole time. He kept picking people apart. He kept getting those extra kills. And remember, 1 kill equals 1 point for this teams. And there could be a chance where it comes down to just 1 point. And then we have Lanin from Team Queso being able to get 629 damage, only 1 kill. But hey, as long as you're able to support your team one way or another, that definitely helps, right, Glitter?
Oh, every single time. I mean, I'm just excited right now. I'm just enjoying this moment. I'm not gonna lie.
Don't worry, you're gonna have a moment real quick to gloat about that. But I just wanted to give a shout out. I think Seven, you mentioned it with Rafi's points there. Very low survival time. He didn't survive to the end of the game, and yet his kill numbers were really stacked on top. It's about understanding what position you are put in the game and how you can soak up as many points as possible. Do you go for positioning? Do you go for kills? But anyway, enough about that because we want to give Glitter a chance to really sort of make fun of all of us, because Nova came out on top. We want to see the player stats for them. Glitter, take it away.
No, I'm not going to make fun of you guys because we're still very, very early on in the entire scheme of things. But I wanted to see how much of the heavy lifting Rin was doing for the start of America so far, because Rin is a player that was in MVP contention the entire time for this past season of PMPL NA, and once again he's stepping up to the plate big time here for Nova. Shifan's actually the next highest damage outputter for this particular game, 403 damage, 2 kills, and then Memory and YDD. YDD only with 25 damage when we know YDD is capable of much, much stronger performances than that. But Rin, we've talked about him time and time again, and if he's another person we're going to be talking about throughout all of Americas, I'm not mad at it, because how many times have we asked for individual consistency, team consistency, and hopefully this is a good omen for Nova.
Definitely is. I mean, something to point out about Nova as well, I mean, just loving their rotations. I mean, it didn't really plan out in the first match in Erangel, but they still had an amazing rotation where they have Memory, and I'm just going to take you back a little bit, okay, because it was beautiful. They have Memory in military, and as soon as the circle shifted, he had a boat. He went to the ocean. He got on the boat, crossover, and then they had a car waiting for him right there. And on this one, on Sanhok, they pretty much were able to position themselves to the point where they just had to pick people out of the sky. It was just so far. I mean, Nova is really impressing me with their positioning.
Yeah, I mean, let's forget about the fact that they went out super early in game number 1. I do agree that the overall showcase of macro abilities that they've been putting on for us has been a really, really, really good sign for us. But we still have to, as you mentioned, give some love to another really consistent team. We've mentioned them already, but ATON Esports. We wanted to look at their stats overall on average between the first 2 games. A first and a second place 7, that's going to be some really big numbers.
Yeah, I mean, if we were able to showcase some kind of leaderboard, I would be surprised if this team is currently not in first place, but you kind of currently see it there on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. You see 1,200 damage. And by the way, this is average stats so far per game of what they've been able to do.
Yeah.
9 kills as well. Are you currently able to, are you telling me this team is averaging 9 kills and putting up the performance like that when it comes to average survival time as well, going from first place to now second place? Overall, super impressed with what this team's been able to do on those first 2 matches, and I can't wait to see what they're going to be able to do for the rest of the day.
Yeah, listen, I believe we have Miramar coming up next, so maybe they are just Erangel, Sanhok experts, and on the one Miramar of the day, they could really drop off a cliff. Or maybe they're going to keep shining and really being a consistent surprise to all of us. We're going to see what happens because we have Game 3 coming on up. I'm going to send you guys away to go back into your green room, purple room, pink room, whatever color the paint on your wall is. But before we go into the game, I do also want to remind everyone that we have a PCU event going on in PUBG Mobile. Invite all of your friends to come watch PMPL, and so you can rack up those points and get all of those rewards. Definitely check it out. You're not going to want to miss out. There's some cool goodies in there. Definitely want to get your hands on them. But for the final time today, I think we're going to bring back Hot Jukes and Dave to bring us home, halfway through at least, on this other map. Anything special you guys are expecting to see on map number 3?
Chicken.
Love it. Love it.
Blue zones.
Let's go.
I'll take that. That's my fault. I should have asked a more specific question. I'm going to leave you guys to it. But go ahead.
Hey, what can you say? Hashtag never cringe in the chat, baby. That's how we do it, dude. Yo, Dave. 2 matches in the book. We already got that, that Sanhok sweatiness out the way, but we're going to get some actual sweatiness as we go into the desert of Miramar. And what Cam said, as far as what we're expecting here, Dave, I'm expecting all-out mayhem, but is there anything in particular, any team that you think is, you know what? Which team's winning this, Dave? Bust out the crystal ball. I want to know right now, who's winning this game, Dave? You tell me.
Knights, baby!
Oh,
Knights. They need to. Listen, they need to. I'm looking at the charts. Chico has 400 damage with 1 kill. Alucard, 75 damage. Xenox, 60 damage. And Coops, 20 damage. So this is the game. You need to get those numbers up. You need to get that confidence flowing, them juices going here. And I think Miramar is their map to do it, Hot Jukes.
Well, let's see. Hey, I'm all about a comeback story, baby. The underdog. Are they gonna be the big dogs in the fight, though? Let's find out right now, everybody. It's Miramar match number 3. We're in Americas. Let's go. Let's go. It's
bright like a diamond.
EMCA, baby. What we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
Dude, I'll tell you what. The way these teams are just been playing, it's literally at another level. It's so crazy. Every single time we see as the events just get bigger and bigger, because we've been casting all since, PMCO. And we see some of the squads and we see the level of play there. We saw PMPL. And the thing is that we get so used to PMPL because it's been weeks at a time. And we see like, okay, this is the top squads or whatever, right? And then you come to Americas and you just see the best of the best on this entire hemisphere of the planet go at it. And it's just no joke.
I'm joking out here. It's all business, man. Strictly business out here. 2 rounds played, 2 rounds in the book. I would have never guessed ATON being on top right here, right now from Latin America with 45 points. They got 1 chicken dinner in the pocket, and they are leading the pack with the most kills, 18 kills. So yeah, it's only 2 games, Hot Jukes, but they're averaging 9 kills per game. If they can keep that up, woo, my goodness, and talk about, woo, baby, pretty much nobody is in this zone. Our Souls, Chumacera, Dead Center, big money all day, but looks like XSET looking to rip that set in Monte Nuevo. We do have some opponents here trying to clash early on.
Dude, this is a dirty, filthy circle, dude. These Southern Miramar matches are literally these squads' worst enemies, but they're going to have to do the best that they can to be able to make something of it. And XSET's going to have to be pretty careful. Like you mentioned, this looks to be pretty much like our first hot drop of this entire tournament in Miramar. And it always seems to be that way, right, Dave? It's like we always see some squads in Miramar for some reason. Yep. The biggest map of them all there always seems to be a couple teams just always fighting over one spot. Oh, look at Coops. MVP. Up on top.
MVP. Uzi trying to get that spray down. 24K popping out, jumping out with that UMP. Okay, Coops getting one, but not getting the other. Where's the support? Save Coops right now. Saving Private Coops. Oh, Coops on that roof. Thirsted. Will the squad mates of Knights try to go for that revenge? Looks like they're in their own standoff themselves, but losing Coops this early after I called the chicken dinner, that's gonna send them back, Hot Jukes. I'm furious, man. I'm foaming at the mouth right now.
Oh, and I've seen that in person, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you what, that's one heck of a sight, dude. And it's valid. It's for a good reason here because the Knights, after the past two, their excuse card is punched, Dave. It's punched. They can't afford to lose Coops early on, but it's already done and dusted. So the other three members, I mean, I'll kid you not, Xenox, this guy is no joke. But I mean, can he get it done against these squads? I mean, he's going in these 1v2, 1v3s. The horse, El Caballo, Ren. No helmet, no vest, trying to make some plays. And Elaine, with the rest of his team, yeah, he's on the run. But that horse ain't running for very much longer, Dave.
Horse looking for some hate
No.
here. That's something I would have done, just pulling up in a cop out with my horse helmet on. Real talk right there. Trying to scare him out. But, yeah, back to your point, like, I still got Coops pegged as the MVP here. I'm not jumping off. You know me, Hot Jukes. I'm the conductor of the hype trains, and once I board it, I don't leave it. Once when it leaves the station, I'm on that bad boy to the very end. It doesn't matter through snow, rain, doesn't matter. Broken rails, I don't even care. I'm still driving that bad boy. So yeah, hopefully with the addition of Xenox, like you mentioned on the team, another heavy hitter, that you might be able to pull through, get a couple kill points this game, couple kill points and placement points, and help them out because right now they need a lot of help on the overall leaderboard. But jumping into the game, Gary X down here from Rise Up, great chilling.
Gary. Yeah, dude, Rise have been having a pretty good, decent start. One team that's been really standing out to me, though, I can't lie, it's got to be INTZ. Like, I love the way that they've played so far. Like, in that Sanhok match, they did go out early, but they got a ton of kills on the way in. I always like to see those squads that are able to perform and get some serious placement points without the circle. Because, like, we know what Nova can do, right? Like, if Nova gets zoned, they're winning that game. We just saw it happen in the last one. INTZ, they got some really solid points. Considering their position, I think that is a huge plus. So what happens when INTZ gets those favorable circles? I think it's going to be, we're going to start seeing them really climb up the leaderboards if they keep performing the way they have these past two games.
Yeah, and they're in third place, right? They're in third place, and they always, at least the first two games, they're always kind of like one or two members down, and they're still popping up. That's one thing I really like about them, is that even when they lose squad mates, they don't turtle up. They're not scared. They're still looking for those kill points throughout the match. And I think that is something that I agree with you has been impressing me. But popping back over here.
This is horrible.
Starlight's right stuck between Chico and Xenox, but it looks like nobody's moving here. Very interesting. This is outside the zone, by the way.
This is the worst. This is why teams don't hot drop. Like, literally, this is exactly why they don't. I mean, it's gotten to the point to when you start playing at this high level, teams understand, like, hey, this is where we're going to go, and they very much stick to it. Like, ain't nobody trying to drop next to each other, because this is exactly what happens. Like, even if you do get a kill, your loot period is completely gone. We saw Starlight stuck in that building. He still doesn't even have a vest. Look at Curse. Level 1 vest, level 1 helmet. These guys are so underlooted, and they're getting so deep into the game. We're already 6 minutes in, and all they're doing is just peeking out windows and waiting for something to happen. They're already so far behind.
Starlight does have their squad mates, though, trying to come up with a plan of action while looting, to kind of get back to your point. But they're going to need to do this fairly quickly because Syndicate also in the area up there towards the north, if they catch wind of any type of gunshots on their rotation, I wouldn't be surprised if they pop out trying to third party this one. But Chico catching one of the squad mates running across that open field. Okay, Chico.
Yeah, I mean, KZ just got caught out on that rotation, and this is what happens. I mean, Solitude stuck. You see Starlight is completely stuck out there in the open, and you can see the team desperately trying to get him out, and they just get caught in the process. And that's one of those decisions that you kind of have to make, especially at this high level, right? Do you want to commit to try to save that one player to hopefully have a good squad to land the rest of the match, or do you just got to count your losses and make that sacrifice? And look at Mezexis, they're making a heck of a sacrifice right now.
Sacrifice and the pop of blue out here. Mythic, though, from Rise. Trying to get some shots on the burnt out vehicle. Was able to get the one tap out here. And we can still see the kill feed. Looks like Mezexis and Knights are still going to be clashing. And I brought up the numbers from Chico here, currently carrying the squad and still doing so, getting a couple knocks.
Yeah, you could just see Mezexis really beat up. 2 up, that is it for them. And they're in big trouble. Here comes Mufasa from Rise, all up on the bus drive-by to Buluc Chabtan. Now they're gonna try to see if they can catch Reyes. All the way down there, driving away. Able to get out just in time. Using that McLaren, hauling it.
Yeah, it's fast.
Look at Starlight.
Room.
That's it.
Okay, so wow, Chico putting in the work. I saw it in kill feed. Starlight still back against the wall here in the blue zone. Not a lot of loot. Looks like the entirety of the Knights, the trio, looking to hunt them down, looking to get another kill point underneath their belt. Starlight going to be popping out with the AKM, going for that pre-fire through the window, swapping on over to that UMP, going for that pre-fire again.
Oh, he's going to blow up
the gas can. Trying to blow it for it. What?
He tried. He knew it. He knew it was over. He knew it. He knew he didn't stand a chance. So Starlight.
Don't give up like that.
No, I mean, hey, what are you gonna do, bro? I mean, hey, give a point to the Knights or just go. No, you give a point to the Knights. That's exactly what happened.
Give a point to the Knights. Come on, man. You can't give up like that. You cannot go into a room, look at a gas can on day number 1 and try to blow it up.
Full spray.
And we caught it too. That just getting caught in 4K. You know, that's one of those plays that you hope wasn't caught, but it was.
I mean, that dude Starlight had that like white knuckled the trigger onto that gas can.
Though.
It did it. I mean, not enough bullets. What can I say? UMP. Not it.
Okay, so on a positive note, Knights 3, maybe 4 kill points right now.
Okay.
Yeah, they lost Coops early on. But these 4 kill points will be able to offset any type of placement points if they do get taken out right here, right now, because we know 13th through 16th place is 0 points. Now, they have a pretty clear pathway into the zone if they just YOLO send it to Picado, nobody currently occupying that town. It comes down to meds, right? Do they have the meds to make it pretty much? They do have a vehicle, so they are hauling it.
And you need a vehicle. I mean, that is literally Miramar. You know, getting those gas cans, not trying to blow them up, but, you know, trying to actually hold on to them is just so huge because the way these rotations are, especially here on the southern side of Miramar, there's so many just hills and depth. It's just literally probably one of the worst places to try and drive through. And if you don't have any experience in Miramar and you're used to Erangel, it's like trying to drive through ruins. You know, it's just such a pain in the butt.
And I respect all the pre-firing, though. You know, pre-firing, I think, with the AKM, trying to get a couple damage and then swapping on over to UMP. Just unlucky that nobody was able to receive those shots because that could have definitely have turned the tides, you know, in that 3v1 situation. So I do like the awareness there at the end of the day, all jokes aside. So we'll see what they could do, what they could accomplish here in the upcoming games because Mezexis, games 1 and 2, been doing pretty good. Not too bad. I think they're, top 5 right now with 14 placement points, 7 kills, averaging around 3.5 kills per game. So they killed 3 players and a half, you know, maybe I'll take off an arm or leg. But, yeah, they haven't been doing too bad here, Hot Jukes.
That's the thing when it comes to, like, these 3-day or 4-day tournaments. Consistency is king. Like, being able to put up solid points no matter what, that's what gets you not in just to the top 5, but even to the top 3, right? That chicken dinner, that first place team has to be consistent throughout this entire tournament. For the fact that Mezexis are putting up those points is huge. All they need is a few pop-off games and keep doing what they're doing. And we're going to see Mezexis in the Global Championships, but there's still a lot of games left to be played. a lot of mistakes that could still be had, and you just gotta reduce those the best you possibly can. Look at the zone.
Yeah.
Where's it going, Dave?
A lot of games. It's definitely going to North, Monte Nuevo. I got a feeling Team Queso.
Hard shift.
And Virum picked Team Queso. They picked them for a reason. So I got to say, let's see where it goes. And to your point, there's a lot more games to go, but at the same time, there's not. So there's also room for improvement. And I was wrong. XSET, repping that set, set up pretty well. They have the high ground. They might be able to spot out A7 on their approach here. But we can see everybody just the great migration right here, all in their vehicles looking to reposition.
Yeah, this is that hardest part of Miramar here. These rotations are always so toxic. I mean, if you just go and you send it just a little too hard, you got a whole squad waiting for you, looking to pop out your tires and get you out that vehicle. And yeah, Dave, nice prediction on the Monte Nuevo. I supported it. But I think what happened was you had a little bit of a counter from Glitter Explosion, because Nova's on the south side. She did not want that circle to go up, and
they already got a window.
Hey, but you know what? Hey, when it comes to Cameron, you know he's talking about which room they're going to, the green room, pink room, whatever. I'll tell you what, Glitter's room's all purple. She's going Nova strong.
Gotta respect it. You know, they did send out that nice silky smooth jersey, so you know, Circle Gods, they love it. Yeah, you love to see it. And Black Dragon's out here trying to toss out some smokes, trying to avoid those sight lines from, gotta say, the most consistent team in the lobby, ATON Esports, currently in first place right here. And they are not scared to take this fight. They see some kill points, some juicy points up there in the distance. And yeah, a little too thirsty, though. I know this is Miramar. Need a drink, but will they be able to pick up their squad mate who just got knocked?
Try to shoot at the dragon, and what happens? You get blown up. That is what happens, right on fire. You got bit in the back, but they bite right back as ATON. I mean, this squad have been just playing so well at the start of this tournament, and they get a beautiful return one right there. And Choco is over there in that corner. I believe he should be safe enough to get to his teammate. Astigliani is going to have to go ahead and throw some of those smokes out there to try to be able to pick up his teammate. And it looks like they are going to be able to get this. Not the...
no, the pole.
The
Dude,
pole.
the block. The BM from the pole.
You hate to see it.
Oh, yeah, you hate to see it. But ATON, I'm going to say they're one of these teams that are good. I'm going to give them that good title right there. And hey, this was that squad mate from Black Dragons who looked to rotate around, reposition, but it looks like they're trying to take some shots of their own. Quickly changing their mind, pulling back up, but we got the hot pursuit out here. What's happening over here?
Yeah, INTZ trying to blow up the vehicle. I mean, he's getting shot from all angles. Gets pieced up quite hard from Ason, but does make it behind that hay bale. Now Syndicate is going to have to start pushing up towards him. They're going to have to be really careful. And INTZ getting caught from all angles. Wow. It's that golden Marauder, Dave. It's just too shiny, attracting so much attention. But Black Dragons also have to be careful because you got to worry about this team up the hill as well. I mean, this is that problem with that great migration. Comes circle 4 and circle 5. It makes it really hard to get moving. And Rad, oh man, he's full sending it on down.
And we could just see, like, when we get the point of views, how good these players are. They're tracking on these moving vehicles at such a distance. It's very impressive. But ATON now, they got sick of it, man. They need to reposition here. They got sick of the enemy in their backyard, throwing grenades, taking shots. They're looking to take them out, get the kill point before moving on into that next zone.
I think that was an offensive smoke right there from them onto that rock. So that way, this member of Black Dragons, I mean, his sight lines are completely eliminated. And now here comes ATON, just creeping up on the dragon. The solo little baby dragon, all by himself. Where the rest of the dragons at? They're up on the hill. They got to come help him out. And it looks like that help seeming to do some good work here on this corner. Holding that little hill is GX. Right now, it's just all about buying time because both these squads are going to have to get moving. 6 seconds left. Oh, and they're gone. Buluc Chabtan actually eliminated, but Black Dragon's still up.
I believe INTZ were third-partying this the whole time, too, so kind of throwing a wrench into the plans of this reposition. Now we're down to just one.
Nice shots.
Dragon trying to save the day, and, well, running into a couple bullets right there, not working out in their favor.
Choco with the beautiful shots there. Getting that 1v1, winning that one. Rise versus 19 Esports. The nade finishes off Carnage, and Sam and Leon peeking back and forth, up and down. Now Sam getting shot third-party from behind. 19 Esports didn't stand a chance.
I believe that's what we call in the biz. Hashtag go rise right there.
Okay.
Are they laughing? Hold up. Were they just emote laughing right there, or were they popping a boost? I don't know. Hashtag go rise, though, in the chat. You love to see it.
Well, I'll tell you what. The Knights need to rise up here if they want to be able to put some points on the board. Yeah, they got 5 kills so far. Full setting that Marauder. Alucard with the spins. Oh, nice little evasive maneuver there. Do a barrel roll.
That was the time, though. I believe they saw these shots. They saw a kill feed. If they could get an opening knock, yeah, they know exactly what's happening over here. They're trying to toss some grenades, get the initial knock to get the push going. They pretty much took up the spot that INTZ were currently residing in here. And Knights still on the hunt out here looking for some kill points. I love to see the aggression. And talk about the aggression. Are we even surprised at this point? Wow. Are we even surprised? Oh, they're still popping out there in the blue.
Dude, ATON is just like looking like a whole brand new team here. I mean, they are just fragging out of their minds, taking out some of the best in the business. Rise, trying to put some pressure onto the Knights, and Mufasa putting the dancing shoes on, back and forth. As Team Queso on the other side, trying to pop some shots cheekily from the behind, and he gets the knock. Is Honored Souls onto Alucard. So, I mean, the Pittsburgh Knights just getting caught out once again. So many different angles, too many to cover.
Definitely getting sandwiched right now off of that last push. And Honored Souls, no kills so far, but they're looking for a big game themselves. We were talking about them, that Nino looking to represent Brazil with their squad mate Nino, trying to get that MVP role. You need a couple kills to go with it. Everybody just waiting to see where the next zone goes. But ATON, okay.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's just so crazy to see how them actually go out here, I think, because they just started off so strong, but they still put up some decent points, you know, regardless. So they're still going to be sitting pretty, 6 points going out, after those couple performances you had earlier. Definitely nothing to shake your head at. So it's time, though, for these other teams to start trying to catch them. This is their opportunity. They're looking at that kill feed. They saw them go out. See if any of these teams are going to be able to take advantage of it. It's one of them that needs to. That's Alpha 7. Alpha 7, not the start that they wanted today. Can they start finishing strong, though?
Yeah, Alpha 7, I believe, with 10 points right now. So they're looking for a nice game. XSET, same thing. 10 points, looking for a nice game to make that comeback. Honored Souls as well, with only 5 points. So this could be that turn-back game, like you were mentioning, for a couple of these teams at the very bottom of the leaderboard to really clap back and get the leaderboard points, as the Knights were taken out. But they did have a couple kills. They had a couple kills. We can see right there, 7 points. So that is what it is, as everybody right now just kind of playing the edge right here. This is a deadly zone with that road right down the middle.
Fraternity Esports just getting straight shut down by Syndicate. 7 squads remaining here, and there's still a lot of circle here left to be played. Just so much action happening on that last rotation. Team Queso sitting nice and pretty here inside of the circle, just trying to put some pressure on the exit. But yeah, they definitely have to concern about their backs. They want to make sure that that is clear first before they start pushing up onto exit.
About to get sandwiched too. You got A7 on the opposite end of this one here. So XSET, they need to be cautious. They need to be really aware of their surroundings here. Team Queso on the hill, just waiting for the right moment to toss the grenade, to toss the molly, to get that knock in. We do see some smokes coming on out from XSET, possibly trying to block those sightlines from the back from A7.
Yeah, so many squads are just starting to group up on that northwest side. Syndicate are coming down from south, though, up to the north. They are going to be able to get into the circle. Beautiful leapfrogging there from the teammates, moving up one by one, setting up a little bit of a buggy wall here behind their backs. Circle is starting to close. We're starting to see some squads. Pretty much almost every single team is in this next one. Nova, our creep, still trying to creep themselves in. Honored Souls looked like they just finally got into the circle as well, and they got some really good sightlines on the Syndicate. And here they go, putting some shots into those smokes, trying to pick up some kills.
Yeah, I really love the Honored Souls position right now. They pretty much have sightlines for days. Really good intel gathering spot, too, to get a grip on this lobby here. Syndicate just trying to survive. Syndicate, though, do get the next zone. Their position is compromised down there, but it looks like Honored Souls will be turning their attention to another squad up here to the north, Rise, who are not in the zone, also on that road here in the crosshairs. But Dadinho, okay, pushing downhill, trying to reposition in their vehicle. Needs to be really careful, but over here, Hot Jukes, the fight.
Got him! Carrillo leading the way, getting a beautiful knock with those grenades, and now it is gonna be Alpha 7 versus Nova, but it's all over. Blue Zone getting the finish on that one. There goes Nova, eliminated. Team Queso, oh, tries to catch a moving buggy with that grenade, and this is what happens when this kind of hard shifts goes down. The fight is just ensued. Honored Souls have decided to evict Syndicate. A great decision for them, as they are gonna get that eviction done. So now they are holding the spot down. 10 kills so far. May even get the steal onto J7. And it looks like they are making 11. Okay, Honored Souls, here, it's go time.
It's go time. They're slaying, and that push from Honored Souls to focus on Syndicate did allow at least one squad mate from Rise, Mafi Osa, to reposition and get a position in this new circle. So hopefully they were aware of that one and they don't get caught off guard. But A7 here playing the edge. They might be able to gatekeep Team Queso, who pretty much got the better half of XSET on that compound push.
Oh, they sure did. And here goes Myth trying to catch a dancing Nunez with that scar. Recoil just a little bit too strong for him. Here comes Jay cleaning up Team Queso. Okay, that's going to be 2 kills for them. And it's just the big Alani here left for Team Queso. It's going to be a 1v1 between Jay and him. Can't. Oh, the nade!
That's good.
And he's got the DBS too? Okay. Lonnie said, no, sir. Polo in the McLaren, in the passenger seat. Getting pulled over, so I don't know where the driver went. He gone.
Tennessee. Look how pristine that vehicle is, too. Not a scratch on it. Definitely, definitely not out of place.
Got that new lease, but Polo, oh, gonna have to go ahead and get in the 1v1 here. Oh, super lit. What?
The double barrel.
A DBS. Shutting him down. Goodbye, exit. 3 teams remaining. Team Queso staying in the fight.
Wow. Okay, Team Queso with the solo, with the spot, has those 2 vehicles right now in that tree to work with for cover. Oh, what the Nunez, see you later.
Let's go. The M24 coming up big, and Alpha 7 coming up even bigger, baby. Alpha 7 Brazil coming out hot with the chicken dinner that we all saw coming. It was only a matter of time, and they get it done here in match number 3.
No breaks right there either. They recognized they had the position, they spotted out the enemies, and they immediately just started sending it, taking out everybody at the same exact time. That chicken dinner was quick, man. They had no breaks towards the end. And, hey, everybody was looking for it, man. A7, everybody was like, A7 is going to pop off. First 2 games, not too much, but this was their match to shine, and they did just that.
You can just see it. It's like they've almost like downloaded the data, right? Just started making those little adjustments. Game number 1, game number 2, they got it downloaded, and now it's time to start executing it here. And you can just see when this squad gets towards that end game, they finish it out faster than anybody else. I mean, beautifully executed. You can see that round report right there on the bottom. And look at this. I mean, we saw some teams. Nunez with the top damage. Chief with most kills with 4. I mean, we're seeing squads across the entire lobby just have these individual superstars putting up big numbers.
Yeah, I'm really curious if that was the game that will turn the tides for A7, right? To kind of play at the form that everybody has been expecting them to play at here, because usually that's what we tend to see, is that these teams, they're kind of in a small slump, but then once when they get that pop-off game, after that, that pressure is alleviated, right? Like, they don't have it no more. They're playing with confidence here, and I truly believe this might have been that turnaround game for A7.
Well, let's find out if it's going to be that taller game after really soon here. But let's take out the highlights here. And we see some beautiful plays just going back and forth between so many of these squads. Rise able to hold on all the way up until the end there. This is that big fight, though. Your team, Dave. The hype train. The conductor. The Pittsburgh Knights still struggling here off the rip. What's going on?
You got me confused. You asked me, what did I expect? I said the Knights are going to win game number 4.
Oh,
game number 3.
4.
Number 4, yeah, because
Got it.
every game number 4 we've ever had, the Knights, they always get top 3 easy. Like, it's just a fact looking at the stats in the past. Trust me on that one. I did the math for you. So we'll see what they do here, Hot Jukes. I am a believer. I do appreciate how they lost Coops early on, but they still managed to get a lot of kills along the way. It wasn't really slowing them down. But this was that nice push from Honored Souls. They knew exactly where Syndicate were. They sent it down that hill in that trench within grenade range. They finished the deal just like that.
I love their execution because they could have decided, hey, do we want to gatekeep Rise or do we want to go ahead and full send it right onto Honored Souls? And they just made that decision. They went straight down there, got those kills, and were able to get a top placement. You know, big standout other than that, though. Yo, Team Queso. I mean, right there towards the end against Polo, busted out the DVS. That was nice. And then that M24 at the end, though. Oh.
Although Polo didn't see it coming.
chills.
Polo didn't see it coming, man. And there was the DBS in the bus pull-up, too. The bus pull-up. So Team Queso, they cleared that compound with XSET. They really put a number in on them. And Team Queso, they've been doing really well here today. And Biram's going to be extremely proud when he comes up. But ladies and gentlemen, that's 3 games in the book for the Americas. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more PUBG Mobile.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro, oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back to the studio. Sorry, I'm a little frazzled because watching all that animation, the lore of this game has just blown wide open. I'm even more confused than I was earlier. But what we're not confused about is while A7 might have had a slow start to today, they come out on top in game number 3. Maybe not as many kills as we would have expected, but still, a win is a win. Isn't that right, 7?
It definitely is. I mean, you can't go wrong with getting a chicken dinner, especially after all they've been getting for the last couple matches is just kills. Some placement points are quite nice, Glitter.
To say the least, okay? We were waiting for a little bit more consistency out of them, and it looks like we're finally starting to get it here. They're maintaining those kill points, 7, but then adding the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And then moving on down the... You know what? Actually,
Go for it.
I wasn't ready. I was looking at this. I actually wasn't ready for the fact that both Rise and Honored Souls, I didn't realize that both of them had 11 kills. So Rise is actually matching Alpha 7's points, even though they actually got a 3rd place finish for their placement points, still at 21 overall. Queso is there at 19, and they're another team that's honestly been very, very consistent here. Once again, in a top 5 situation for themselves. Honored Souls, I feel like we haven't heard a lot out of, though. 11 kills is huge. That is massive for this team, getting them up to 17 points. And then moving on down the list, the first time we see them up here, 7 Knights make a top 8 appearance.
Yeah, and they were able to do that actually without Coops. Coops died super early in that match, so good for Knights. Nova Esports here, 2 points, and wow, this is actually an interesting second page. We have Furious Gaming there with 2 points, and then from then on, just pure 1 points. Hey, I actually prefer this because we don't even get to see any donuts from any team, so not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah.
Not bad. I mean, but how much better is one point than 0? You know, I don't think at the end of the day, any team is gonna be. Actually, now that I say that, maybe there is a tiebreaker that it only comes down to 1 point. So who knows? Maybe just that one kill that they got or the 1 placement point we saw at the bottom of that leaderboard. But either way, just to look at what Glitter was saying with the fact that we had a number of teams all have a lot of kills despite not getting the placements to necessarily back it up. 7, I know how much you like to say that the kills are important. We see that right there, but I'm also going to give you an opportunity to look at the damage charts from the previous game.
As we're able to see Rise with 1800 damage, and that's what I actually wanted to see. I wanted to see how far ahead were they in regards to damage when it came in comparison to Soul. For them to be able to put up 1800 damage, 11 kills, honestly, that's huge for that team, as Glitter was mentioning. Under Soul as well, being able to put up 11 kills with less damage, actually even more impressive for me. And then we have the winners of that last one, Alpha 7. 1400 damage, 6 kills. As Glitter was mentioning too, they're kind of maintaining themselves there within that kill factor of 4 to 6 kills per game, which is not bad. And then you have Team Queso, which has been so consistent and so aggressive today, with them being able to put up 7 kills and 1000 damage. And then we go down the list. I mean, Glitter, for them, for Pittsburgh, for Knights to not have Coops, they were at least able to get 5 kills. That's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a lot better than the goose egg and the 1 point. This is, I'm not worried about Knights. I think they might just be having a little bit of slower start, but we're seeing bits here, you know, of the performances that we're used to coming out of Knights. And one final shout out is the fact that even though they didn't get a 1st or 2nd place finish, we still saw ATON up there on the top damage as well. So still getting points on the board for themselves.
And we'll see if ATON can't sneak in another player into the top damage, Glitter, because I'm going to let you also break this one down. I don't know who we're really expecting. We're, of course, going to have someone from A7. You got to say, oh, no one. It's got to be Rise at the top there. And, oh, there's your boy, Jay.
You know what? Okay, obviously, both Rise and Honored Souls with the 11 kills. Not surprised that we're going to get players up here in Nunez and Nino. 681 damage, 577. They're actually very dead even, 2 to 3 kills. But the fact that we're getting an XSET appearance up here in J, nonetheless, 530 damage, 3 kills himself. This is very, very good for XSET, considering a lot of the times when we see an XSET player up here, it's typically Polo. So it's nice to see Jay up here stepping up to the plate as well for that squad 7.
Definitely is, as you mentioned it. Usually when we see an XSET player up here, it's either Polo or Kill Switch. And for us to be able to see Jay right there, even though he did get killed by a LATAM team, I'm pretty sure he's going to be hurting about that, but it's good to see him there within at least the top 3 players.
Listen, I think he heard you roast him after game number 1. and is really just trying to step it up. So keep it up, keep that fire lit under him. But also, I'm going to leave this on you because we're going to be looking at the Team Queso player stats, not just from the previous game, but from the day overall, from these first 3 games. This is the team that you've said has been pretty consistent.
It definitely has been, and for everybody that hasn't seen them, Team Queso in a long time, this is your first time watching them since maybe last season of the Americas, they have added 2 players right there in Lanning and Rema, and Lanning is currently having an amazing day so far with 6 kills, 7 knocks, 1400 damage. I mean, this is just a completely different Team Queso. You see Axel as well being able to put up the kills and the damage, even though it might not be as much as some of the other players. You gotta watch out because Axel's usually the one that carries the team when it comes to damage and when it comes to kills. So it's gonna be interesting if this team continues to perform this way and Axel is able to pick it up. And also the other reason why I wanted to talk about this team as well is because, I mean, this is one of their best starts to a tournament. And I can go back to way back. I mean, I'm talking years. This is by far their best start to a tournament. They're usually a team that gets hot on the 2nd to 3rd day. And for them to be able to do this on the first day, if they're able to maintain this, I can definitely see them going to qualifying at least to PMGC.
Yeah, and especially with, as you mentioned, players other than Axel really showing up to play, really showing up to perform, because then when push comes to shove, he gets activated. It's going to be a very, very scary thing. I think Inverum was onto something. But Glitter, let's break down this overall ranking here. This is overall total points from the first 3 days. Unsurprising to see ATON on top from the first 2 games, but we have a couple other teams that are really trying to come and contest.
Yeah, I mean, halfway point, like you said, I'm not surprised to see ATON up here. They've been very, very consistent, but we just talked about Team Queso's consistency. It's now paying off. They're in 2nd place, 10 points behind ATON, and that, on a day 1, that gap is more than closable. They still have 3 more days of this to get themselves exactly where they want to be. Rise Esports next. Yeah. Rise Esports next on the list, only 1 point above Alpha 7. And Alpha 7, literally that last performance is what has Alpha 7 right now in this 4th place spot. Nova being the first NA team that falls anywhere in the top 5 right now. And then rounding out the top 8, we've got INTZ, Mezexis, and Honored Souls 7. I think this last game that we just watched changed a lot of things up on this overall ranking.
It definitely did, and now we go here towards the 2nd page, aka the NA page. We do have 9th place right there, XSET with 21 points, Syndicate there with 19 points, Buluc Chabtan 15 points, 19 Esports. Honestly, this is what I was saying, a lot of NA teams. I mean, I'm a little bit shook. To be fair though, Knights did pick it up. They currently have 7 points. They were able to improve so much from the first 2 games that they were able to get at least 6 points there in that last one, because before that last game, before that Miramar, they only had 1 point, so that's good. We do have Furious Gaming there at the end as well, wrapping it up with only 6 points. I'm pretty sure some of these teams are going to be looking at this and looking to change it, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, this is only the very beginning of what is essentially a giant marathon sprint. We're only an 1/8 of the way through all of the games played. I can guarantee that that leaderboard is going to get shaken up multiple times as we see some more teams really start to warm up. We'll see if ATON can keep that top spot or if it's going to get challenged by anyone from any other region. Thank you very much, Seven and Glitter, for helping me break down the previous game, the previous day so far. But I'm going to wave bye as I send you off. Before we go into game number 4, dear viewers, I want to remind you once again to go check out the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro. You've heard all about it. It's a really great phone, really great device. You want to climb that leaderboard, use the flagship performance, use the 120 Hz display, and use the Hyper Touch technology and get you to the position in the ranked leaderboard where you know that you deserve to be. But game number 4 is coming up. I am going to invite onto the stage a new pair to take us through the next round of Erangel. It's going to be Inverum and Zute. Zoots, how you doing, brother?
I think he's doing muted. I think that's how he's doing.
Yep.
Everybody gets one. Everybody gets one. I'm doing great, Cam, and I hope you're doing well. Zute. Dang it. You get one.
No, you missed your shot. Paul, how are you? Please.
I'm doing so. Yo, LATAM came to play today. I picked Queso because, like, they were a team that we like know historically can do super well. So much legacy. I know they were coming in as 5th in their region. I wanted to see them do well, and then for them to step up today, for LATAM as a region to step up, very pleased, very excited, and Zute, I can't wait to see how these last 3 games go.
Yeah, I mean, to build on what Enveron was just saying, I'm just shocked. I'm at a loss of words at why NA is not up there. I mean, we got Nova up there, but it's looking like LATAM and Brazil all the way. That's why you guys couldn't hear me. I forgot to turn on my mic because I was screaming at my NA teams like, come on, man, come on, like, please. But we got 3 games left, right? They can still pull it off.
They can indeed. Bye, Cam, by the way. We'll see you. We'll see you in a bit. Get him out of here. No, it's fine. It's fine. No, I 100% agree. I think North America, maybe a little bit of jitters early on. You know, a lot of these teams that tend to have a little bit of ramp, they get in a little bit slow, and then as time progresses, they get a sense of how the rest of the lobby plays. That's when they start to step up. But, you know, this is not as much of a marathon as I think some of them might like. Zute, this is more of a sprint than anything else. It is only 4 days. So your chances to play it a little bit slow, get that intel, they're kind of limited. You got to step up, start getting those points on day 1.
I'd agree. I think this portion of the tournament, like, it's the sprint. We've had the leagues happen in North America, Brazil, LATAM. That's the warm-up. That's where you kind of stretch your muscle out. You got plenty of days to play in those league matches leading up to their finals. But now that we're in like the Americas, this is LATAM, Brazil, North America, all combined together, these guys got to start off sprinting. Speaking about sprinting, ATON, that's a team I don't know too much about, I'll be honest, but they're right now in the top leaderboards, 51 points. What do you make of that?
I mean, that's the #1 team coming in from Latin America. There's a reason, you know what I mean? Like, True. They popped off at the end. You know, they're coming in as one of the teams to beat. They're competing against so many other teams in Latin America. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we have 2 teams from LATAM up here at the top. I mean, you know, we were giving Jay a little bit of a hard time earlier on because he was like, oh, I'm not really worried about those squads. I'm really focused on Brazil. But, you know, I think because so many eyes were drawn in and focused on Brazil, we kind of slept on them a little bit, and they're punishing us for it. And I have to say, I love it. Absolutely. Like, what a way to start things off here on the first day. And they've just been consistent. And Choco as well. The shots, every single time that player is on the screen, I'm just like, okay. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I gotta agree. And the last game, A7 popped off, right? A lot of us all picked A7. I feel like maybe they finally hit their stride. And this A7 team, though, I'm curious. I want to throw this question out there. What are your thoughts on this? So A7, we know they're a notoriously aggressive team, right? Also, with them coming in overall for PMGC points, this stage of the tournament, you know, they don't necessarily need, you know, first place to qualify to the next stage. So do you think they're playing even overly aggressive just to get like that practice in and they're not so much too worried about where they fall overall on the leaderboards?
I think maybe to an extent, but at the same time, we've got a decent prize pool here for the Americans.
That is true.
Like, that money does go a long way, and I don't want to discount everything you're saying because I agree that, you know, obviously they're qualified through. Is there a sense of maybe hiding strats? But I think it's more part of the reason they play so aggressive is that they truly believe in their hearts, and for good reason, I think. Oh my God, already look at the kill feed.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh boy. They believe, I think, that they are just the best players in the lobby. Just like they believe any gunfight, any team fight, they can win it. And maybe for good reason. That was across the river. Okay, chill out, Alpha 7. We're singing your praises, but, you know, take it easy. And I think that's part of the reason why. They'll just take fights because they think they can win them. I don't even necessarily think we have to make it more complicated than that. They will take early fights because they legitimately think they'll win. And in most cases, they will.
We've seen them win last game in quite a fashion. So A7 definitely going to keep an eye on them. On the flip side, the representatives, like one of the big teams for North America representing us. We got, you know, Alpha 7 on Brazil, but we also have the Knights from North America, the NA team that's been the talk of the show, right? Like last season in Americas, the Knights, they showed up. They were the champions. They beat Alpha 7, and now the Knights off to such a slow start. Like, first game jitters, all right. They picked it up a little bit last game, but I'm kind of worried. I'm kind of worried when you don't get off to a good foot, so to say. And the Knights, they're usually a team that starts off like not super strong, but they start off like pretty decent. This is like the opposite, though.
And part of the Knights' whole thing is their consistency. Like, they're consistently in the top 5, top 6. I think they finished our finals of PMPL with an average placing of 6th or 7th, which was one of the best in the entirety of the league. That's sort of their benchmark. They obviously have great individual gun skill. They have good, solid team play. They're just an all-rounder squad. You know, the Knights way back in the day used to be just a team that would survive. They'd show up at the end, they'd snake their way in, they'd have 1 or 2 players alive, and okay, they'd get placement points. This iteration of the roster, rebuilt around Coops, completely different. And now the change to bring in Xenox, another incredible star player. I still think, and we saw it coming into the end of the finals there, but I still think that in their minds, they're only at like 75% of their potential power. I still think they have the possibility and the capability to keep pushing that and keep refining and keep capitalizing on the pure gun skill that this roster has. And I think that's sort of where we're at now. They're just getting a sense of the lobby, getting a feel of it. I think by the end of today and into day 2, that's when Knights are really going to start to step up.
We see some rotations coming out here for Nova. We are currently at the center of the circle, very first phase, very first zone. Nova going for that center rotation, and yet one of them do get caught out on rotation. They drove by like 3 different teams, losing 1 player. That definitely hurts, especially this early on, but that's the risk you guys got to take if you want such a center spot. And usually, I would disagree with going center circle, first circle, right? Like, it doesn't matter too much on Erangel. First circle, like, it could shift either way. But something we didn't mention is this very first circle. It is centered right on that river. So I understand why Nova went for that massive rotation. They wanted to secure a crossing if the circle went north or south.
100%. They're just outside of Rozhok. They're dead center in this next circle. Problem is, you lose Rin, who's been such a key member of the squad. Obviously not ideal, but they are going to put themselves in a spot. And we've seen Nova's resiliency. Their ability to survive as a duo, I would say the best in NA. Even Nova down to 2 players, I'm not super worried about them. So, again, obviously not their ideal start, their ideal opening, but we'll see how this continues to play out, because the center of this map, as you can see right here on your screen, it's already starting to get pretty congested. Furious Gaming is here. Syndicate's stepping up, and that's actually a team I didn't expect us to talk about as much. Syndicate's actually had not a bad day.
Syndicate, I kind of put them next to Mezexis for as far as North America is concerned, right? The 2 teams that, you know, we don't talk too much about, we don't have an eye on too much, but they're just consistently there. And both of these teams, I would have to say, are more of the rookie teams out of North America. 19 Esports, super established. XSET, that roster's been playing together forever. You got the Knights, and of course you got, you know, so to say, I wouldn't call them rookies anymore. They've definitely gained a lot of experience throughout these stages of the tournament, and they're showing why they've made it this far. So far. So yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I think they've really showed up here again, playing on this absolutely massive stage. So huge props to them. Definitely keep an eye on that, as continuing to see teams come in and center up, showing off XSET as well for those NA fans. We're doing the whole run here. XSET, I mean, just really incredible individual players here. I think that's really, and their ability to take fights, take smart fights, flank their opponents is always something that's really stepped up and impressed me. So we'll see how they do, as they are, like I said, looking to try and rotate into that center position as well. As we're starting to see some fights happening on the southern side of this circle, is with this first zone sort of wrapping up here, Zute, teams are going to have to make the call, but Nova getting crashed on
another
as well.
player. Yeah, Nova just lost another player. Nova down to 2. Hey, you said it. You're not too worried, even if they're down to 2 players. Well, here you go. Let's see how they do. Okay. All right? And Viram said it. Not too worried with 2? Okay, well, Nova's got 2. That circle does shift to a little bit to the northeast. That river still comes into major play. Now the Knights having dead center circle. And Jay, we had, this is Car L, straight out the car. Get out of there. Trying to do some scouting right there for the Nova team, but Jay's shots.
He found them.
Yeah, he definitely found them. Not sure if that's what he wanted to find, but Jay getting crashed on. Okay, we're into Circle 2. Action's already ramping. We've got teams crashing. Is XSET going to follow up this crash to help out Jay? Jay in a 1v3 for now. Oh, he goes down way too early. Way too early for that XSET team to come in and support him. Then XSET, they were playing that split. You got to be ready to group up on these splits when the circle's about to shift, because that's what happens. Teams will crash and take compounds.
And I have to say, that was a beautiful push from Rise. Zero hesitation, not letting I mean, even if XSET had prescience, even if they could see into the future, there is no chance that they could have gotten that rotation off in time. And I just executed that perfectly. Oftentimes we'll see players be able to stall in the situations, lay down a molly, maybe block the stairs, try and buy time, wait for the team to show. Nah. Ain't having none of it. So really nice play there from Rise. Pick up the kill, take over the compound, move on to the next one as the circle did rotate to the northeast. So that top half of the river is still in play. Yes, Naya's still in play. A lot of teams rotating along the northern side of the circle. We'll keep that in mind as the thick of the action is still here just east of Razak, where all these teams are. Lots of open fields, Zute. These rotations are going to get a little bit scary.
Definitely scary. And so far, a lot of these casualties have been on the North American side. So I was just talking about how North America needs to step it up. Well, our North American brethren are getting whittled down right now. Syndicate on your screen still with 4 up. Right next to INTZ Esports, another North American team with 4 up. And I just want to say, I'm taking a look at the minimap. Yes, there's a ton of teams centering up every zone. You know what's funny? You see A7 on the edge. Just like, I think they're chasing another team that's on the edge. They've been like kind of following them around, but this A7 team definitely just looking to get some isolated 4v4s going on, and they'll worry about the circle later on. I love the way A7 is sticking to their strategy, and it's their forte, so to say.
I mean, it's their bread and butter for sure. They'll wait to that mid-late game. They'll capitalize on other teams. Actually, in a lot of ways, a similar playstyle to what INTZ Esports has been doing quite a bit, where they sort of play that early game a little bit quieter. They did show up a lot more with those early game fights at the end of North America, but it's sort of a similar idea. They will take these smart third parties, they'll clean up, they'll take over space, but they'll continue to extend, and I think Alpha 7 plays it even more aggressively. They don't even give themselves a chance to reset. They are just always hungry, looking for that next fight, but they'll secure that top 10 position first before they really start to go to work.
All right, we're heading into the next circle shift. This one's going to be huge. I feel like the river is going to not be in play on this next one. We're either going to go to the east side or the northwest side, and Yasnaya just completely open right now. It's such a huge cluster on the southwest of that circle, and let's see where this one's going to take us.
That is the question. Dead center. Perfect donut. The lake is still in play. The river's still in play. The city is still in play. The cliffs are still in play. Oh my goodness, Zute.
Yeah.
I mean, we got options. And as fans, this is obviously a lot of fun, but this poses a lot of questions to these teams. If you're looking at this as a player, where do you want to rotate to?
The Knights, I mean, yes, they have center position, which is why, I would favor the Knights, but also they have access to a lot of options, right? They have the bridges, and they have that roadway into Yas in case the circle does shed them to Yasnaya. I see Nova making a rotation more center, kind of pushing into the Knights area. The Knights, they're still split in their center circle. That could work out for them maybe, but if they get crashed, they need to regroup quickly.
Yeah, they do. I mean, this could be huge if Nova's able to pick off a couple of players. We see on the outside 19E and Syndicate, 19 playing Gatekeeper there. Rise likely to do that again as well down towards the south. And these teams just up towards the top, up towards the north, Alpha 7, FG. I mean, this is the fight we're seeing right now as everyone is looking to drive by Carrillo. Can they find the shots? Oh, yes! Of course he can. It's Carrillo. What am I saying?
Just ripped it right out the buggy. Furious Gaming with 3 up now. Carrillo with that grenade. Oh, that one might connect also. Oh, smart thinking. Furious Gaming immediately out of there. That was actually a really fast disengage. Usually I'd see teams stall for at least 3 more seconds, but they left that position quick. It's good to see these teams realize just how strong these other teams are in the lobby, so giving a lot of respect.
I mean, this is the Americas Finals, Zute, but out of the frying pan and into the fryer as fryer. I don't know. A fire would have also worked. But, you know, we're fine. I apparently want deep fried food. Because now this is a less ideal situation. You run into Honored Souls after having just hung out on the other side with Alpha 7. Brazil is here to party. As we're seeing Furious Gaming just trying to do anything here. Trigger just trying to get a first aid off, will be able to do so. That'll give them a little bit of stabilization, but they're in a rough spot.
Definitely. You see the team up top. Oh, they also have the high ground, forcing the Furious Gaming team to just stay in the first floor. The nades are coming in. I think this should be a very clean, unless they jump off, but catches them on the reload, and they all jump down, pushing together as a squad. That's one down for one, or 1-for-1 trade. Just one player up right now for Furious Gaming. 1v3 situation. I don't think he's got it in him, and he does go down. Souls will get that full reset as well.
Beautiful, yeah, and keep all 4 players alive. Really nicely done. They didn't take any of those as 1v1s. They constantly leveraged the third party and the third person perspective, I should say, and made sure that they were taking those corners really well and not just throwing a one player at the problem so that they could get those unfavorable trades. As we do get a hard shift down towards the south, Zute, this takes the river out of play, but means the fields are in. Cover is going to be at a premium. The few compounds, the few structures that are left in this in terms of hard cover are going to be extremely valuable.
Definitely. The Knights with prime real estate right now. Center zone and one of the strongest compounds right now. It's a compound that overlooks those fields. So if the circle shifts to the east, they got clear sightlines on that. If the circle shifts to the west, well, they're right next to that Forest Hill area, which they also have info over. So Knights looking good. All these other teams, though, you see on your screen, still trying to carve out their way, stake their grounds, definitely fighting on the edges of the circle, trying to clear things out. And I love the proactiveness right now out of Rise. That angle, that's going to be a huge one. If he could get an opening, they could clear out this team, and then they have the whole entire southwest side, south side to themselves.
They're doing a beautiful 2-1-1 as well. They're still gathering intel on the back. Garrix is making sure that they don't get backfilled from Rozhok. I love this. And they're being rewarded. 7 kills already. Oh, wow. And looking to add some more to the tally. The spray comes in. The first player drops as Mythic is looking to assert their legend here in the lobby. Can they connect on the final shots? Shion's going to pop back up. Nice shots coming in response, though, from Fraternity Gaming. So Rise is going to have to rethink their positioning as a whole and try to get Mythic back up into the fight.
That grenade.
They're not actually in this next zone. Oh, that was close.
So close. You know, one thing I love watching these teams is just at first glance, I might not know too much about them, but at first glance, their formation, you mentioned it, a 2-1-1 utilized in that circle with that positioning, that was beautiful to see. Immediately you can tell that's a team with a lot of experience. On the flip side, Souls right now, not much room to do a 2-1-1 on the edge of zone with just a small ridge for cover, but they will be able to gatekeep Team Queso, who has been doing phenomenally well right now. Team Queso, they've got to break this one in or Souls is going to keep them out.
Exactly it. I mean, Honored Souls here on the edge. I mean, Team Queso, they don't have a lot of ground to work with, is up towards the north now and towards the west. Alpha 7 have rotated in all the way around. I talked about 19 Esports rotating in. It was so short-lived. They ran into the meat grinder already. 5 kills, not a single casualty, and this whole western side of the circle for Alpha 7. I swear 19 Esports was just alive? I guess I'm wrong, because they're very much gone now.
19 Esports also had 4 players, and usually when we see 19 Esports with 4 players, they put up a longer fight, all right? Like, they might lose some fights, but they at least put up a longer fight. By the time we switched over to that fight, they were gone, and of course, it's because of it's A7, the team that I think literally all the teams fear the most in taking it in a 4v4 engagement. Speaking about 4v4s, Team Queso trying to take one with Souls, and just like I predicted, they gotta break through this defense if they want to go in. Souls right now. Oh, great knock by Anine on the off angle side. That's gonna open it up. Y'all are getting a little bit too close with those grenades, but it's a 2v2 situation. This is Team Queso's chance.
Yeah, Chief got to get back down there, get the teammates back up and in the fight. Team Queso with the split angle, I think getting third-partied as well from BC, which slowed this push down. It all comes down to Axel. The nades from Team Queso are always impeccable. Will they continue to live up to the history? They absolutely do. Another knock comes in, but Axel is low. They need to get Rima back up and in this, has to get the first aid off. They get hard shifted away from as well, so this fight cannot last too long. I think no matter what here, Zute, there's a very good chance both these teams are down and out here. I'm not sure either one can survive.
Gold Axel! Oh my gosh, we were just talking about this guy. Like, last season we saw Axel.
So good.
Yeah,
they're so good.
Consistent grenades. Like, that's a different type of skill. I mean, we've seen consistent aim across players, consistent rotations, consistent grenades. That's probably one of the harder ones to do. And Axel, he definitely has it. We are back onto the Rise side, though. Still trying to gatekeep this team out, not being able to eliminate them earlier. But those circle shifts favor Rise very heavily. They could just chill and force the other team into them. Well, actually, it's the blue zone that's going to force that team into them.
And I love the split here. They already have a player. Garrix has a compound in the next circle. The rest of the team will play gatekeeper here on the edge. Force Fraternity Gaming into them. The blue constantly at their back, like you're saying, Zute. And the second they try and push on up, they're just going to be shot right on down, leaving nothing to chance. And now they even group up. We'll send more players in to make sure they don't get crashed from the other direction. Mythic does fall, but I still think this is a decent spot for Rise, as long as they can get these opening knocks here and make sure that Fraternity has no leg to stand on, and that's absolutely going to be the case.
Yeah, the shots are raining in, and the shots are connecting. Those headshot dinks, so satisfying to hear. And Fraternity just down to one. He's got to find some area to play in. And the west side of Circle, well, I mean, it's completely clear because you got A7 gatekeeping everyone on the north, and then Knights, of course, putting a huge buffer zone. But can Fraternity make it into zone? I don't think so. Rise has their sights set and deadlock. Up to 9 kills already for Rise Esports.
And with the blue pushing in, I think that's going to be a couple more added to the tally. They've done such a fantastic job of denying any team coming in behind them here, but they're going to have more competition, as you can see, BD off to the distance. We'll keep an eye on this push. They were able to get Mythic back up and in this. First aid did come in for Fraternity. Wait, Mythic wants to confirm this kill. They want to leave nothing to chance. They are full committing on this.
I mean, if this player had first aids, he could backstab them. So they're trying to go for the finish, trying to confirm that point. It is a free point if done correctly, but I think it did go out to the play zone.
It did.
Now Rise getting shot at by Alpha 7. Anton, currently the #1 team in the lobby. I think they're about to go out. They're down to 2. That circle shifts. They don't have it. XSET right next to a 1v2 situation, and the grenade is good. Polo, I am not even sure. I don't think that grenade was even from Polo. It was from a different team, and that is Anton out and XSET out at the same time. We're down to the top 4.
And the Black Dragons are coming to play. I mean, they have put on so much pressure to all these teams around them, down only 3 players themselves, but they have a pretty good position. Rise, though, with how they've been playing this game, Zute, they did lose 1. Mufasa did end up dropping, but through all of this, they've been able to maintain such good position, keeping the vehicle in play, getting the teammates back. They have hard cover. They have this small compound, but they are going to have to fight for it as they are getting crashed. On the other side, Knights are not in this next circle. This compound will not be viable.
Just barely in zone. I mean, they might have the zone next to the wall, but you don't want to stack 4 players there because once that zone shifts again, you're just stuck. So yeah, the Knights need to make a proactive move, establish some more ground, establish some territories. And Alpha 7, of course, they had that whole west side to themselves, that zone control. And I see one small building in zone on that southwest side that Alpha 7 might look to go. If the Knights time it correctly, we know how aggressive Alpha 7 is. They might take a fight with Rise, and then that's the go-ahead for the Knights to push on in. But of course, Alpha 7, so cognizant of their surroundings, keeping players back to watch for the Knights to make sure they don't make a move before they decide to get third-partied.
And we're seeing the push coming in from Black Dragon now into Rise. The grenade was primed, does so much. Initiating the first knock. Mythic is here to pick up the second one. Is some damage coming in from the back, but it's just not even going to happen. Beautiful hold there from Rise. What this will do is open up the potential for a third party to come in from Alpha 7. They've been watching this happen. They're now doing a full 2-2 split. One team dealing with Knights, the other dealing with Rise, but I don't think they'll be able to capitalize in time. I say this though, and they were at least able to take a building through all of this. That is the flag in the ground. That is the next step forward for their team to push into this next zone. As you can see the difference, Knights is forced out in the open, only smokes to offer them cover, while Alpha 7 have the ridge line with the trees as well as the building to play with. They've got all the options in the world.
Alpha 7 looking really good, and Mafioso looking even better with that grenade. The Knights, well, they spaced out. That's what they kind of had to do, but there's not much room to space into when there's no cover. And of course, the Knights don't want to do the same thing that Black Dragons just did, right? Crash across and then just get pre-naded. I'm seeing such high-level tactics out of so many of these teams. We are definitely in another tier of competition. This is definitely at a new level. This is better than the North America Finals for sure.
Already on day number one, and I'm glad I'm not the only one who's thinking that. It's not that the NA squads, they're still fantastic, but every single team is at an 11 right here. Just to make it to this point in the circle, you have to be like a god among men. You have to be absolutely fantastic, and every single one of them is playing at basically peak performance right now, already on day number one. So impressive to see. Even the team shooting, the communication coming in from Rise, making sure they're destroying these vehicles to limit the rotational options of Alpha 7 to help deny the regroup on the 2-2. And also something to note, even amongst the last three teams here, Zute, 30 kill points coming into this already amongst the top three. They have killed more than that. They've killed half the lobby, just these three teams. We do not see that every day. That is staggeringly impressive.
The Knights, they got a few of those zones. They picked up the kills. Alpha 7, of course, on the edge. And we saw Rise also kind of on the edge doing the same thing. That's where they picked up a huge majority of their kills. But this circle, it's starting to close. Rise has got to make a move across the road. And, of course, both teams focusing down Rise. We might be in a treat here. We might get to see a 4v4 between the Knights and Alpha 7, that rematch. Who do you have that's going to take it? I'm like, Rise, they're still alive, but I don't think they're going to survive this road crossing.
I would tend to agree with you. I think Knights have been given a little bit of a gift. Their early movement, their amount of utility in smokes has done a lot for them. I think I have to go towards Alpha 7. They were too dominant for too long and too strong of a region. As much as I love NA, as much as I love the fans, with Xenox being out of it not being an outright 4v4, I think I gotta give it to A7.
Oh, such beautiful grenades. I didn't even catch that.
Oh, but the zone steals it. Come on.
Well, I mean, Alpha 7, they already have enough kills, right? And they got 3 more, and if your prediction is right, they're gonna pick up these 3. But Coops is alive, and Coops gets one, and now we're even. 3v3. Except one of the players is knocked from the Knights.
Yep, Chico does go down. Senatex on the flank was able to get that knock. The circle is centering up. Got to make the crossing, and Senatex. So does Coops spot this out? That's the question. Yes, they do. Coops finds the shots. Beautifully done. Takes almost nothing back in return. Senatex is going to drop, and this is the opportunity. Mafiosa needed to cover them. Mafiosa needed to go up there and offer the support to the team, but the big Molly comes in. Carrillo is here. Takes down 2 members. It's a 2v1 up against Coops.
2v2.
Carrillo has the big gun. Zute.
Alucard is still up, and of course it's Carrillo. Coops with the plays, the star player from the Knights, evens it up, and then Carrillo right back onto the Knights saying, hey, I'm the star player from Alpha 7. Coops, you might have got an MVP last season, but I'm going to try and take that away from you, and now we're back to a 2v2. I'm so happy this is the first game I get to cast for today. Like this, I cannot have wanted a better ending. Alucard and Coops versus Mafioso and Carrillo. Place your bets right now in the chat, guys, because this is looking pretty dead even.
And I love that it's the anchor player of Alucard with the all-star fragger of Coops. It's Mafioso and Carrillo, who, let's be honest, are both fighting for that sort of star player position on this squad. What a way to finish this up, as the circle looks like it perfectly centers up between them. They're both split. It's going to come down to who sees who first. Will one lucky nade come in? Will it be a headshot through the grass? Who is going to find it as the smokes come in, looking to lay down some initial cover? Grenades are still flying as we're just playing Battleship, and nobody wants to get sunk.
Circles closing. I have my magnifying glass on. I think A7 has to scoot just a little bit more. Same with Coops. Coops needs to scoot a little bit more, but I think they might all be in zone without sightlines on each other, meaning the next circle is the last circle. This is it. It's going to come down to the blue zone pushing all of, and there we go. Everybody's dead set in. There are no more shifts to be had. Of course, we still got some players with... Oh! The opening, though, from Carrillo. 2v1. Can Coops do it?
This is it, and they have a good idea of where this last player is. Who spots who first? That was the question, and the answer is Alpha 7. Coops on the outside, backpack off, UMP in hand, but Carrillo, eyes like a hawk, around the tree, comes down to it. Coops getting pinched at 2v1, and that's it! Alpha 7 get it done! They get that winner chicken dinner. Zute, they came to play.
The back-to-back chicken dinners. Like Carrillo was 7 kills. Of course, Coops coming in with 5. And I mean, just look at the top 3 teams. The amount of kills that were had between these 3 teams. Insane. What an insane game.
I wasn't exaggerating. They killed half the lobby just amongst these 3 teams. Oh, what a first game for the 2 of us, Zute. I am extremely excited. We got a 2v2 finish between Knights and Alpha 7, one of the best in North America versus, I would say, the best that Brazil has to offer. And Brazil let us know who exactly they were. A little reminder for those of you NA fans who haven't seen them for a while. But is that damage number, is that right? He just casually put up 1,100 damage. Carrillo, you absolute fiend. Okay. I see where this is going, Zute. I see what way the wind is blowing.
Yeah, it's that Alpha 7 team, but there were so many moments that we might have missed. It was just absolute chaos. So let's take a look at these highlights. And of course, to start off, the winners of the game and the MVP of that game, Carrillo, with that shot right out the buggy, and all the scrap fights were everywhere. I think we got to see a little bit of everything in that game.
100%. And I do, for the record, feel a little bit bad for Rise just because they actually played that so well. They got a little bit wrecked with the circle in the late game, so still props to them. And Team Queso continuing to step up, the team that really opened my eyes like a year and a half ago now to what you can do with grenades. And they're continuing to prove why they were one of those squads that made everyone fear them. Most nade kills still looking to be in the building. As the circle just continued to center up, continue to go on in. Beautiful team shooting from all 3 of these squads that made it up to the end. The Knights, I mean, they didn't win it, Zute, but we still got to give them props. They looked incredibly impressive.
This was a very good game for them to bounce back. We saw how rough of the first 3 games were, and like we said, this is a sprint. This is not a marathon. You guys got to be ready to go, and the Knights are showing they could catch right back up, showing they don't deserve to be in that second page that we were not used to seeing. And of course, on screen right now, the end. Coops saved the Knights with the back-to-back knock and kills, and then Carrillo stopping that revive that ultimately led to him picking up the last 2 kills also. Star players are star players for a reason. Sometimes, sure, you could say they got lucky. Sometimes, sure, you could say they got zone blessed, but that was a sticky situation, and Coops popped off, and so did Carrillo.
I mean, all those teams who made it to the end did so because they deserved it. But in the end, back-to-back chickens. What a way to start day number 1. We're going to do a short break, though. Send it back to our analysts. When we come back, more PUBG Mobile. We'll see you in a few.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back to the studio, everyone. What an amazing ending to that game. A7 came out on top, but it was very, very, very close. I'm excited to have Seven and Glitter with me to help break down all those numbers. Glitter, what were your reactions to that final game?
Honestly, my true reactions were kind of, this is what we were expecting a little bit. I mean, seeing A7 in a top spot like that, seeing the Knights in a top spot, not surprising, but it could technically be considered surprising based off of the starts that both of those teams had to the day here today. So, I mean, I'm happy that this is the way things are going. I feel like things are starting to snowball a little bit for these squads now. Yeah, I feel good about it.
Good, let's pull up the map ranking so we can really see where all the chips landed. A lot of numbers being thrown around. Of course, we can't remember them all, so we have this to show us. And yes, Alpha 7 on top, but Rise overtake Knights in terms of overall points because of their kills.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. I mean, Alpha 7, the second chicken dinner of the day, getting our first 30-point game, 15 kill points, 15 placement points. This is the Alpha 7 that we were looking for. But Rise Esports, I mean, they also have 15 points. They have been so consistent. And the fact that they are above Knights with 25 points with a third place finish is huge. But Knights, we got to give a little bit of love to Knights here, okay? Because they really struggled for the majority of the day so far. 11 kills, 23 points. This is massive for them. And then as we move down the rest of the list, we've got Black Dragons there with 10 points. Yes.
Was that a first? Us seeing 3 teams there with 20 plus points? And also, if I'm not mistaken, shout out to Paul, he told us 41 kills between all those 3 teams. I think that might be a first.
I actually think that might be. I think you might be correct here, Seven. I mean, we are looking at the second page. It's a little bit abysmal because of the point sponge that happened on the top page. But I think you're right, Seven.
Listen, everybody can't be winners, right? If you're going to have top 3 teams that are going to get 20 plus points, you're also going to get 3 bottom teams that are going to end up with a big old donut of 0 points. So yeah, I feel like Leonardo DiCaprio right now.
Oh, yeah, that's actually shocking. 15 kills for one team is something we've seen before, but for first and second place, and then 11 kills for the team coming up right behind them, that's very, very top heavy, which means, Seven, I'm very excited to see how the damage is gonna be laid, how the damage is gonna be spread out, and the top heaviness, the rich keep getting richer, it's all stacked up there at the top.
Ladies and gentlemen, when I say it's a first, I mean it's a first. Usually we talk about a team being close to 3K damage. We talk about a team maybe having 1,500 damage, how that's impressive. Well, guess what? On this round, all of the teams decided to show up. Alpha 7, almost 3K damage. Rise Esports, 2,600 damage. And then PK, a team that has been super quiet, but hey, we know that we're going to be able to come back. 2,200 damage between them. Once again, 41 kills. That is just absolutely impressive. And before I even continue down that list, Rise Esports, listen, you didn't have my attention before, but boy, after those last 2 performances, you definitely do. This was a team, in case you didn't know where they came from, they came out of PMPL Brazil, and they ended up in the 3rd place. So impressive stuff so far out of that team, and impressive stuff out of Brazil, honestly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now we have to see the top 3 players, though, because the damage, sure. Who from the teams that got all that damage is going to be in the top 3, Glitter? Do you have anyone that you're expecting?
I mean, we've got to see at least Korea up there, right? Maybe, and we've seen. Oh God, I don't know who we're gonna get from the Knights, but we've seen Nunez a lot as well from Rise. Okay, you know, it's Coops. I shouldn't have said I don't know who we're gonna get because he obviously was one of the last 2 people alive there at the end. We got. And this is what I was talking about, okay? When I said MVP contention at the very beginning of the show, Coops is up here, and that feels about right for the Knights. Nunez, 3rd time, I think, today, here in the top 3 for Rise, and then the return of Carrillo up here, over 1,100 damage, 7 kills, okay? And the fact that Nunez and Coops are not even that far behind. This match was insane for these teams, for these players. I mean, this is what I wanted.
Yeah, just to give you a little bit of a fun stat here, Carrillo on that last game put up more kills than 4 teams have put up so far today.
Oh, the entire day.
It's Carrillo doing Carrillo things.
Well then. listen, I remember going into like the late game of that match and seeing just A7's really wide, like powerful split position. I didn't expect that so many teams would actually be making them really fight for it. Let's look at the Rise players. You called them out. You wanted to see how they're performing so far, Seven?
Yeah, and this is the reason why I wanted to see. I wanted to see who's the star, and I mean, we kind of had an idea, right? You guys just mentioned it. Nunez, once again, being able to be part of those top 3 players, currently showing up for his team. 2,200 damage, 11 kills, 11 knocks, too. That's actually super impressive. We usually see some players not able to fully confirm on those knocks, so it's really impressive out of him. But then we have Mythic. He's currently 7 for 7 as well in regards to kills and knocks, 1,500 damage. Garrix with 1,100 damage, 6 kills. I mean, everybody from this team is just putting up a lot of kill points, and that is just so impressive. Oh man, if this team actually challenges Alpha 7 throughout the whole, for the next 2 matches, I'm gonna be a happy camper.
Oh,
yeah,
that's converting.
Hey, listen,
Brazil,
right? Everyone had A7, but we know Brazil as an entire region is incredibly strong. And of course, once again, we're going to remind ourselves that I believe Jay was the one to toss up Rise as a name of players to look at. We have 2 more games to look at these teams and these players compete. So I'm going to let Seven and Glitter go on and have another break to rest their nice, really spongy brains to collect up all the information that they need as we go into game number 5. But a quick second before that happens, we have a very special announcement to make. Once again, it's going to be the PUBG Mobile Reunion Party coming at you soon. Going now to participate in this exciting global festival. It's available only between November 1st and December 19th. You get daily rewards, you get login events, you get permanent free items. I said permanent and free. There's collaboration events to earn. You can also get other things through purchases. There's an amazing collaboration with Kunizeg. Custom-made Jesco Car skin is on sale. And then, of course, beyond that, we also have in PUBG Mobile the Arcane collaboration event. Unlock daily items and get rewards. Do not miss out. Go play, go get those rewards, and really just have a lot of fun. But I'm going to bring the casters in as we go into game number 5. This one is going to be back onto Sanhok. It's Zute and Inverum once again. Zute, are you unmuted? Can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Yes.
Yeah, we did it. We did it. Congratulations. Woo!
The fact you asked me, like I checked right before to unmute it, but then you asked me that question, and Cameron, I hate you for that. 'Cause I was like, oh God, I'm not. Anyways, we're here, and yeah, we're back. We're going into game number 5, and my mic is not muted, so that's new and that's good.
They're good.
What are your thoughts, Inverum?
I'm still hyped over that Arcane collab. That's sick. If you guys haven't watched that yet, you should. Not during this. After it's done. Okay, afterwards. All right, Cam, we'll say goodbye to you. Go chill, relax, take a break. Zute and I got it from. Ooh, actually, you couldn't hear it, but it was a good one. I promise that was a good one there. We're getting into the next one. Zoo, this is. If that last game was all about like late game finesse and precision and teamwork and confidence, and this next one's going to be just chaos.
Oh yeah,
that's the C word. It's going to be chaos.
We're back into Sanhok, right? And that last game, I just wanted to note, we saw we caught the tail end of 19 Esports, right, dying to Alpha 7's Carnage and a buggy trying to drive away for his dear life. And now that we're going into Sanhok, I know now why 19 Esports is not dropping bootcamp. They do not want it to fight Alpha 7. So that is one strategy change they did have coming into Sanhok, and I understand why now.
What? You don't say. Yeah, no, don't do that. That is, of all the teams in the lobby that you absolutely do not want to hot drop, coming into this, I think most players would say, yes, we want absolutely no piece of Alpha 7. But I have to say, if Rise keep making plays like that, ooh, they could definitely be a contender up there as well. Brazil is just really showing up in a big way. Excited to see how the day continues. Pretty solid playing path here, but it's Sanhok, no big deal. And we'll see where the circle goes, Zoo, because this one's always kind of fun to me, because often these first circles, you got a lot of things in play. But once we get to like circle 3, Sanhok turns into like a completely different map, because if you're not proactive on your rotations, you're getting left behind, and you're going to get eaten by that blue.
I 100% agree. And the Mezexis, they're a thing, but we haven't, well, we did see it come through. Nova did win the first game, but it was only Nova Mezexis that circle because they kind of had to. We saw them jump off the cliff, and of course, that wasn't working. But I like to see how these teams are playing, you know, more aggressive for the points rather than going for the Mezexis. And I think that's very cognizant of, you know, just Brazil's and LATAM America's, like their mindset, their approach to the game. It's not very passive. A team like Team Queso we've seen before would play more passive, but Team Queso right now pretty well in the standings, and they've definitely been playing a more aggressive play style.
100%. I think they've definitely stepped up the aggression overall. I think you just kind of have to in this lobby, because if that last game is going to tell you anything, 41 kills, 2/3 of the lobby. But I'm not even joking. When you
I can't get over that either.
2/3 of the lobby killed by 3 teams. If you are not actively seeking those kills out, you'll get left behind. And that's why I think the aggression game needs to be stepped up by everybody here. Playing passive, just getting those placement points will not be enough, which is why you see situations like this where we are literally 2 minutes into the game, players are just landing. People might still be on parachutes, and we're already seeing Alpha 7 taking shots, and that's bold here to start off Sanhok.
I love Alpha 7's quick rotation. Notice how they only sent one person up there. With this first circle, this is dead center of zone, and this hilltop, definitely a huge contested point. Take note of his armor. Take note of his meds. None. Level 1. Not even a backpack. So immediately sending someone up there, put some presence out there, keep XSET down below. So Alpha 7, we know they're a super aggressive team. They can take the fights, but they also have the presence of mind of where to position their players and the timing. So Alpha 7, super well-rounded team, and that play alone, love seeing that from Alpha 7.
100%. We'll keep an eye on this, and as well as another potential fight breaking out here. INTZ, who's a team that, you know, definitely a squad always to watch out for, but have been a little bit quieter so far here today. So excited to see what they can do as they're potentially running into some opponents. And Black Dragons, I'm not sure either one of these teams is aware of what's about to potentially happen.
Black Dragons, they're kind of rotating, but at the same time not. Yeah, I saw that player look over there, definitely within footstep distance. And with the way they're converging back up top the hill, yeah, they know this fight is about to start. Both teams quite aware, and this is one of the most difficult fights. A 4v4 going uphill with a lot of rocks, and the worst part is with a lot of grass. We see players instantly prone right now in the fight. And Rise, I mean, they're keeping that momentum up. First kill already going over to Rise.
Yeah, I mean, they need to confirm it, but at this point, unless Furious can make an absolutely stellar send, okay, never mind. Nope, you're out of here. Big Milo sitting down, shaking their head, not happy with how this one started. That's going to be the first kill. I would want to jump back towards this. Hey, observers reading my mind. As we're seeing INTZ actually going for a bit of a wrap here. Oh, actually, it's more that Black Dragons are going for it. Both sides are. Look at the minimap to the top right, Sute. Both teams are laying down a flanker, and we'll see which one can draw first blood.
It comes down to that, but it also comes down to the grenades. They know where Netos is, and
there it is.
Oh, there you go, the flanker. You called it. They get the first opening. Can INTZ capitalize off this? They get the thirst too. So 4v3 situation for INTZ. The flanker has outflanked the flanky.
Yeah, they certainly did, and Black Dragons now shaking their head because they thought they had, you know, a sense of where these players were. And now INTZ is going to look to try and jump on the player who is a little bit caught out. 249 will be able to get the job done. The follow-up shots are there. INTZ losing one back in return, but it's a back and forth, a bloodbath to start things out on Sanhok, and I would expect nothing less as the Black Dragons now need to try and stabilize as 3 members of INTZ are still up, potentially looking to get in the fight. They're going to try to get their player up in this, as it all comes down to GX to try and keep this team's hopes and dreams alive.
Black Dragons down to 1 INTZ. They do win that fight, and I'm going to say this fight actually happened and finished very quickly, but not quick enough. There's already a team just right there in their midst getting ready to third party. Well, actually, this was quick enough. If it took any few seconds longer, we see both of these teams get added. And the kill feed, Nova Ren coming into play, knocking one of the player of the night. So first circle, definitely not lacking any action, and that's Actually, that's not always how Sanhok is. Sometimes first circle is very quiet, but when it comes to Americas, I mean, when you got LATAM and Brazil mixed in with North America, oh, it is. The aggression level's on a different level.
And I think part of, and I want to preface this next sentence in a positive, competitive way. As we take a look at these opening fights, ego is definitely involved. As we can just take a look back on how this pickup came through, and nice shots from Rin, who got taken out really early in that last game. Ego is definitely a factor. Players are confident. They made it here to the Americas Finals. They're comfortable in their gun skill. They're looking to take fights, and that's, I think, part of the reason why. You've made it here. Yes, obviously the GC is still what's up for grabs, but you're feeling confident if you made it to the Americas Finals, as we're seeing a lot of confidence in this push uphill. As BC are looking to take it to INTZ, already weakened after their last fight, and now looking to potentially go down. The Raps coming in here. Weapon swap, has to face 2, drop shot. Oh, 1v3, not getting that one done. And now INTZ is in trouble. 2 players down, 1 confirmed. It all comes down to Rafinha here in a 1v4, and a short-lived victory for INTZ.
Just like how Black Dragon's last player had to run away, INTZ's got to do the same. But Black Dragons, we missed it. They ran towards boot camp, and A7 holding a 2-2 split picked up that kill point. INTZ, they might just meet the same fate. On the other side of the things, we're on the northwest side of the island, and I'm seeing so much potential action breaking out. I keep glancing to my mini-map to see like where we are at what stage of the game, and it's still just the first circle, and it's still just slowly closing. So that's like throwing me off a little bit with just how much action there is, and we're only 7 minutes in Vero.
I mean, this is how I want to see. This is how we used to see Sanhok. Back when we didn't know how to play Sanhok, and it was just like sloppy NA Sanhok. That's what this was. There's nothing sloppy about this. Every single push is calculated. Every single flank, every single opening knock. Teams, look, it's a risk, but it was calculated, and they're better at math than I would be. That's not how that quote goes. No, they're actually good at math. And in a lot of situations, props then, we see 2 teams fighting, and then the third party comes in, and then the third party comes in. Like, that's the kind of action I expect to see here. That's how you win games, or at the very least, if you don't get the chicken dinner, that's how you still rack up like 15 plus points, is taking these smart fights early while you still have time. Because for the next, I would say, 6 to 7 minutes, trying to take these fights is going to get even harder because all the teams are so compressed, and the chances of getting third party go up exponentially.
100% agree. And if you're a really good team, you could get the points through kill points and placement points like we saw last game, right? The top 3. Why not just do both? But you're absolutely right. This is Sanhok. Placement points, definitely not as guaranteed as some other maps, because Sanhok, I mean, the circle shifts are wild. The rotations, very limited. So pick up your points while you can through the ways of kill points. And we're going to go into the next circle shift. And, well, I think everybody's pretty much in circle. We have got a few teams on the edge side, but I don't think too much action is going to break out. Well, I'm going to say that now, but who knows, man. These teams are just wild.
And I think because so many teams are centered, I think maybe we could see some action if 19 Esports decide they want to cross here, or ATON Esports up towards the north, depending on how that rotation goes and how Syndicate wants to post up. So we'll keep an eye on some of those, but I think for the teams in the center, they're probably not going to move all that much. It's really about those teams coming in, but because there's been such a gap left on the outside of this circle, because teams either decide they're going to play edge or they're going to play center, and there basically is no in between, I actually think you're right. I think there's that combined with the timing, the pacing, the tempo of Sanhok, I actually would not be surprised if the statement still holds true. This wasn't a wild hard shift. This is probably going to be a bit of a quieter mid-game.
Definitely quiet. So I'm looking at 19 Esports, and I'm looking at A7. Just because if 19 Esports kept a boot camp for themselves, they'd be in a very nice spot. But now that 19 Esports didn't take boot camp, they don't want to take that 4v4. They're stuck on that northwestern island, and like you said, they're looking at the Knights, and the Knights have that bridge locked down. So this rotation, 19 Esports, they might just have to wait for the next circle, but waiting for the next circle on Sanhok, yeah, you know it. You groaned when I said wait for the next circle to move. It never pans out well.
If you're not ahead of the circle, you're behind on Sanhok. That's the nature of the beast. It goes so fast. We see Papa Blue do so much damage to teams in the late game in particular. Your fights have to be over in 30 seconds because if they're not, you'll be dead to the blue in 45.
But what do teams like in positions like 19 Esports do then? Do they take the fight with Knights, which is a very tough fight at that bridge crossing, or do they swim across into unknown territories? Like they could scout it from a distance, but once you swim over, it's there's not much cover, right? But I mean, and this is just classic Sanhok though. You either just have favorable zone shifts or you don't, and you just got to take that fight. Speaking about taking that fight, ooh, that was a clean little UE right there. Starlight not being able to knock that player, and Honored Souls, well, they got the information out. One player scouting, 3 covering. Nicely done, and Mezexis is playing a big split. They're just going to give this one up.
I think that's absolutely the play here. If you don't get that opening knock and confirm, I mean, that's what you're playing for. You're playing to catch somebody out of position. Really nice little maneuver there. The back of the bike. Going to be getting them into a more powerful position, allowing Dedinho to stabilize for this squad. So keeping an eye on them here on the outside of the circle. They are playing edge to a T, but I'm way less a fan of playing edge on Sanhok because of all the reasons we just previously stated. And to go back to the point about 19 Esports, that's part of the reason why I don't like that northwestern island. I'm just not a huge fan of it in terms of these rotations. The southern island, you've got lots of different opportunities to cross across the river at various points. You've got shallows, you've got bridges, you have a lot of different chances. But really, you've got to go all the way up north, all the way to the west, or you have to try and make the swim at the delta. And like you talked about, Zute, that's the unknown, and that's not where you want to be.
Another thing I'm looking at, A7 and Rise. They're right next to each other. Rise playing a 2-2 split right now across the road. I love seeing teams do splits on Sanhok. That's just, it's risky, but it's confident. And with that next circle shift, well, I mean, 19 Esports, they don't got to go anywhere. Not for this one, at least. A7 looking good. Rise looks like they're going to center up a little bit, but XSET, Knights, Nova, I think all of these teams are going to sit one more. They kind of realize at this point in the game, hey, everything in front of us is probably taken, and we just got to, just get our kills while we can. Speaking about kills, Team Queso, I don't think Mezexis knows.
Uh-oh. Well, they're going to know soon. Solly, head on a swivel here. Now, the way they're spreading out right now, Kino maybe heard footsteps. I think they did. Yes. Well, they definitely know now as Ayala gets the opening knock onto Kino, standing still. I wonder what was going on there. Maybe doing some inventory management or something. They are going to get the trade back onto Ayala at least, but this was the hard shift, and this was the danger of playing edge. This is why I don't like the strategy on Sanhok. They have so far to go, and I said, if this fight takes longer than 30 seconds, you'll be dead in 45, and this is exactly the kind of situation I'm talking about. Your Team Queso, you're split. You either have to make the call. Do we leave our teammate to die? Do we try and go for the kills? Zute, this is the moment to make the call. They get the opening knock, and they're going to see what they can do to take down Mezexis.
The trap has been sprung. I love how Team Queso took the shots from towards inside the circle. That's the standard expectation for Mezexis to think where team or enemies are. They did not know about the players in the flank, and immediately when they try and take advantage, they just open themselves up for that trap. So Mezexis down a player Solitude, not able to get revived, and Team Queso has this team's trap. But Mezexis, they can still hold the defense down and potentially win this. And one thing, whoever comes out on top is going to have a lot of first aids, because I was watching both of these teams. They've both been looting a bunch of first aid kits.
Yeah, they both went for the long loot out in the blue early on. And yeah, you can see every single player has like at least 4 to their name. That lurking player, though, that I'm looking for Team Queso, it's Axel. If they can find an angle into 24K, that could be the decider, as we're seeing Team Queso into the first grenade kill. 0 surprise there. Lenin is going to try and give Rima some cover. But again, they're in the blue. Zute, this is what we're talking about. This is the danger of playing the edge. As we can see, Team Queso just trying to stabilize as best they can. I think at this point, though, you just got to get out of here. Maybe pick up 1 or 2 kills. Maybe try and find the opening knock. But at this point, no, especially with Kino getting the return. Now, Team Queso is completely split, and I don't know if they have any vehicles to try and make this play.
You know what they have? They have first aid kits. So whoever comes out on top, that's what's going to keep them alive. Forget the rotation. Yeah, this fight is happening way deep in the blue. We're down to a 2v2 situation with one player knocked from Team Queso. So Queso does have 3, but he catches him right before 24K could go in. It is 2v1 now. Another Molotov. The booster is out, but all Ayala has are bandages.
That's not an ideal situation. Going to have to try and take some. Maybe they can get some off the body at 24K. As we're seeing the last player for Mezexis, it is Kino, going to be trying to grab as many meds as humanly possible. There is a vehicle here. The circle does center up on their side of the island, so no crossings. 19E is going to swim for it, touching back on that story from earlier. And Team Queso looks like might actually be able to win this fight with 3 players alive. Given how long this has taken, that's super impressive. But the question is, Zute, can they make it into this next circle? Because even if they do, they're facing down 2 separate teams. It's all but done. Kino's going to bleed out. No chance in the blue to get this first aid off, even with 10, and I think they know it. That's going to be it. Mezexis is out. Unless they get it off. They have the stims. They have the stims.
The boosters.
They have the stims.
The boosters coming into play. I mean, it's great. Kino's alive for like a couple more seconds, but it doesn't change the fact it's a 3v1 situation. All that Team Queso's missing out on are these first aids that Kino's popping on himself, right? So Team Queso, they know for sure they got 3 down, only 1 up. They need to finish this player quick, make sure they get all the meds off of him, and there is that buggy for the full send play. So if they keep all 3 up, 1 player stays back with all the first aids. The other 2 players full sends in, maybe picks up some kill points, and is taken out. And Team Queso, 4 points, not too bad, and a lot of meds.
I think they will be able to make it in, but the question is, will XSET, will Furious Gaming play Gatekeeper? We're seeing Fraternity out here on the outside with Nova. They are not on the right side of the river. Both these teams are going to have to push their way in. Fraternity down a player and already split. Nova Esports, the way they play as a team, Zute, is always so impressive. The second they get eyes on you at all, their team shooting is usually pretty impeccable. Now the member is going to be making the call of exactly where this player is. Watch their heads turning on a swivel. They'll focus on the rotate and focus on laying down cover fire as they need to. But this is what I'm talking about. This is why this river is so much more superior. You can just make this crossing so much easier. There's so much less risk.
There's not like a compound or a set of buildings right across on the other side of the bridge, right? So that rotation definitely a little bit easier. But what's not easy is how far that zone is. Shifan did rotate in with the vehicle, but XSET is right there. On the flip side of things, on the north side, I see 19 Esports taking a fight. I see Syndicate trying to cross that bridge. We were just talking about the bridge that cannot be crossed, and Syndicate having a tough time right now. The Knights doing the best they can right now to pick up these kill points.
Now we're seeing the kill feed start to light up, and this is late game Sanhok in full effect. We did see 19 Esports being able to take out a first team here, and now facing down ATON Esports. Milos with the opening nade does a decent amount of damage. Can the rest of the squad come in to collapse from behind the rock? Nice play, but 19 Esports is able to stabilize. 2 players do go down, though. Will the kills get confirmed? The late player, the anchor, the third party from Alpha 7, keeping 19 Esports in this a little bit longer. Both the hard shift away from them, Zute, they got no time.
19 Esports actually doing really well with these tough circles. So they're deciding to fight their way in, and the fight is going well their way. 5 points already. They did lose a player, and the next circle shifts hard down to the southeast. Furious Gaming, Rise, and XSET with the zone. Alpha 7 also with the zones, and when I say with the zone, they also have compounds to play in. So those 4 teams mentioned are looking really good. The Knights, they realize they got to move out. They're going to try and clean up some kill points, and Coops taking that one. 4 kill points onto the side of the Knights, but only 3 players alive.
All the way to the bank. 19 Esports is still in this for now, but Papa Blue, we talked about it, always at your back. As we're taking a look at the desperate send, Knights, 19, Nova, all these teams out in the blue. Alpha 7 able to get 1 step ahead of them, a 2-1-1, capturing so much of this terrain under their lines of sight. Now they have to back up into this little bit of a dip, though. They've lost the hilltop that was so valuable to them, and they do have to group up together, which, if you're any other team in the lobby, Zute, breathe a sigh of relief, because that's good for you.
I agree with that. In sigh of relief, I'm looking at Team Queso. The 2 players made it into, I think there's a shack there maybe, or just a rock. But that circle shift. Whoa, Alpha 7 the hat trick, the back to back to
we
back.
3 in a row?
Yeah, we're 2 in a row already, and I don't think a team has, at least not in.
Ghost has done 3 in a day. But
3 in a day, but not 3 in a row, right?
I don't think we've ever seen a team get 3 in a row. At least not in any of the games that we've casted. Maybe in LATAM or Brazil. The fans can let us know in chat, I'm sure, but I don't want to jinx it. But right now, with the way this circle has centered up, it's a great position for them, especially if they can confirm one of these downs onto XSET. They'll be one of the biggest threats, as well as Rise, who still have 4 players up. Zute, and after how good they looked that last game, the Battle of Brazil seems to be in full effect.
If we see a 4v4 between Rise and A7, I mean, I'll take it. I'll buy tickets to that show any time of the day at any price. But luckily for us and the viewers right now, we're watching it for free. So let's see if it plays out, though, because XSET, they got 3 up. They're not in zone. They might be able to encroach slightly somewhere into zone with cover, and that's going to get a little bit tricky for A7 because a lot of these teams, they can stay alive right around the edges, and if A7 don't get the next zone, well, they're in a bunch of sight lines for crossfires.
Oh, and you can see the crossfire coming out there. Team Queso bleeding out in the back, trying to make this open field crossing. There needs to be more smokes, probably already utilized. Is this rock in play? It doesn't even matter. As Alpha 7 now up to 7 kills. And likely going to add a few more to that one as Furious Gaming goes out. We're looking now towards BC, Rise. And they did get zone. INTZ is somewhere as well. I don't know where. But there's... Oh, wait, no, there they go. There they go.
Yeah, down to 3 teams. We got 2 4-man teams and BC still in play with 3 alive. Oh wow, look at the shot, so accurate. That is a super light team. Oh, Buluc going for the plays. No, they want to make a play off this and they can't. Alpha 7 just holding it down. It is just so hectic right now.
Ooh, and I like how I see BC say INTZ. Either way, they're down to just 2 players. Alpha 7 doing a fantastic job holding on this compound, but they got to watch both angles at the same time. A big, wide wrap 2-2 split coming in from Rise, and if Alpha 7's not careful looking behind them, they're not going to deal with the threat that's right in front of them, but you can see that happening here. As we're seeing multiple players going down and actually getting stolen away. There's Mythic taking out one of the key members of Alpha 7, looking to try and deflate the 3-in-a-row dream. But as I say that, Revo continues to step up. Multiple players have dropped. It comes down to the 2 players of Alpha 7 versus the 2 players of Rise. The last player, BC, trying to heal strat in the blue to the back of this as well. Nobody is safe, Zute, but Rise have made the crossing. Is the nade going to connect?
Team nade. There was a team nade in the kill feed. Garrix throws a grenade. It falls a little bit short. Nades his own teammate, and Alpha 7 will take that one. And the last player from BC healing out in the blue. It's safe to say it is 3 in a row. That grenade by Rise, that little slip up, costed them the chicken dinner. The game before they got 3rd place, at least they moved up to 2nd place. But you know who's been staying in 1st place? Yep, staying in 1st place. 3 games in a row, and Viram, it is Alpha 7, the team that a majority of all the casters and analysts picked, and this is why this time around, Revo stepping up huge. I think I saw 6 kills, that team damage. Alpha 7, I mean, I'm 3 in a row, my Viram. 3 in a row.
It's so funny that it's 3 in a row because this is a weird little anecdote. I got a notification on my phone this morning that 3 years ago, I was actually in Brazil casting esports in Sao Paulo, hanging out with the Brazilian fans. They are absolutely wild. They are crazy. They love mobile esports so much. And they're showing why they're one of the most competitive, if not the most competitive region in the Americas. And look, Mythic was still able to take top damage this game, but still, Carrillo with that longest has to make it there at the end somehow. 3 chicken dinners in a row. That is impressive no matter which way you slice it. They came in as the favorites, and they're showing why. Yes, they got a little bit of circle luck in that last one, but they were still able to hold off teams from every single angle, and you absolutely called it, Zute. I missed it in the moment, but one missed nade can cost you so much at this level of play.
Yeah, that nade, we saw A7 spring up immediately, and they got circle blessed, sure, but did you see the 2 games before that, guys? Like, Alpha, the 2 games before that.
I'm just saying, Zute, I'm just saying.
Yeah, like for the viewers that are just tuning in, maybe they missed the other games, right? They just saw this one and they're like, man, these guys, you're talking about Alpha 7, all they did was get his own. No, I mean, rewind the stream back. This team, they've been slaying it out in multiple different situations. Alpha 7. I know we got other teams on the highlights right now, but I can't talk about the fact that 3 in a row. That is unprecedented.
And to do that at this level, this is the Americas Finals. These are the best teams who have played for weeks and months of competition across various regions, North America, Latin America, Brazil, to make it here. And so to be able to do that performance against this caliber of team, that is staggering. That's why we're making such a big deal of it. No team should be that dominant at this level of play. That just goes to show how far apart they are. And maybe we'll catch the big nade that helped it all go wrong as we're seeing it there. I'll take a look at the kill feed, Zute.
It's coming up right. Oh, no, it was not caught. But yeah, there was that team nade. That team nade pretty much sealed the deal. And okay, all right, like I know we're super hyped. I know we should calm down, but okay, we got 3 in a row. We got 3 in a row, right? But for us two, we only casted 2 in a row. So can they give us 4 in a row with us 3 for the first day? Alpha 7 winning every game that we cast. Like that would be amazing.
I mean, you put the challenge out there in the world to win 4 of 6? Well, I guess we'll have to find out. Before we do that, we have to go to a short break. When we come back, the analysts get to dig their teeth into that one, and in the 6th and final game of the day. We'll see you soon.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Man, they just keep on winning. They keep on winning. But before we go and break that down even more than we already have, I do want to invite everyone at home to go and invite your friends to join in on the action. The more people that we have watching this event, the more milestones we reach, and the more rewards that you guys can earn. But that's out of the way. A7, they can't stop winning. And I distinctly remember, 7, there were a few of us there that we had Nostradamus on the brain, Nostradamus on the mind. We sort of expected this to happen.
Yeah, we kind of had an idea this was going to happen, especially because of what happened on the first America seasons earlier this year. This was a team that felt super disappointed by it. And as you can see here, Glitter, first place, Alpha 7, 27 points again.
Not too shabby, to say the least, right? You know, I mean, they almost matched the last game. Back to back chicken dinners. Alpha 7 have absolutely found their stride at this point. But second place finish here from Buluc Chabtan. I mean, 6 kill points, 18 points in general. That's huge for them. Rise Esports, though, even if they're not getting 15 kill points, they're up here again. Another 15 points for them as well. And Queso, that quietly consistent squad. We're starting to see a pattern here with a lot of these teams. Furious Gaming, not able to get any kill points, but able to snake their way to 8. precious points considering where they were in the overall leaderboard. That's going to be massive for them. And then finally we get into the NA team, 6th, 7th, and 8th place. XSET, 19 Esports Knights, that's where they are.
And we go to the 9th there with INTZ. Nova Esports being able to clutch up at least 3 points. We go to the bottom. This is actually an interesting surprise for me. ATON Esports being able to secure a big O0 alongside with Honor Souls, 0 points. That I did not expect that actually, but I mean with the way Alpha 7's performing, anything can be expected right now. We're kind of breaking records today. Like we have had so many firsts here on this Americas.
Yeah, but it's also in regards to Honored Souls and ATON 7. It's Sanhok, right? You can only expect so much from this map. It's incredibly chaotic. A7 coming out on top is, I don't want to say super expected. It's not a big surprise considering how strong of a team that they are. But I don't think any team goes into Sanhok and expects too much out of it. But 7, break down the damage to me. How did this one fare out?
There you have it right there at the top. This is usually what we kind of expect, right? This is usually the first place team, 2,300 damage, 12 kills. I mean, Alpha 7, what are you even on? And then we have BC there with 6 kills, 1,300 damage. Rise, once again, getting my attention. This team, it's definitely shocking a lot of people right now. 1,200 damage out of them. And if we go down the list, we do get to see some NA teams alongside with Team Queso as well. I'm loving, by the way, Team Queso, if you're watching this, I am loving the new you guys. Like, you guys have been doing outstanding. I did not expect you guys to perform like this, especially coming right out of the gate. Shout out to Pittsburgh Knights, though. They were able to collect 4 kills, 717 damage, and then 19E, 700 damage with 5 kills. Not bad. And then you have Nova there at the end. Even though they didn't get that much damage, they were able to at least get 2 kills.
Yeah, I don't know. All I can think about is I can't wait to see what happens in the final game. But before, again, we have a lot more that we want to go over before we reach the final round of the day. Glitter, please walk me through these top players. Unsurprisingly, 2 from A7, but another member of Rise yet again.
Yeah, you know, I was actually wondering who the second A7 member was going to be because I assumed that Korea would be back up here. This time we also got Revo up here, 923 damage and 6 kills. That's actually massive for A7. I'm assuming at this point that honestly their entire team's worth of stats individually are probably solid. But like you said, a new Rise player up here as well. Not surprising to see Rise in general, but now we've got Mythic up here with the top damage, no less, for our top players for that round and 4 kills to boot. So these are multiple Brazilian teams where we're seeing multiple individual players pulling out incredible stats consistently and starting to get a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, even though he wasn't the top performer of his team that game, you're right. Carrillo is, from A7, the player that we always look for. He's basically been the star player of Brazil, if we could say so, for quite a while. And I know, 7, that you really wanted to help break down Carrillo's stats just overall.
This guy is my MVP, all right?
Already?
I mean, his stats are just insane. I was hoping we would get the whole day, but we can do last round. That's fine, too. You can see there 676 damage, 3 kills, 4 knocks. He didn't really have to heal that much because he was able to get the kills when he wanted to. Even though he wasn't at the end, he did get killed early there at the end of that game. Let me break down some more stats for you guys. Today, so far, this man has 16 kills, 17 knocks, 2,800 damage. He is currently on par to be able to break and absolutely obliterate 3K damage by himself, which is just absolutely unheard of. And not only that, remember how I said 16 kills? He currently has more kills than, I believe, 6 teams, actually 7 teams currently in the lobby, 8 teams in the lobby. Like, that is just insane.
Dang.
This man, it's currently running ahead with the MVP prize. And also the reason why I wanted to show this is because I know some of the players out there do like seeing who's currently ahead of the MVP race. Coops, I'm looking at you. I know you love seeing who's currently ahead of you. Guess what? You got your target. Hopefully tomorrow you can pass him.
Yeah, listen, there's 1 game left, and with only 200 damage remaining, there's a really big chance, I agree, 7, that Carrillo is going to be breaking that 3K damage point by himself. And with the final map being Erangel, Glitter, walk us through, please, A7's map performance from map to map, from the different maps that we've been seeing. Like, is that possible on Erangel? Do they do good on Erangel to give Carrillo that opportunity?
I mean, we're gonna have to find out, but we do have at least generally solid baseline because we've gotten 2 Erangel matches, 2 Sanhok matches, and 1 Miramar match, but this is their stats from last round. So instead, we're going to be looking at their 2,400 damage, their 400 heals, 12 kills, average survival time, all, you know, what we kind of got to see already here. But generally, moving into this last map, I think one of the biggest things for me when it comes to Alpha 7 is the fact that they have continued to pick up steam, right? We really saw them struggle in those first couple matches. Then they got a little bit better. They were getting those kills. They weren't getting the placement points. Then they started putting it all together. And now we're kind of at the point where 3 back-to-back chicken dinners, all with double-digit kills. Like, are you kidding me? At this point, who's going to stop them today?
Yeah, listen, if I were a pro player, which there's a lot of things in between me and that hypothetical, but if I were a pro player, I would easily sacrifice the first 2 matches in order to perform as well as they did for the next 3, and who knows, maybe they can get a 4th win in a row. We're gonna have to see. And in order to do that, I'm gonna unfortunately have to send you 2 away, 7 and Glitter. We will see you in about 30 or so minutes where we have the final game of the day coming up. Back to Erangel, back to round out day 1 of 4 here at the Americas Finals. Before we reach that though, if you want to perform as well as Korea, maybe it's not the silver bullet, but it definitely couldn't hurt. Check out the OnePlus 9 and the OnePlus 9 Pro. 120 hertz display, hyper-touch technology, and flagship performance will give you at least a good shot at showing yourself that you could be the hero of your own region. For the final game, I'm going to invite back to the stage one last time Zute and Paul and Verum Todd Kill. You guys expecting a barn burner to round out the night, Paul?
Yes. Absolutely, yes. I mean, given the matches we just saw, the last few, they have been fantastic to start to finish. The game 1 was all slow, was all intel, and now it's all about building that momentum going into the rest of the weekend. Zute, it's been fantastic to watch.
Yeah, my mind obviously still stuck on A7. Another nice little, accomplishment that they just had. They won 3 games, and they won it 1 on each map. They won a Miramar, they won a Sanhok, and they also won an Erangel. So sometimes, we talk about what teams are good at what map. Well, A7, they're good at all 3.
Yeah. Well, in order to see what happens in the final game, I'm going to have to let you guys go. Please, go ahead. I'm going to go chill, go get myself some water, because I know this one's going to be a really good one to watch.
They hydrated, kids. Absolutely, yes. And there was a question posed by our analysts as we get into our 6th and final game of the day. Head on over to Erangel. Who's going to stop them? That is the $1 million question. Well, maybe quite a bit more than $1 million as we head towards the Global Championship as well. Quite a big prize pool here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Finals and beyond. So who's going to stop them? Zute, that's the question. If you were looking at any other of the 15 squads in this lobby, who would you put your money on? That's so defeated. Who's good as themselves? Their own worst enemy was within all along.
The only people that are going to stop look at that top fragger. I know we got 1 game left, but of course, 16 kills, not even. But check out Rise. Rise with 2 members up there, and 7's been complimenting Team Queso a lot. And Team Queso also has a player up there. You know what I don't see up there? I don't see North America. Exactly.
North America.
Oh, slow to start for North America, but Korea, 16 kills already. After 5 games, that's more than 3 kills a game.
There's not too many times in my life where I think, man, I wish I could roll my R's. Oh my goodness. Korea was one of those times. It's one of those times because I wish I could do. I can't do it though. I can't roll my R's. Otherwise, okay. I'd go for those epic play calls. He gives us quite. Is he just number 1 for everything? Oh my goodness.
Let's keep looking. I think he's got longest kill distance also.
I think so too. Like 176 meters, like something silly.
Yeah, we saw his most knockouts.
And not most knocks. Okay.
Let's keep it rolling.
Hey.
Let's find every little stat possible. Let's see.
Yeah, no, keep going. Rise is up there too, though. I got to give props to Rise to have 2 players consistently in 2nd and 3rd. Hey. Not a number 1. Not a number 1. There you go.
All right. One thing that he doesn't have. Yeah.
Because he's been all up in their grills. He's been taking those close range fights. There you go. I'm
Grenade
surprised we don't
Masters.
see a Team Queso player up there at the top. I am surprised on that one.
Grenade Master number 2. So, I mean, okay. All right, okay.
All right,
so
all right,
what were we...
It only
what were
lasted
we-
for so long.
What were we talking about?
Who's gonna?
I honestly forgot what we were talking about.
It's fine.
Korea. Oh, we were talking about rolling R's. That's all right, because I think coming into game 5, I learned how to pronounce his name properly. I think I was saying it wrong the whole time. So for the viewers that are watching, sorry, my bad. But you know, his name pops up so much, so I had to say it so many times. But I know how to say it now. Maybe I can't roll the R, but there we go. A7 doing their rotation up to the north. Honestly, I don't think they've even looted yet. They usually loot the George Pool side. And this circle, we do have like a 50-50 split on the circle. The river just straight down the middle. So we might get to see another crazy game for Erangel.
And the fact that about 25% of that northern circle is still in water, that can cause even more crazy late game shift as the circle's like, gotta get out of water. Usually, I should specify. Sometimes it hasn't done that of late. But in either case, yes, this is one of these circles where I would not be surprised if we see a lot more early action, just because we're going to see a lot of potentially chaotic rotations if teams aren't 100% aware of what's going on around them, which given the fact that they're still not super familiar with the lobby as a whole, yes, you've had scrims, yes, you've done research, I still think we're going to see more of game number 2, Erangel, less game number 1. I expect us to see more action.
And a lot of teams got to rotate up to that north. And with this, we saw Nova do that fast rotation because of the way that first circle was positioned. You have a lot of strong choke points, the bridges. We might see a lot more early action once again. I mean, regardless of where the zone goes, I think this lobby is just ready to take a fight. But with the way these Erangel games have been showing up, with the way the first circle, we might see those early fights even more often. But for now, we're only 4.5 minutes in. Teams are still looting. We have Honored Souls here down on the military base. Black Dragons also in the military base. Nova not going for a super fast rotation this time around. That circle a little bit further away, and they're also looting. And it's the calm before the storm. But the big question is, will A7 win 4 games in a row?
I will make no predictions because A, I don't want to jinx it, and B, I don't want to, make a call. I don't want to put any energy out in the world. I want to be true neutral, right there in the center. If it happens, wow, that would be absolutely wild. It's winning 2 in a row is highly unlikely. Winning 3 in a row is astronomically small when you consider all the variables that go into a battle royale, especially the fact that it's not the same map every time. So not only is it not the same circles every time, not the same loot, it's not even the same map, and they've been able to piece together 3 wins in a row and do it convincingly with like 3 or 4 players alive in a couple of situations. So that just continues to make it, and with like 15 and like 13 kills respectively. So it's not like they're just snaking their way in either. When you add all these factors together, again, we're going to sound like broken records, but we're setting this up because the narrative is not going to become, well, A7's great. It's going to be who can take them down, who can dethrone them, who can meet them, who can match them, or when it comes to the hero of the Americas, will it be Brazil who carries the torch?
Well, to shift the focus a little bit, I want to shine a spotlight on the second place team. So we talked so much about Alpha 7 getting 3 chickens in a row. The second place team, 0 chicken dinners, okay? And you'd expect them to be a lot of points behind a team that has gotten 3 chicken dinners. We're only 5 games in. Alpha 7 at 88 points. Rise, though, no chicken dinners, 72 points. Only 16 points behind with no chicken dinners when A7 just got 3 in a row. So that also goes to show Rise Esports just how well and consistent and dominant they have been in these matches as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've been getting into these top 3 situations with an absolute metric ton of kills. They have been looking absolutely scary. What they do is in the mid game, they post up on sort of the mid-edge of a circle, and they just fight off all comers. They take an early, strong position, and they just absolutely crush every team that comes at them. And they do it so intelligently. Their micro-rotations, their team comms, one player goes down, the whole team instantly shifts, and they cover the opening, they get the player back up, and they respond. It honestly, it reminds me of what Ghost Gaming's style is, but taken to another level. Ghost is great at defending smaller areas, a single compound, for instance. But what we're seeing with Rise is they're able to spread that defensive web. They're like a spider right at the middle of it. The second you touch one of those strands, you're dead.
And you definitely got to drizzle a little bit of aggressiveness on that team, right? One thing that Ghost Gaming lacked a lot, and I think one reason why they're not here at this stage, even though they're PMGC qualified, is they lack that aggression. And this, well, there's nothing short of aggression for these games, and we're only day 1 in. Will day 2 be even more aggressive? Usually that's how it goes. You know, teams are just warming up on day 1, but this is like, I feel like I'm already in a hot fire with the action from day number 1. So if it gets even hotter, I'm going to have to keep some water next to me to make sure I stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated, kids. This is what I'm saying. I got like a 2-liter right here of water. I'm good to go. But one of the things that I'm surprised about, getting back to the game a little bit, is how little action we saw off these backseas rotations. I said, I was kind of expecting a little bit more. Teams haven't had a ton of time necessarily study their opponents. I'm wrong. 2 games on Erangel plus the scrims is more than enough for these teams to know where their opponents are likely to be and how they need to rotate through. We have not seen a single kill yet, and that was a little bit of what I was worried about. However, Zute, a lot of teams did predict the northern shift coming off, just given how much water was still in play. And because of that, already so many teams in this next circle, a lot on the edge, not too many dead center though. INTZ, Syndicate, they're going to have the work cut out for them.
Also, a quick tip for the viewers watching that want to play competitive. Whenever you see a circle like this, after so many games of competitive that I have played and just talking to other players as well, the general rule of thumb is it's easier to work from the north down to the south. So if it's a 50-50 and goes back south, you have a better chance of making it to the south from the north side and not vice versa. So I think that based on what we just saw on the minimap, a lot of these teams with their years of competitive experience kind of realized the same thing. So we definitely had more teams stack on the north, and with that next shift, it could still ping pong back down to the south, but I'd say 70-30% chance that we're going to stay on that north side. And 19 Esports, this time, I'm looking at the minimap, they're looking like they're going to be in a much better position than they were in that Sanhok game. Let's see if 19 Esports can make something of this one.
I'm really looking towards 19E. We called them the third-party kings in the PMPL North America. But looking to be the first party here is Alpha 7 Team Queso. That was a brazen send, and they're just gonna keep doing it. Okay, one after another. Revo's like, that's fine, feed me points. I'll take this all day. 3 other members were able to make it through, though, which is so impressive. The team shooting of Alpha 7, we see a very surprising miss here. I mean, in other situations, against a lesser team who didn't quite have the jukes with the driving, we could have easily seen 3 or 4 kills there.
I don't think you noticed, but there was only 2 players gatekeeping that. Alpha 7's playing super split. It was not a whole team of Alpha 7 gatekeeping that bridge, because Alpha 7, they have the gunpowder to just leave 1 or 2 to like put the damage in, and Team Queso, they lost only
like
1.
3 players.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, it felt like that 3rd player just showed up on rotation in case Team Queso committed to like a crash or push, but it was 2 players and they almost got 2. But it's more importantly, I know you guys can't see the minimap right now. That just happened, and on the minimap, Alpha 7 is already split up 1-1-1-1. Just to get more vantage points, get more information, potentially look for more isolated fights even, and it's crazy. They didn't camp the bridge with 4. They camped it with 2.
No.
And the rest of the players, multitasking, getting all other information across the map funneled into the team.
And they're running into Team Queso on the road as well, up towards shooting range, so maybe we'll dive back into this one if they do end up crossing paths again. Now you can see what we're looking like in the circle. I think most of the teams agreeing with you, Zute. Most teams going up towards the north. The way the terrain sort of falls off and the way the hills work, I 100% agree. It's definitely easier to move north to south. But one of the things I think I'm noticing the most, taking a look at this gameplay, and especially the way Alpha 7 and a lot of these other teams are splitting, is because these players are so confident in their ability to take 1v1s, they are more comfortable splitting up even further apart. And because of that, they can own so much more terrain. The teams, again, it's like the spider in the web. They've got so much intel across such a wider area, and it allows them to react and respond and make smarter rotations and smarter grouping. And when they want to take those bigger team fights, they're in a much better position to do so. I feel like I'm seeing this game played like the way it's meant to be played, seeing the way some of these teams spread out.
I 100% agree. You got to think about it this way, right? When you have 4 super efficient, smart players that can operate on their own, and you let each individual player operate on their own, but at the same time, you have that team synergy where if something happens on one side of the map with one player, everybody else knows how to adjust and play their own positions without having to be micromanaged or looked after. I mean, that's when you get teams like, you know, the Alpha 7. Just you're able to just utilize and do so much more, but it does come at a huge, huge risk when you play that way. But the benefits, they're there. And Alpha 7, they've been reaping them in.
100%, and I always get so nervous when I see the NA teams doing that because I know like NA teams will often get picked apart one by one. Instead, they like to group up like we're seeing here on the screen. XSET running into BC. We'll see what they can do. The answer is flee and not a whole lot more. That's the kind of rotation that I was expecting to see more in the mid game, but his teams have had hard shift after hard shift up towards the north. I'm not surprised we're seeing some of these rotations now. XSET down to just kill switch, who so often feels like the last player standing for this team.
I don't think I can recall the last time I see XSET running away with just one player without even a fight breaking out. That is just very uncharacteristic. I mean, we saw that with 19 Esports as well when they ran up against Alpha 7. So these teams out of these other regions definitely having something to bring that North America maybe has not experienced yet.
Well, they're experiencing it now, as maybe not always for the best as we take a look at those top positions across all the individual leaderboards. Oh my goodness. One player plays cover, the other player, they aren't even using smoke, Zute. That's how confident they are. They're literally using each other as bait, and they're doing it to perfection. That DP, not a single bullet missed.
I feel like so Alpha 7 has 4 kills. I wish we had this stat, but I want to see damage taken right now by Alpha 7. I feel like they have not even been touched, and that's due to their spacing. Just the second you run into Alpha 7, the pressure from the angles, from the splits, from the 4 players all moving individually and at the same time doesn't give you a chance to shoot back at them. Nova winning that fight against a Fraternity that crashed in, but Alpha 7, they're in. Oh, no, okay, zone's rotating, so Alpha 7 is not going to come to third party that. We're moving on to another fight, but I can't just... Alpha 7, every time they're on screen, it's just amazing to see.
It is indeed, but this is another squad we were looking for. 19 Esports, we asked for big things from them. They're also going for a bit of a wide split, and they've got their opponents backed up into a corner. Soul needs to try and stabilize. One player is down. The nades need to be on point. Is all of 19. He's rolling in. Sam on the flank looking to get the job done with the Tommy gun. And yes, able to find the opening knock. The rest of the team is here. Nito's just trying to do anything to try and get the team back up and in this. But 19 Esports is relentless. The pressure, the split, the collapse. The nade comes back in to try and make something happen. But Honored Souls gets absolutely wrecked. Zero hesitation from 19 Esports. They know they're on the outside of the circle. They know they've got a long journey ahead of them, so the Meds are going to feel pretty good.
19 Esports cleaned that one out without losing a single player. That's huge. That's some kill points early on. That's a small confidence boost because that circle has shifted far away. They're going to need to take another fight to navigate that one in. Furious Gaming taking fights with Syndicate, and just like that, we are into the thick of it. Teams are going out left and right, and we're on to shooting range, by the way. That is where the circle has centered dead on.
I mean, this is some of the funnest terrain in this part of the map. So many dips and dives. You got a decent amount of soft cover to work with when we talk about the trees and the valleys and the terrain. but it's going to require a ton of amazing teamwork like we've already seen so far. Players playing anchor, supporting these additional pushes. Speaking of pushes, that's what Syndicate's trying to do, but absolutely no support, only the crash as INTZ, like flies, are jumping onto the carcass of Syndicate, and oh, that was quick.
Yep, another team coming in right there, trying to maybe third party. Yeah, Furious Gaming, they hear the shots, but they realize maybe through the kill feed, Syndicate only managed to get 1 knock, so they don't want to take that fight. They're going to prioritize zone instead, maybe gatekeep out INTZ on that next circle, and you see right there with your minimap on the screen, just the chaos on the edge. Nova Esports on the southwest, same with 19 Esports. Furious Gaming having to rotate further in as they realize Nova has that spot taken, but Nova YDD is knocked. 19 Esports, they're a team that's more confident fighting. They might just stop here and try and take a fight, and yeah, they stop here looking to take over Nova's position on the edge.
And the 19 might end up getting sandwiched between INTZ if Nova, if they're not careful. Nova doesn't really have a great angle to try and come back on this, as we're seeing 19 Esports in a potentially rough spot. Yeah, Nova's just going to back up and go for the revive here as Rin, the one-man army, taking it to 19 Esports. Oh my goodness, this is the Rin we know and love. And if you're INTZ, you're loving to pick up those kills!
All right. Party of 2, INTZ and Nova Esports. 19 Esports, you are not invited, and they got ejected out of there by INTZ and Nova in a blink of an eye. Nova with 4 up. INTZ did lose 1 player. They are up to 6 kills, so that knock, if it comes through, would be huge. I think both of these teams are just going to coincide for a little bit because the next circle is going to shift out on your screen.
Every time a player has gone for an aggressive car push, that's what they've been trying to do. The double run over, the dream, that was exactly how that play is supposed to go. And we'll keep an eye on where the circle is shifting next. I don't think, hang on, it hard shifted. Oh my, it's so far away. It's so far away.
It's on to the northeast on that, not even a giant hill, just that one hill that runs straight down. That's where we are going, but look at where all these other teams are. Nowhere close to the circle. Ren's gonna try and get a knock off of that buggy. Nova will keep 4 up. INTZ will prioritize their engagement. They realize they're down to 3, maybe not wanting to take a fight on the edge. And this late in the blue zone, it really hurts. So maybe they can find a spot open. Killswitch still alive at a shack. Killswitch about to get pushed by a team at that shack right there. I think it's actually Rise going for that push. Killswitch knocks 1. Rise Esports takes that player out. Rise Esports down to 1 player. He actually didn't even get the kill. How did Killswitch actually got killed by BC from over the top, just through that little slim angle through the windows? Oh my god, INTZ running into the Knights. It's all out mayhem and Vera. Complete kick.
Quite literally almost running into the Knights. Nice little sidestep there as they're continuing to try and send it in, trying to take advantage of shelter down underneath. INTZ looking to stick their head in the sand for just a little bit longer, try and pop some meds and get those HP bars back up to where they need to be. Furious Gaming is going down as well. Nova making this delayed split push into the circle as best they can. But the Knights, this is actually a position we've seen teams hold quite a bit. It is deceptively strong here on the edge of shooting range, the way these dips are, and the way the building, the cover behind them can't actually shoot into this little defilade. So keep an eye on this as Team Queso has taken over the compound, but other squads are going to look to try and push their way in. And ATON Esports, this is the one way you can make the push into Knights. A couple of big nades, Zute would crack this defense wide open.
It goes both ways. A couple of good nades from the defense will crack the aggression to a dead halt. But you see it there on your screen. Another player moving up in the smoke with the car. The Knights are right next to ATON. ATON, however, have 4 players up. The Knights down to just 3. And the grenades are huge. That if this player got knocked, it would change a lot. But he might get that first aid off. Alucard knocked, maybe by a third party, maybe by ATON. But it is getting very, very sticky for the Knights. The grenades are coming in, but no knocks. Oh, there's one. 2v3.
Nades are going back and forth. How are these players still alive? Milos is pushing on in. Other side of the vehicle. Pop out the other side. Utilizing the vehicle to their advantage. Chico's trying to find the shots. And ATON Esports goes down. The third party that came in on the outside plus the stellar grenades. You called it, Zute. That can go both ways. Knights channeling their inner ghost gaming. Doing NA proud. Hanging on a little bit longer. But for how long? Circle's going to continue to push in. Just like Mezexis trying to take over the shack. And we'll be able to get it done. A great trade, but BC up on the high ground continuing to keep the pressure. But Alpha 7 is still in this game, and Zute, they have the most kills in the lobby.
Alpha 7 with 4 players up as well. Their biggest challenge right now is BC. BC controls this high ground. They control the hillside right now. The only spot left in the game that has any strong positional advantage over another one. We see shooting range just congested with so many teams. No teams down here really have priority over anything. They're just going to run into each other. So I'd like to see Alpha 7 take a move, take an isolated fight maybe against BC. If they could do that, they could get 4 chickens in a row. But Team Queso, another team that's been doing really well, they're not looking like in a super great spot to get a chicken, but they could get a few more placement and a few more kills maybe.
Yeah, all the teams out here having to cross over. And here comes the send! Unleash the buggies! As Alpha 7 are going for it. This is exactly the play. This is exactly what you talked about. They got the opening knock, which means they can push into BC. But the player here behind, able to find the shots and to send a text. The trade comes back in, though. Alpha 7 a little bit too coordinated for this. The player up on the high ground, Reyes. Can they find the shots? Yes, they do. It all comes down to Revo. One of the last players standing in a 1v1. Can they get it done? And yes, they do! Alpha 7 survive with a scrap of HP!
Scrap of HP and a full reset. No teams can even third party that. I think maybe Mezexis, but there's so much fighting, so much chaos going on. Alpha 7, this is why I love watching top teams play, because from an observer's point of view, and Queso still alive, still in the game, taking out Nova in the game, but not in the zone. And I think everybody else has gotten into the zone. But as I was saying with Alpha 7, like top teams from an observer's point of view, you see their key in. You can see the mini-map. You could see where the strong positions is. And Alpha 7, they could see it all. 10 kills, 4 alive, getting that clutch and positional advantage over everyone else. Yo, 4 chicken dinners of Verum. This might be it.
The game sense, the awareness, they heard all the teams over here near where Queso is, and rather than try to fight their way in, they went all the way up and around. They spotted the power position at the back of this hill, and they just took it brute force. Zero hesitation. Yeah, a couple players went down in the process, but they went clutch when it mattered most. Team Queso unable to make the crossing, and it all comes down to this. The last 3 teams standing, INTZ, Mezexis, and Alpha 7.
Mezexis and INTZ gotta work together. I mean, you asked me earlier, what team can take down Alpha 7? Change that to what teams if they were teamed up together. Maybe INTZ and Mezexis combined could take down Alpha 7, but Mafioso with a grenade onto Starlight, he's gonna shut that push down from the Mezexis side. And INTZ, that's all that's left pretty much, and INTZ only has 3, and they're downhill. Another one. They're down to 2. I mean, okay, a grenade back, but I'm not even worried. I'm betting money right now. Alpha 7 is going to take this game.
Azute, you put a thought out into the world. Can they win 4 in a row? A feat that I don't think anybody in their right minds would ever put money on before today. But the way they're looking right now, absolutely incredible. INTZ was able to get the player back up, but I don't think Mezexis can say the same. I think it's very unlikely that Starlight is going to be able to be revived, which means it still comes down to who can take down this squad. And hey, the nades are going back and forth. Maybe depending on where it shifts, there's going to be a chance, but Alpha 7 gets it again.
Yeah, Alpha 7 gets that zone. I mean, they get the zone at the very end, but they fought their way in. They're up at 11 kills, so no zone. Plus, here, yeah, they earned it. That push, right? If we rewind back onto BC, beautiful push. They earned this position on the map. INTZ, they got to make a push because Mezexis, they're down to 1 and he's staying in that shack. He doesn't want to peek out. They get a trade, but it's a 3v2 situation and INTZ got to move and he's in that blue zone. He goes down. 3v1v1. I mean, it is all said and done, and Verum start ringing the bells. I don't even know what else to say, man.
We're going to be all out of chicken. I don't know what to tell you. I hope you're in the mood for Brazilian barbecue because oh my, always. Alpha 7 came to play. The nades are going back and forth, but it's one player from INTZ, one player from Mezexis, and still all four alive. That's why we say it doesn't come down to chance. It comes down to skill, coordination, communication, execution. That's what Alpha 7 is doing here, Zute. They are unrivaled here in the Americas.
It just happened. I mean, I know 24K is alive, but it's just, wow.
It's over.
Usually I'm more hyped, but I'm overhyped to the point where, like, I am exhausted.
14.
I was
15 kills,
8.
13 kills, 14 kills. Zute, I can't even remember. They've won so many games in a row. I can't remember how many kills they've even gotten in all of them. Alpha 7 looking to cement their legend here in the PMPL Americas Finals. I am absolutely floored. We have never seen a performance like this. Not in the last 2 years that I've been casting this program have I seen a team come in and be so utterly dominant. They are everything we were promised, Zute. They are just scary.
Insane. Insane. And I don't think this has been done in any other Battle Royale
1400
out there.
damage.
Like, Revo. 4 wins in a row. 1400 from Revo. I mean, I see the graphics, but let's just throw in some, like, rain some chicken dinners, because Alpha 7, they just got 4 wins in a row. I was paid today to cast, you know, PMGC, to cast 3 games. Or not PMGC. I'm thinking PMGC because I'm just excited to watch Alpha 7 play in PMGC now. But, like, hey, I was supposed to cast some games, look at 16 teams. Today, all I really looked at was one team, and that's Alpha 7. And just domination from the very beginning of this game with the... I would love to see just a whole highlight reel. Yeah, a whole entire highlight reel. Just only Alpha 7. Just, oh my god. I knew they were good, but I didn't know they were this good. I didn't know any team was this good.
And again, we sound like broken records, but it's just because, to your point, Zute, they are that good. It's the foresight, it's the awareness, it's the map knowledge, it's being able to keep track of all the fights that are going on around them, regardless of how split they are. Being able to accurately communicate that information to each other and then act on it in such a way that they can still take smart fights, back each other up. They're like this wave, Zute, and when they crash, there is nothing that you or anybody else can do. And look, other teams tried to step up. INTZ, 19, Nova, Queso, Knights, other teams tried to get involved, tried to steal some of the spotlight back, but they ain't having it. They ain't having it. It's like the little Pixar lamp, Zute. They will just smack you down all day long. They are the spotlight. Alpha 7 deserved every single point they got.
Yeah, it's you summed it up perfectly. I got nothing else.
You got nothing.
I got nothing. I mean, the analysts, maybe they got something to say.
Yeah, they got something.
You know what? This is day 1. Let's see what they can do day 2.
Okay.
I mean, they got 4 out of 6 games already, and
they got more chicken dinners today than a lot of teams get in entire finals weekends.
Yeah.
Just as an aside.
They could even potentially, I'm going to say it right now, depending on how well they do tomorrow, they could be a team that doesn't play an entire day and they could still be in first place. I'm going to throw that out there right now.
Don't put that in the world. Come on, don't put that out there. Look, they were dominant in their region and they're dominant here today. You're absolutely right. The analysts certainly have more to say, which means we're going to send it over to them to wrap up everything here for day number 1. We'll see in a bit. Oh my goodness.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
They can't keep getting away with it. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous at this point. A7 once again for a 4th in a row take the winner chicken dinner. It's absolutely silly. But if you want the winner chicken dinner yourself, go check out the OnePlus 9. OnePlus 9 Pro gives you some great hardware to work with, flagship performance, 120Hz display, and HyperTouch technology. But man, that's that. I don't know what to say about that. Like, the fact that they had a 4-man send to the northern tip of that circle against Buluc, a sliver of health in the final 1v1, and they're still able to stabilize themselves and take over the whole game yet again. Glitter, it's the map ranking, we're going to show that right now, but it's going to, the light that is coming from Alpha 7 makes everything so dim by comparison.
100%. I mean, we obviously got to take a look at the round rankings for the final match of the day. Another 14 kill chicken dinner out of Alpha 7, 29 total points. I don't think we've ever seen 4 back-to-back-to-back chicken dinners. I mean, insane performance out of them. But INTZ, another squad that we've seen have some decent performances here, closing out the day very, very strong for themselves. 18 points, 8 kills on the board. Team Queso yet again in a top spot with another 15 points. But a sighting from Mezexis up here. They're in 4th place. Knights and Nova also getting some a little bit better performances out of them here on the last game of the day, 11 and 9 points respectively. It's better, but at this point, 7, as we see Buluc and 19 Esports running out the top 8, is any of it going to even be enough to remotely hold a candle to Alpha 7?
Probably not. And to be honest, I'm all for it. I'm all for Alpha 7 just absolutely destroying everybody. And the reason why I'm for it is because I want somebody from America to definitely give some competition to the Asian teams. But they have Furious Gaming there with 4 points. ATON Esports, they started off hot. The last 2 matches here definitely fell off. They were able to clutch up 3 points in that last game. And as we go down, Rise Esports as well, only able to get 1 point. XSET there, 1 point. Syndicate, Honor Souls, Fraternity, big O zeros.
I said earlier on in the day that I think it was after like the first 2 games that the leaderboard would get flipped around a lot. I don't know. I'm seeing a lot more of like the same names in the same positions time and time again. But still, focusing on Game 6, the final game. 7, walk us through how the damage got distributed. we know A7's going to be at the top. The question is, by how much?
Whew! This team has been averaging almost, at least the past 3 matches that I've been able to see, almost 3k damage per game, which is absolutely insane. 14 kills go to them again every single time. It's not just a chicken dinner. This is what is so impressive. It's a chicken dinner plus kills. It's a dominating chicken dinner out of them. We do have BC. We got to give them some credit. They were able to clutch up 1500 damage. 4 kills for them, not bad. Hopefully they're able to kind of convert that a little bit more to kills next time. INTZ, a team that has been losing players super early on throughout a lot of matches. Hopefully they'll be able to adjust tomorrow to that kind of game style. If that is going to keep happening to them, they were able to at least clutch up their 8 kills, 1400 damage as well. And I am loving seeing Knights here, not gonna lie. As I mentioned, I want to see Cubs do a lot better. 19 Esports is a great surprise there too. Team Queso, I mean, today just kind of exceeds my expectations, to be honest.
Did it though? Wait, did it? Because come on, 7. Like we picked A7 to start.
Yeah,
right?
but just because you picked them didn't mean that you knew they were going to get 4 back-to-back chicken dinners. Everybody knew that they were going to do well.
Listen,
Everyone
Paul called me
knew
in
they
the
were
morning.
gonna do well.
He said it's been 3 years since I've been to Brazil. Pick A7. So I was like, you got it, Paul. Thanks for the heads up. And sure enough.
No, but it's true. Like, as much as we expected A7 to do well, this is a level beyond I think anyone ever really expected. They're not the only winners though, Glitter. Like, let's give a little bit of love to AG7 and Nova.
Yeah. ATON got the first chicken dinner of the day. Nova was able to get the second, and then Alpha 7 was like, you know what? We're just, this is enough. We're good. We've let you guys have your chicken dinners for the day. We're going to take literally the rest of them. And you can see, 7, you were talking about how they've been very close to averaging almost 3k damage per match. You can see that, like, their first chicken dinner was the worst one, which is still better than the worst chicken dinner of the day. Like, I mean, they improved throughout the day. They once they got to what, you know, was like the peak, they tried to keep it there, and they almost managed to do that. This is just, we've literally never seen something like this before, and even in previous America seasons.
Yeah, the only time we kind of seen anything like this, it's years ago. And the only team that comes to mind is Loops. That's the only team that comes to mind. Here, Alpha 7 completely making history. And what's crazy is that they were able to do that in like different maps too. We usually see a team be super dominating in just one map. Alpha 7 was like, you know what, let's just showcase it a little bit. Let's just showboat.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned Loops, Korea, like the through line between those two rosters, absolutely. Which brings me to the question at hand. Who do you two think, Seven and Glitter, who do you think is today's MVP? Seven, I'm going to go to you first.
Seven, who do you think?
Korea. It has to be. If it's not, I'm gonna be super shocked. How about you, Glitter?
Let's just show it. Yeah. That was kind of a given, especially after today.
He broke 3K damage, Seven. By a lot.
He did. I said he was going to obliterate it. Guess what? He did. 3,500 damage in one day. Man, I keep laughing. It's so ridiculous, this kind of numbers. I've done so many tournaments, and it's the first time, especially here in America's NA, that I can think of that somebody's been able to do this kind of stats. Like, that's just unheard of, as we are going to be seeing some of the highlights here. I mean, this man, so far, the team, Alpha 7, has been averaging about 9.3 kills per match. Korea by himself has been averaging 1/3 of that, 3.3 kills, which is just ridiculous. And to be fair, even though we are showing some highlights here, I do have to give some props here to another player from Alpha 7, Revo. Revo was also able to break that 3K mark, and he wasn't too far off from Korea. He ended up with 3,400 damage himself, 15 kills, 11 assists. Like, I mean, you cannot go wrong right now with Alpha 7.
Like, that's the terrifying thing. That is not just Korea. It's not Korea plus like 3 support players, right? He might be the best player on the team, but if he's gone, if he, I don't know, breaks his thumb and has to sit out, or even if he's just not like on his overall best game, there are players waiting in line more than capable to take over that position and make sure that A7 still stay on top. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be on top of the overall leaderboard, Glitter, because we were going to reveal where everyone stands at the end of the day. I'm sure it's going to be A7 and then a big gap before everyone else.
Yes, see, and the big question is how big of a gap? And it's honestly pretty significant. Rise Esports ending up in that second place position, but I mean 30+ point gap right now. That is, after day 1, that's massive. Moving on down the list, Queso, that quiet, consistent team, they are only 2 points behind Rise Esports, who we saw have some massive performances. And what's crazier is that both of these teams don't have any chicken dinners, but they're above ATON Esports, who does. ATON wasn't able to maintain the momentum there in the first couple games that we saw, and they did kind of fall off at the end of the day. They end up in 4th place, not too shabby, honestly. Decent spot going into day 2 at 59 points. You're seeing, though, there are like these groupings of points, and then they continue to fall off. It falls off a little bit from Queso to ATON, and then we get all the way down to Nova, who's in 8th place there at 40 points. Knights at 46. So it's a little bit closer here, but realistically, already Alpha 7's created such a massive cushion for themselves, Seven.
They definitely have. I mean, I think it's up to 44 points. I'll tell you what, though, as we do see some of the other stats here, something to mention if you're just tuning in for some reason and you missed the beginning of the show, the top 7 teams are going to be qualifying to PMGC. But since Alpha 7 is there within those top 7, that means that the top 8 teams would actually qualify to PMGC because Alpha 7 has already clutched their PMGC spot. So a lot of teams are going to be looking at this dominance from Alpha 7 as an opportunity, also because of how many points Alpha 7 is currently just taking off the board of every match by themselves. This is going to make things a lot closer for me. And as crazy as it might seem, 4 chicken dinners in a row from Alpha 7, I'm actually loving it because it's going to make that competition a lot tighter when it comes to teams qualifying.
Yeah, whenever there's what we call a point sponge sometimes at the top of the leaderboard, it does mean that the teams that are trying to get a better position in the middle of the pack do have an easier of a time. There's not as many points between, like, say, 9th and 8th place. I believe that's going to be it for us. But before we go, we do want to invite you to take part in the conversation. Come to PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, on Facebook, on all the social medias, hashtag PMPL, and let us know your thoughts. Let us know how insane you think it is that A7 is performing at such a high level. It's been absolutely ridiculous, and I guess we're going to see if it carries on from here. And that's going to be it from us. We are back at the same time tomorrow on Friday. Woo, getting a little ahead of ourselves. Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern is when game number 1 starts again. We'll see you there.